yesterday medical colleges were protesting. Now Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, a civil hospital in Lucknow, has also started protesting, and of course you can see all of them have gathered here. Hundreds of doctors have gathered here, and they are protesting in front of the Mahatma Gandhi statue. We'd like to speak to some of the doctors here and understand what are the challenges that he particularly face, while working in the night shift.
While working on the night shift, anyone can walk in because there are no guards there are guards, but there is no proper security that should be present there. There are no CCTV cameras. While being in the hospital, we have to roam around the hospital. There is no specific place where we have to sit. So there need to be a proper CCTV cameras in the whole hospital, and the proper guards should be present there 24/7, and there should be proper authority that should be concerned, and they should take the responsibility.
You yourself are an MBBS intern, I can see. What does this? What do you feel when such kind of incident comes to light? Do you feel scared?
I get scared. I truly get scared. And talking about the recent incident, I'll tell you, this is not only about me, it's about my family as well. My parents are scared as well. My relatives are scared as well. I can remember once my parents got to know about this incident, they called me and they said, beware, don't go for the night shift, it's okay. But please be safe. They are, because we are staying outside. We are not most of us are not living with our families. So we need to feel safe. And after these incidents, I tell you, it gives us goosebumps. When the details when the details were revealed of that incident, what rapists have done to the victim, it just boils us from the core, and we just go.
Very shocking and very horrifying. What do you have to say?
I'm a paramedical staff, so it's not about the only doctors, it's about all paramedical staff, all the women. It's not safe. We work there, and cameras are also tampered. It should not be done. Proper security must be there because the evidences are tampered, as you heard in the incident. So it should not be done. Proper security would be there, cameras would be there, and proper guards would be there who can protect us, because the government also is corrupt, I can say.
It's very basic demand, very simple demand, that safety and security should be increased. That is what they are for. They are protesting. That is for what they are protesting right now. And the protests are intensifying as after each and every day. The protests are intensifying, especially in Lucknow as well. Yes, Divya.
Right, of course, Taresh, in regard to, of course, the demands that are being made as far as the overall working and living conditions of resident doctors is concerned, including that 36-hour shift that the doctor was on, safe places to rest. Also, the demand that's being made is that, the security should be as tight as the security one has at an airport. So they're asking for safe zones, they're asking for CCTV coverage to be increased as far as the hospitals are concerned. And the parents of the trainee doctors have also, in fact, gone on to name several interns and physicians who they suspect may be involved in the crime. So we're going to keep tracking this story and coming back to you with the very latest. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Stay with us.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to the NDTV Auto Show. I'm your host Mugdha Mishra, and today I am in Kochi to drive Mahindra Thar ROXX, and I will tell you more about it, but you first see what's on the show today. Review of the much awaited Thar ROXX. Classic Legends brings back BSA motorcycles. Tata Motors Curve.EV review. Walk around of updated Royal Enfield Classic 350. Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I am driving the Thar ROXX today, the 5-door version of Thar that was much awaited. But will it have a rocking party at the sales chart? Let's find out. Thar ROXX at over 4.4 meters is obviously longer than the 3-door Thar. The wheelbase stands at 2.85 meters, considerably longer than the 3-door Thar. In terms of looks too, a lot has changed. Up front, you get a 6-slabbed grille, and the grille has a small line in the middle which divides it in two parts. And when I saw it in pictures, I did not like it much, but in person, I actually have grown to appreciate it. You get C-shaped DRLs flanking the projector LED headlamps in this top variant. The bumper and the fender carry on the looks from the 3-door Thar. It's at the size that you notice the major changes. Let me start with the wheels. Here in this top variant, you get 19-inch alloys. 255 by 60 profile tires fill the large wheel arches well. The rear door looks quite small but opens at 90 degrees, helping in ingress and egress. And there is a footboard too to help you in that. The treatment of the C-pillar has got internet divided. It hasn't grown on us yet, but hopefully it will grow on us over the due course. There are some not so likable bits on the side profile. For example, the treatment of the roof where there is a notch and it looks a bit odd, and also odd is the placement of the rear door handle which sits on the C-pillar. There aren't that many changes at the rear in terms of looks. There is a small treatment change of the tail lamp. You still get spare wheel mounted at the tailgate, but the big change is that you get a decent amount of boot space. At 447 litres, it's enough to carry your family's weekend getaways luggage. On the inside, there's a complete overhaul, and it makes sense too. Thar ROXX has to cater to a family's every need, and that's what M&M have tried to do. The front seats, though not very large and will probably be uncomfortable for larger size people, get ventilated seats, and the driver's side is electrically adjustable. You get a 10.25-inch touchscreen with wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. This is the same screen that we have seen in XUV 3XO. You also get a 10.25-inch driver display, which is customizable. You get a 9-speaker Harman Kardon system, automatic AC, electronic parking brake, and auto hold functions. You get all powered windows and a movable armrest for the driver. However, the in-cabin space is a little compromised like it was in the earlier Thar. The glove box size is rather small. There are door pockets on the front door and the rear door, but they are all very small. The area under the armrest is also just about enough. But you do get 2 cup holders for the front passengers. Now let's talk about the second row. The entry and exit to the second row is aided by that well-placed grab handle. Once seated, you will notice that there is ample amount of leg space and headroom. However, thigh support is a little compromised. It's compromised on the front seat as well and compromised at the rear seat as well. The rear seat is wide enough for 3 people to sit with some adjustments. However, the center passenger will have to make do with immovable headrest. The floor is absolutely flat, so that's gonna aid the center seating. There are rear AC vents and charging points available for the rear passengers. Now let's talk about safety features. You get 6 airbags as standard. You also get level 2 ADAS features. There is a 360-degree camera and lane keep assist. Before I start talking about the drive and the engine of this car, let's talk about some of the features you get that you appreciate while driving the car. One of them is 360-degree camera. One of my biggest complaints with Thar 3-door was that it did not even get a rear camera, and it became really difficult with low visibility all around with that big car to be able to park your car comfortably. This 360-degree camera is a big help. In terms of features, Thar ROXX is definitely several steps ahead of Thar 3-door. Now you get an auto-dimming IRVM, which is rimless, and it looks quite nice and adds that premium touch to the cabin. Even in terms of fit and finish, I think the fit and finish, the quality of materials used here feel a lot more premium compared to the earlier Thar. And while in the 3-door Thar, there was very little space and very little conveniences given to the second row, in this one, the second row passengers even get a reclining seat. You get a commanding position once you sit on the driver's seat. Visibility is all right, but you will need that 360-degree camera once in a while. The Thar ROXX that I'm driving today is the 152 HP diesel with manual transmission and 4x4 capability. After spending almost half a day driving around on the roads of Kochi, I am happy to report that I'm quite impressed with the way this car drives. The engine performs well, there is power available, and when you need to overtake or push the car a little bit, you will have enough power available for you to do so. And even when you are in that stop-start traffic and you notice that RPMs drop below 2000 RPMs, maybe 1000, 1200 RPMs, you will still be able to pick up the car without having to downshift every time, making your ride a little bit more comfortable in that stop-start traffic. The ride quality is much improved from the 3-door Thar, but you will still notice that it's all the stiffer side and you will feel the bumps inside the car. But again, I must emphasize on the fact that it is much improved from what we have seen in the 3-door Thar. There is a bit of body roll that you will notice, but nothing more than what you would expect from an SUV. But yes, you will have to be a little bit more careful while taking sharp turns. What has really impressed me is the noise levels. The noise levels inside the car are really contained and make sure that you enjoy your Harman Kardon music system. But when you do need to downshift or change gears, you will notice that the gear throws are a bit longer. But the clutch action is slightly on the springy side, but not uncomfortable. The braking action might need a little getting used to because the brake feel is a bit grabby. Though we did not get extensive time with the Thar ROXX, but the first impressions of the car has left us impressed. While the 3-door was much loved, it was a huge compromise for a family, and many potential owners were deterred by its lack of space and features. Mahindras have now rectified that. ROXX is now packed with features and is spacious enough for families. Starting introductory price of Rs 12.99 lakhs will definitely draw the customers to its showrooms. The top variants are expected to cross over 20 lakhs. And while there is a risk of ROXX cannibalizing the sales of its sister products like Thar 3-door, Scorpio N and even XUV 700, Thar ROXX is definitely going to attract many buyers, and I won't be surprised if there is a long waiting period for this one because of heavy demand. If you too are interested in buying Thar, let me tell you that test drives at the dealerships are starting from 14 September onwards. Bookings to open on 3rd October and deliveries to start around Dussehra. Royal Enfield has updated its most popular classic 350. King Shukdatta tells you what's new.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2024 Royal Enfield Classic 350. It has been updated for 2024 with 7 new color options, each better than the other. Apart from that, the motorcycle now gets LED lighting. The headlight is LED and so is the tail light, and now you also get a gear shift indicator here on the instrument console. If the camera can pan towards here, you can see here you have a gear shift indicator, and you also have this hidden USB charger. It's just slightly difficult to reach, but there you can see the USB charger is right here. And the motorcycle now also gets dual channel ABS as standard. On the previous model it was optional, but on this bike it is standard. Like 7 new color options. Like we told you, this particular model gets a nice matte finish, and you can see these accessories, these luggage options from Napa Dori. So yes, Royal Enfield is collaborating with Napa Dori for merchandise. You can buy that very soon, and the prices of this particular model will be revealed on September 1st. So there's still some time before you can know the prices of the Royal Enfield Classic 350. Deliveries of the motorcycle will begin from September itself, and Royal Enfield says that bookings for the new Classic 350 have already begun across its showrooms in India.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze,
Welcome back. You're watching the NDTV Auto Show. Tata Motors has launched its mid-size coupe SUV Curve, but in EV guys first. Mohit Bharadwaj brings you the review.
Curves, they are important for all the wrongful and the rightful reasons. Well, in terms of aesthetic, they just boost your appeal. And if I talk of mathematics, you're getting the sales curve in an inclination fashion. That means your operational profits are sorted. And when we are talking of race lines, if you are ahead of the curve, hitting the apex right, that means you're winning the race. And Tata Motors is trying to do just that with this, the newest launch in the Indian car market, and it is called the Curve. Now, what exactly the Curve is trying to target in the Indian market? Well, that's what I'll be telling you in this video today. So stay tuned till the end, and without any further ado, let's kick things off aesthetics first. The Curve, it gets right amount of curves, cuts, creases and lines, and all of that makes it look appealing. Yes, they have boosted its aesthetic appeal for sure. Now, talking of its design highlight, I certainly like the silhouette, but from certain angles it looks like a coupe SUV, versus from a select few angle it looks more like a 3-box car. Now, giving you a perspective of its dimensions and road presence, I have to say that this is roughly as big as the Hyundai Creta, and that's where the existence of Curve lies. As a matter of fact, all of us know that mid-size SUV space is currently the most heated one, and also the biggest contender there, the Hyundai Creta, comes with a lot of features. And with this, Tata Motors has tried their best. Now, what it gets is a larger 12.3-inch touchscreen infotainment unit, a 10.25-inch instrument cluster, and I have to say both of these displays are crisp. Another thing that Curve has on its key rival is that it gets wireless Android Auto and Apple CarPlay, which none of the Koreans have got it yet. Now coming down to the center console, you have a touch enabled climate control unit, and it also gets your controls for the power tailgate at the rear and that power charging port. Now this is a shift by wire lever. It's going to be the same on the ICE models, but we're going to talk about the electric, and as I say electric, it also gets an electronic parking brake along with auto hold function. There's a wireless phone charger here, but if you're rich enough to afford a larger iPhone Pro Max, it won't fit here. You can only fit in smaller phones. Now the center console has some storage space, but it's not very deep. But the storage spaces that Tata has got right is this damped glove box along with door bins where you can even store an umbrella. Now another thing over the Nexon that the Curve is getting is a larger panoramic sunroof, and there is an increment of 30mm to its wheelbase. But where has that been utilized? Because the front row of the Curve looks quite like the Nexon. Well, that's on the rear. Well, the front row seats are
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated
and it has enough to give you ample under thigh support. Although in the EV variant the floor is slightly jacked up because of the battery placement, but you can stretch your legs out and under the front row of seats so that you can have a comfortable journey from the second row as well. And talking of features, you're getting a 45-watt Type-C USB charger over here along with the center armrest. And now with the sloping roof, there's ample of headroom over here. Tata Motors has done an intelligent and creative job of scooping out the headliner to give you that slightly more headroom. It's time to talk about the way Curve EV drives. Well, to start things off, I'll brief you about the specifications first. So there are two battery pack options, 55 kWh and 45 kWh. Now the peak torque of the motor remains the same, 215 Newton meters, which might sound quite low on paper, but in the real world, understand it in a way that 215 Newton meters right from the word go. On talking of peak power output, the 55 kWh battery pack gives you around 163 horsepower, while with the 45 kWh battery pack you get only 150 horsepower. Now with the more powerful iteration, the Curve EV manages to do its 0 to 100 kmph sprint in only 8.6 seconds, which is quite phenomenal, I have to say. Now coming down to the suspension, so it's an EV, it is quite heavy, and that you can feel on the steering wheel as well. But the suspension manages to do a great job here by keeping the ride and handling character in check. So we are riding it here on wet and winding roads of Udaipur's Raita Hill, but the Curve EV is managing to keep us stay planted on the road and boost our confidence levels. Well, we have had some sketchy moments with this. That is largely because of the tires. So a good set of tires might cost you some range, but they will increase the overall versatility or the driving behavior of this car, and it will be more fun to push it around the corners. The brakes, they are progressive as well, and you're getting 3-level regenerative braking, so single pedal driving in the city is possible, I can say that. Now coming back to the steering wheel, since the car is heavy and it rides on 18-inch 215 section tires, you can feel the heft on the wheel as well. And also, since this wheel is borrowed from the Harrier or the Safari, it is a size big for my liking. I think the original Nexon EV's steering wheel would have been a more fun affair to push the Curve EV around these ghat roads. Since it's an EV, the NVH levels are well controlled, but what you're getting is AVAS. So the Curve EV produces a very gimmicky, finicky and electronic sound up and until speeds of 20 kmph to alert pedestrians that there's a silent electric vehicle right behind them. While the comfortable ride remains its great capability, the Curve EV is safe as well. You're getting 6 airbags as standard, and along with that you have the option to opt
for level 2 ADAS, which comes with a multitude of functions like active lane keep assist, adaptive cruise control, and also emergency brake assist. And this car is getting 360-degree parking camera, which makes for an easy job to muscle this car in city and out of tight parking spots. It is a great handler, I would say, and that is largely because of the low center of gravity. Tata Motors says that the center of gravity is right around where the rolling axis would be. So the car has very low chances of tipping over, and in an enthusiast point of view, that means you can push it harder. Now along with that, A-pillars are slightly thick, so they create a large blind spot, but otherwise you have a great commanding view of the road. But the rearward visibility from that sloping roof and small windscreen, that I would say is slightly compromised. Now another aspect of electric vehicles is the charging time. Well, Tata Motors is claiming that Curvv EV can be charged by up to a charger of 70 kilowatts. So the fast charging means that you can have 150 kilometers of top up in just 15 minutes and 10 to 80% in only 40 minutes. In summation, Tata Motors has got the curves right. Now in terms of interior space, there's an ample amount of it for 4 occupants, and the Curvv is feature loaded too. In terms of driving performance, I think the powertrain is potent. With the long range options, it can keep you charged for your 4 to 5 days of commute, and when you plan to take a long haul, you would not have to take a lot of charging stops. And now I have to say that with the pricing starting at rupees 17.49 lakh, it feels justified. Now the things that Tata Motors can work upon is the software glitches. Now we have seen a couple of instances with the car where the DRL was not working flawlessly. So these are few niggles that we could spot, and we're sure that Tata Motors will be able to sort this out. And by getting all of those things right, this will be a potent seller in the market. And also this makes us wait for the ICE variant. Why so? Because when you want to grab a bite from the best selling mid-size SUV, well, it's the petrol or the diesel powertrain that are the most preferred ones at this moment in the country. So Tata Curvv's ICE variants are what we are looking forward to drive, because after all, we're certainly impressed with the Curvv's EV variant. And with this, I'm your host Mohit Bhardwaj. Will now take a leave, but before I sign off, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, it's my humble request, please do so. Also share this video with your friends who are eagerly waiting for the Curvv EV, or in fact its ICE variant, and keep watching our channel for more such videos. For now, adios.
It was a busy week for Mahindra's. Mahindra-owned classic legends brings back BSA Gold Star 650, which is ready to compete with Royal Enfield 650 twins. King Shukdatta reports.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to NDTV Auto, and what we have today with us is the BSA Gold Star 650. Yes, the first modern BSA to be launched in India. Prices start at 2,99,000 rupees ex-showroom, introductory of course. And look at this motorcycle, it's a gorgeous, good looking, modern classic motorcycle. Yes, very retro design, very stylish. The fit and finish right now seems to be really good. Now, this gets a 652cc single cylinder engine. Yes, single cylinder engine, and it makes about 45 brake horsepower and 55 Newton meters of peak torque. There's a 5-speed gearbox at both ends. You get Brembo brakes, that's right, Brembo brakes, 18-inch spoke wheel up front, 17-inch wheel at the rear, and both spoke wheels are shod with Pirelli Phantom Sportcom tires. Yes, now come closer and look at this nice instrument console, very retro. Now what we don't like is the fact that there's quite a bit of a gap. This could have been slightly closer. Circular twin port instrument console, there's a display here as well, and as you can see here, there's a USB charger and a Type-C port to charge your devices on the go. Fit and finish right now seems to be really good, but we will be riding this motorcycle in the real world very soon and get your comprehensive review. Apart from that, if you look behind me, you can see all the color options that the motorcycle will be available in. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 color options. Like I said, prices start at 2,99,000 rupees. It will go directly against the Royal Enfield 650cc parallel twin motorcycles, the Interceptor, whose prices start at 3,03,000 rupees.
Well, that's all from us today, but our auto coverage continues on our various social media platforms and on NDTV Auto YouTube channel. So do subscribe and don't forget to press that bell icon so that you get notified every time we upload a video. Thanks for watching.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Arti Krishnan. Let's take a look at the top headlines. More trouble for Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah in the MUDA case after governor's sanction. CM to be prosecuted over alleged irregularities. IMA begins 24-hour nationwide strike over Kolkata rape and murder. Only emergency services to be operational. Doctors demand safety and security. Wrestler Vinesh Phogat has returned to India after the Olympic heartbreak. Phogat returns after CAS rejects silver medal plea. Wrestler Vinesh Phogat has landed in New Delhi after her heartbreaking ordeal at the Paris Olympics. These are the visuals coming in from the airport there in New Delhi. You can see Vinesh Phogat gets emotional as she arrives. She's also going to be heading to her hometown from here. Remember, Vinesh Phogat was disqualified from her final bout of 50 kg freestyle women wrestling event for exceeding the weight limit by 100 grams. She was also denied a silver medal for which she had approached the Court of Arbitration for Sports, but there as well, her application at the Court of Arbitration was rejected. Vinesh Phogat arriving back home. Of course, remember earlier we had reported the entire village there, her hometown, waiting for her arrival. My colleague Shreya joins us with more details. Shreya, take us through what's happening on ground. We can see the family members as well as Vinesh quite emotional. I'll be trying to get my colleague Shreya there. She's at the airport. As you can see, these are visuals coming in from Delhi IGI airport. That's Bajrang Punia along with Vinesh Phogat there. Remember, he had earlier informed on social media platform X that Vinesh will be arriving at around 10 o'clock today. She has landed in New Delhi. She's with her family members as well as Bajrang Punia. She is also going to be heading towards her hometown. Just earlier, remember, on the eve of the CAS verdict, we had reported from her hometown in Haryana, where her uncle spoke to us as well. They in fact did expect a positive outcome. Unfortunately, the CAS had rejected her appeal for a silver medal. Remember, she was disqualified from the 50 kg freestyle wrestling event in the Olympics in Paris for being 100 grams overweight. Post that, there was of course a string of events that were quite heartbreaking. We could see that Vinesh Phogat was affected by it. She had then gone forward and posted on social media platform X as well, saying that apologizing to her mother, also saying that wrestling had won against her, as that she later also had published a statement saying that hinting at a comeback, in fact, saying that if the circumstances were different, she would have continued wrestling. Remember, earlier she had announced her retirement from wrestling as well. Vinesh Phogat there arriving back home. She's going to be heading to her hometown from here. But as you can see, she's being received warmly at this moment. And even at the time when she was facing the ordeal there, when she was fighting for the silver medal, putting forward her application at the CAS, the entire nation was standing behind Vinesh Phogat, of course saying that a champion is not just made because of medals. Vinesh Phogat there, you can see she is getting emotional as she meets her family members. Bajrang Punia there with her as well. She has been, of course, a historic wrestler, has won several games for India, and it is quite heartbreaking what had happened there in the Paris Olympics. But it does seem that although she is emotional over the entire ordeal, doesn't seem like she has lost her faith in sports as well. Remember, earlier as well, Vinesh Phogat had said that she would have continued with wrestling had the circumstances been different. She is there, as you can see, at the IGI airport, being welcomed by her fans, by supporters, by other sportsmen and family members, relatives as well. Vinesh Phogat there at the Delhi IGI airport. Remember, she's going to be heading towards her hometown soon. This is her just arriving at the Delhi airport. Just to take you through the ordeal that took place in the Paris Olympics, Vinesh Phogat was disqualified from her final bout of 50 kg freestyle women wrestling event. Remember, in the first bout, she had made weight, but when it came to the second bout, she was unfortunately 100 grams overweight. My colleague Shreya joins us from the Delhi IGI airport. Shreya, take us through what's happening on ground. Right, we'll try and get my colleague Shreya there with us. There seems to be a lot of disturbance on ground. As you can see, there is a huge crowd that has gathered there to welcome Vinesh Phogat back home. She has arrived, remember, after the closing ceremony of the Olympics. She is going to head to her hometown. We had reported earlier as well from her village, her entire village there, waiting eagerly to welcome her back home. Vinesh has made not only the nation proud, but her family, her supporters as well, who have stood by her through this ordeal that took place in Paris. She, of course, did say
के ऊपर नजर आएंगे और नीचे जो भीड़ है वो दरअसल उनके स्वागत के लिए है। साक्षी मलिक और बजरंग पूनिया विनेश फोगाट के यहाँ स्वागत के लिए पहुंचे हैं। उनका परिवार है, विनेश के भाई है, तमाम लोग जो हैं यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और उनके आने से 2 घंटे पहले से ही स्वागत में जो भीड़ है वो आपको नजर आएगी। देखिए, सभी के हाथों में एक झंडा है, एक पोस्टर है जिसमें ये लिखा हुआ है, देश की शान, देश की आन बान हमारी बेटी विनेश फोगाट। और ये भी लिखा हुआ है कि गोल्ड ही लेकर आई हो तुम। लोग तरह तरह की मांग कर रहे हैं। कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि भारत रत्न दिया जाए विनेश को, कुछ कह रहे हैं खेल रत्न दिया जाए, कुछ ये भी कह रहे हैं कि कुश्ती की पूरी बागडोर जो है विनेश के हाथ में सौंप दी जाए। ये जो तमाम
there, as my colleague there was stating, there are flags and placards as well that are welcoming Vinesh Phogat back home, saying that she is the pride of the nation. Remember, the nation had stuck by her, supporting her despite the ordeal at Paris, where her silver medal as well was denied. Shifting focus now, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is said to be prosecuted in the land scam case. Governor Thawar Chand Gehlot has sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA land scam case based on a complaint filed by a social activist. The Chief Minister's office had confirmed that it has received this communication, and Siddaramaiah had earlier, remember, termed the charges politically motivated. Karnataka CM has called for a special cabinet meeting at around 5 p.m. today. Let me first bring in my colleague Akhilesh on the MUDA scam. Akhilesh, now we're learning that the governor of Karnataka has finally given in his sanction to the prosecution of Siddaramaiah.
Yes, correct. In fact, it's a detailed order given by the Karnataka governor, Mr. Thawar Chand Gehlot. Remember, 3 persons have petitioned against the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, alleging that he is involved in the scam in the MUDA, and that's why the governor, on 26 July had issued a show cause notice to the Chief Minister, asking him to explain his position. But in the meanwhile, on August 1st, the cabinet headed by Mr. Siddaramaiah passed a unanimous resolution recommending to the governor that this show cause notice should be cancelled. But in this detailed order, Mr. Thawar Chand Gehlot has explained the reasons why he has given sanction to prosecute Mr. Siddaramaiah. He has made it very clear that the cabinet cannot recommend to cancel the show cause notice because it is headed by Mr. Siddaramaiah, who himself is facing charges on the issue of whether the governor is bound by the aid and advice given by the cabinet. Mr. Thawar Chand Gehlot in this notice has said very clearly that in special circumstances where the cabinet itself is headed by somebody who is under the cloud and whose role has to be investigated, such recommendations are not bound on the governor. And that is why in this case, he has recommended a sanction of prosecution against Mr. Siddaramaiah in the different sections of Prevention of Corruption Act and also under Bharati Nyaya Sanhita. So this is a very serious matter. This will of course have political repercussions because we know very well that Mr. Siddaramaiah himself faces a lot of challenges within the Congress party to his chair. And now Mr. Siddaramaiah has called a special cabinet meeting at 5 p.m. In the meanwhile, the Home Minister has made it very clear that Mr. Siddaramaiah will challenge the order given by the governor legally. And so we have to wait and see what kind of legal challenge is given by Siddaramaiah to this governor's sanction of prosecution. But in the meanwhile, of course, the political activities will take place because the BJP and the JDS, they are very aggressive on this issue. We have seen that how they have taken out a Paidal Yatra against Mr. Siddaramaiah demanding his resignation.
Right, stay on with us, Akhilesh. My colleagues Sunil and Pratibha also join us. Sunil, now Siddaramaiah in fact has maintained time and again that these allegations are politically motivated against him.
That's right. This is a part of what the Congress calls destabilizing democratically elected with a handsome majority just a year back, and this is part of that propaganda and plan of the BJP. And it's in that context that we must put certain facts and explain to them in terms of what the governor has done in terms of sanction of prosecution. Yes, it is right that the cabinet had passed a resolution, but the cabinet had passed a resolution with the chief minister not present. He decided to remain absent at that day, and it was led by DK Shivkumar, the deputy chief minister, who did this. Why did they do this? This Karnataka's chief minister on a short notice came to Delhi because this sanction of prosecution was expected. It was anticipated. Please do not think that this has not happened in suddenly. This was well expected from the BJP, as they say, from the governor, Mr. Thawarchand Gehlot, that the prosecution was coming. A meeting was held between Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, the chief minister, as well as the deputy chief minister, as well as the state in charge, and they have a plan B. They have realized that this is an attempt once again by the BJP, which has been trying to do this on a regular basis on successive governments of theirs to try to destabilize, and this is another attempt. So that's their political and the first response that they have to give on this entire issue. More importantly, as you rightly said, the cabinet will be meeting at 5 o'clock. They will definitely look at all the legal options. But at present, it is only going to strengthen the hands of Mr. Siddaramaiah at the immediate future. How things will play out in the days to come, we'll have to wait and see. But definitely not unanticipated. This was expected, and the Congress had tried to ensure that every possibility was made to ensure that the governor did not give the sanction of prosecution, but he, in his wisdom, has done it, and as they allege, an attempt to destabilize a democratically elected government, which was voted to power with a handsome majority, defeating the BJP in just over a year ago.
Right, Sunil, stay on with us. My colleague Pratibha joins us as well. Pratibha, now take us through the MUDA scam itself and the allegations against Siddaramaiah.
Well, the MUDA scam did crop up just about a month ago, and the BJP did go hammer and tongs with respect to these allegations against the CM, right from holding protests, right from getting into the well of the house during the assembly session that was held recently. And apart from that, also holding padayatras, a protest march of sorts from Bengaluru to Mysuru. Now, talking about the MUDA scam as such, well, it is referring to a plot of land, 3.16 acres to be precise, in one of the villages in and around Mysore. This happened around the 90s when the MUDA had usurped this land from a family, and it was denotified. And in 2015 is when this was gifted to Siddaramaiah's wife Parvati by Siddaramaiah's brother-in-law. Now, there have been complaints that the brother-in-law himself had purchased the land using forged documents at that point in time. And with respect to the compensation that was allotted for this land taken over by MUDA was rejected by the previous family before Parvati, who had held this land. And soon after which, once Parvati held this land, she did demand compensation for this in 2017. And this went on for quite some time with respect to the compensation that needs to be given in the form of another plot of land that can be given as part of this or in commensuration to this. And this was something that was ordered during the BJP's regime, is what the Congress has maintained. And based on that order is how he has been allotted a plot of land, 14 plots to be precise, in Vijayanagara. Now, the allegation is that this compensation far exceeds the amount of land that was initially taken over, the 3.16 acres taken over by MUDA. This has been the allegation, and the Congress has said that this was during the BJP's regime. We'll have to wait to see what will be the Congress's strategy to counter this. Yes, they did counter this with respect to the governor's office, but we'll be looking at legal options now.
Right. Thank you for joining us, Pratibha, Sunil and Akhilesh, for bringing us those details. I'm also being joined by political analyst and senior lawyer Deshratan Nigam. Thank you for joining us, sir. Now, big development coming in from Karnataka. The sanction has been given from the governor of Karnataka to prosecute Siddaramaiah. The MUDA scam, of course, has been going on for the past month at least, and political vendetta being the main allegation that the Congress is putting forward, sir.
Well, Aarti, let me point out that prima facie, there are suspicious circumstances which can only come out either through inquiry, investigation under the prosecution. And the governor has appropriately given the sanction to prosecute, as CM is a public servant as defined under the Prevention of Corruption Act. And also under 218 of Bharati Nyaya Suraksha Samhita, which is the new criminal procedure code which has come into existence now since July. So, and one of the important aspect is that he did not disclose in his electoral affidavit about this parcel of land that he has been allotted, which is far more valuable than what was actually acquired. And therefore, there are violations and it can only come out through serious investigation. Yes, political parties may call it vendetta, but there are sufficient grounds and the governor must have taken legal opinion on it. And after having legal opinion, and he has given sanction to prosecute the chief minister, it does create a political kind of a crisis in Karnataka, especially because of the internal struggle, political struggle between Siddaramaiah and the other 2 or 3 persons out there who are CM's aspirant. And therefore, BK Shiv Kumar is one of them. And therefore, it has created a kind of a political turmoil, which will create instability within the government and within the party, as there are other people claiming to the CM's post. And there was some kind of a formula which was agreed upon, which is not being adhered to now. And therefore, legally, I believe it's a sound legal proposition to give sanction for the prosecution of the chief minister, the truth can only come out. We cannot say as of now what are the exact evidences. That will only come out once the investigation starts and the charge sheet is filed in the court.
Right, stay on with us, Deshmukh Nigam. I'm also being joined by Ashok Gowda, BJP spokesperson from Karnataka. Thank you for joining us, sir. Now, the Congress there, in fact, saying that these allegations that have come about, the fact that the CM is going to be prosecuted, is vendetta politics. So, what are your thoughts on that?
It's not a vendetta politics. It's a very clear-cut violation of the rules and regulations. I'm a qualified architect with a master's in my planning. I've done it from the CEPT University from Ahmedabad. See, let's understand where the violations which has taken place. When the land was acquired for Devanuru Padavane from 92 was a preliminary notification, final notification was in 97. And the layout was developed in 2001. Whereas the 50-50 compensation factor came into existence in Karnataka from 2013 after the Supreme Court and the central government deciding, then the central government deciding that the compensation matter should be changed. Now, after 2013, if the compensation factor was to be 50-50 onwards, and in MUDA, specifically the order was passed in 2017. Let's assume that even if they apply, if the land was acquired in 2014, they can apply 50-50, no problem. But for the lands which were acquired in 97 and developed in 2001, how can there be 50-50 compensation? Is this not a clear-cut rules violation? Is this not a clear-cut rules violation? And if CM is eligible for this, I am also eligible. A lot of farmers who have lost the lands, they are also eligible. I have also lost the land in Karnataka. That's that's point number one. Point number two, when Karnataka KTCP Act of 1962 clearly states on the stray sites that if at all you are giving, your land was acquired in a property, but if you want to give it in a A++ property, KTCP Act clearly states you cannot allot like that. It is only by auction 75% and 25% only to the special achievers. And what special achievement is Parvatama Siddaramaiah has done to the Karnataka ECN, Karnataka Ratna or Bharata Ratna or any sports achievements, or probably she is an achiever because tolerating the lives of Siddaramaiah for 50 years since he is married. And all these things is one part. Third part is that clearly MUDA, the Kata or RTC, when the registration took place for Mallikarjun Swamy in 2004-05 and the gift deed which was done to Parvatama Siddaramaiah in 2010, the RTC stood in the name of MUDA. Right. As per the record submitted by TJ Ibrahim, even Pradeep and as well as Snehami Krishna. Record stands very clear. So can the registration be taken place? If not, the LOP then gifted and the sale deed when he was a deputy CM. Right. This rules will be violated for a common man, even for me and you. And no, I have only one more question. TV Murali, they say BJP did not do any action, BJP did not do action. 2022 November, Additional Director Town Planning TV Murali's committee was set up and that submitted the irregularities which was done in MUDA on 25th October 2023. From past 9 months, what actions Siddaramaiah and Bhairathi Suresh have taken on
Mr.
this
Gowda,
report? Please answer.
Mr. Gowda, now let's in fact pose this question to Lavanya Balal. Let's give them an opportunity to respond. Congress spokesperson Lavanya Balal joining us. I'm also being joined by Syed Alam, JDS spokesperson. We'll come to you in a minute, sir. Lavanya Balal, would you like to respond to these allegations? A big question to the BJP posing at this moment.
I would. I'll go step by step. I would like to respond to the lawyer, Mr. Nigam. He made kind of wild allegations about the power struggle in the Congress. As a lawyer, I think he's very well aware. He can only speak about facts and not make allegations. And he cannot buy into the fact that BJP claims there is a power struggle in the Congress, right? That is incorrect of you, sir. I would suggest you stop talking like that on national TV. Secondly, also as a lawyer, I would like to ask him, sir, when there is a judiciary probe, you are very well aware that any activist or any individual does not have a right to file a private complaint with the governor. That action itself is incorrect and the governor has been acting on that incorrect action before there is any kind of probe that is taking place on this alleged scam. Now, when the BJP claims with so much of data, they come with a lot of years and numbers and everything. They think they can bamboozle the opposition and everybody in the debate by giving so many dates. Let me ask them very clearly. The 50-50 scheme sanctioned the 3,000 MUDA sites under Basavaraju Bommai. There has been an official error when the RTC was, changed. When the property was purchased, it should have been under MUDA and not under the survey number. That is one official error that has been committed by the official at that point of time, right? When the property was being purchased by Parvati's brother. And also, I would like to request the BJP, which claims to be a Sanskari party, you should stop making cheap comments about the Chief Minister's wife. Your comment, sir, with which you closed your debate or your points is very cheap. And I take objection to that. You better apologize to Ms. Parvati for the comment that you made. And this is an action by the governor, which is nothing but a witch hunt, intent on destabilizing the elected government in Karnataka. Let me be very clear. Everybody who is a legally educated person is aware today that this case will not hold in any court.
Right.
Neither in the lower courts, high courts, or the Supreme Court of India.
Right, Mr. Ashok Gowda, I see your hand up there. I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Before that, let's bring in Syed Alam, JDS spokesperson, who's joining us. Sir, now the Congress has time and again also mentioned that both the BJP and the JDS don't have a moral right to question them when it comes to the MUDA scam. That's also something that CM Siddaramaiah has said as well. Let me bring in the JDS spokesperson and then I'll give you opportunities.
Allow me to speak in my time. Lavanyaji, thank you so much.
I'm sorry. I apologize to the JDS spokesperson. Sir, you should also respond. I'm sure the anchor, I don't know if you're aware, there is a complaint in the Lokayukta against Mr. Kumaraswamy on which there is no investigation or the sanction by the consent by the governor.
Right.
Point
taken, Lavanya. Let's give Syed Alam an opportunity to respond. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. First of all, we welcome the nod given by the Honorable Governor for the prosecution. Now, I would not do mudslinging here, ma'am. Let me be very, very clear. Well, while the sanction is given for prosecution, if there are alleged irregularities which are observed in the MUDA scam, and I mean, why is the Congress so scared? Let the investigation happen and let them come clean. If there's no irregularity, why are you? So no one is talking about what is happening in your own party, ma'am. We are not talking about whether there's personal rivalry between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. We are not talking about
the Supreme Court lawyer did.
There is a flag, ma'am, allow me to speak. There is a clear flag by the opposition and the people of Karnataka against the Congress government. There are irregularities which have happened in MUDA. There are irregularities that happened in the allotment of 14 sites. Now, if you see that there is merit and investigation needs to happen, let the investigation happen and you come out clean. We are not saying that, you know...
Right. I'm going to give Ashok Gowda an opportunity to respond. Final words with you, sir, because I have very less time with us.
Yeah, give me some time because there are clear allegations against.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me just complete it with a clear, with the due respect to Parvatama Siddaramaiah. Nowhere we intend to hurt in any woman in any part of India. That is point number one. Point number two. Siddaramaiah being a lawyer, he cannot escape the law points. Please understand, whether asked by the Supreme Court lawyer or by me, who is a technically qualified person, he cannot escape. Please answer. Siddaramaiah's wife was eligible only for 2 sites according to 1992 Acquisition Act, which was very clear. That is 4,800 square feet, whereas he gets 38,243, that is very close to around 39,000 square feet. If this formula is applied for Siddaramaiah, why can't the same formula be applied for Ashok Gowda or Lavanya Ballad or anybody else? I have also lost a land. So many of the farmers have lost the land in Karnataka. So this same thing, there cannot be a double standards.
Right.
This is what we are asking. As a common people of Karnataka, we are asking the same question.
Can I come in?
Let me just give quick.
Let me just ask one more thing.
Sure. Mr. Gowda, your final question, and then Lavanya Ballal, a quick answer from you, please.
For a site which is there in Vijayanagara, Mysuru, for Sadashivanagara in Bangalore, 55,000 square feet is up per square feet the land rate going. Maharaja's land was acquired 15 acres, that 3,600 crores is a compensation. Whereas the compensation paid for him is only 1 crore. How can this be double standard?
Right, Lavanya Ballal, quick answer to that, please.
I would like to tell Mr. Gowda, very clearly, I think you have forgotten. The lands, the 14 sites were allocated to Ms. Parvatama Siddaramaiah by the Bommai government, the BJP-led government.
Right.
Let me be very clear, Mr.
30th of December, the clear-cut order was passed.
And also, we are not scared of this investigation. What we are making a point at this point of time, since Mr. Gowda, since you fail to understand, what we are saying is the illegal actions of the BJP and the illegal actions of the governor. That is why we are mentioning that.
Unfortunately, I'm out of time at this moment in the broadcast, but there you see allegations and counter-allegations as the MUDA scam rakes up more trouble for CM Siddaramaiah. We'll continue tracking the story for you. For now, we take a short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides.
हेलो गाइस, वेलकम टू गैजेट्स 360 विद टेक्निकल गुरुजी। मतलब जब भी मैं एक नया एपिसोड लेके आता हूँ ना, आई एम वेरी एक्साइटेड बिकॉज हर बार वी गेट टू एक्सप्लोर सम न्यू गैजेट्स और उन्हीं के बारे में जब बात करते हैं तो वी काइंड ऑफ लर्न अ लॉट अबाउट ऑल दीज न्यू गैजेट्स कमिंग इन। और आज ये जो एपिसोड है इसमें भी हम ऐसे ही गैजेट्स के बारे में बात करने वाले हैं। आई एम गोना गिव यू सम नाइस टेक टिप और आपके सवालों के जवाब भी होंगे। एवरीथिंग पैक्ड इन दिस फ्रेश एपिसोड। हेलो गाइस, मेरा नाम है गौरव एके टेक्निकल गुरुजी। यू आर वाचिंग गैजेट्स 360 विद टेक्निकल गुरुजी। तो जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं। Okay, so friends, as we start, let me first give you a quick recap कि पिछले पूरे हफ्ते में क्या हुआ in the field of gadgets, because बहुत सारे नए announcements निकल के आए हैं। A lot has happened, so let's do a quick roll and understand कि हमारे आसपास क्या हलचल मची है in the field of gadgets in this segment, News of the Week.
इलॉन मस्क की एआई कंपनी XAI ने अपना नया एआई मॉडल लॉन्च कर दिया है, इंट्रोड्यूसिंग ग्रॉक 2। दिस मॉडल एक्चुअली कम्स इन 2 वर्जन्स, ग्रॉक 2 एंड ग्रॉक 2 मिनी। द कंपनी क्लेम्स कि ये मॉडल चैट, कोडिंग और रीजनिंग में it's a significant step forward. Interestingly, Grok 2 can also generate images, but this feature ये एक थर्ड आई AI मॉडल से पावर किया गया है. XAI का कहना है कि Grok 2 ने बेंचमार्क्स में GPT-4 टर्बो को भी आउटपरफॉर्म किया है. अभी के लिए ये मॉडल सिर्फ X प्रीमियम और प्रीमियम प्लस यूजर्स के लिए अवेलेबल हैं. Huawei has silently rolled out its Huawei Watch GT4 in India that was launched globally in September last year. इस स्मार्ट वॉच में आपको 1.43 इंच का AMOLED डिस्प्ले, हार्ट रेट मॉनिटर, SpO2 ट्रैकर एंड स्ट्रेस मॉनिटर मिलता है. बैटरी लाइफ की बात करें तो Huawei का कहना है कि एक बार चार्ज करने पर ये 14 डेज तक चल जाता है. फॉर नाउ ओनली द 46mm वेरिएंट इज अवेलेबल एंड वो भी एक ही कलर में ग्रीन. बट इफ यू वांट अ फीचर पैक्ड स्मार्ट वॉच देन Huawei GT4 इज समथिंग टू लुक आउट फॉर. टैक्स पेयर्स के लिए एक इंपॉर्टेंट अपडेट. आरबीआई ने रिसेंटली यूपीआई से टैक्स पेमेंट्स की लिमिट 1 लाख से बढ़ाकर 5 लाख तक कर दी है. दैट मीन्स अब आप इजीली और बिना किसी एक्स्ट्रा चार्ज के यूपीआई के थ्रू अपना टैक्स भर सकते हैं. इसी के साथ आरबीआई हैज आल्सो लॉन्च्ड ए न्यू फीचर कॉल्ड डेलीगेटेड पेमेंट्स. इस फीचर से आप अपने फैमिली मेंबर्स को अपने बैंक अकाउंट से यूपीआई पेमेंट्स करने की परमिशन दे सकते हैं, दैट टू विद इन अ स्पेसिफिक लिमिट. आरबीआई का ये डिसीजन डिजिटल पेमेंट्स को और भी बूस्ट कर देगा और साथ ही टैक्स पेयर्स के लिए कन्वीनियंस भी बढ़ाएगा.
Okay, so the first one and the big one is all about Google. Guys, Google just had their Made by Google event and we got a lot. From multiple Pixel smartphones to Pixel smartwatches to some new announcements, Google ने बहुत कुछ नया हमें दिया है. And the best part is that the Pixel Fold is coming to India फाइनली. बेसिकली जब लास्ट ईयर पिक्सल फोल्ड आया था वो इंडिया में गूगल ने लॉन्च नहीं किया था, बट दिस ईयर वी आर गेटिंग द फोल्ड इन इंडिया. सो लेट्स हैव अ क्लोजर लुक एंड अंडरस्टैंड कि गूगल ने कौन से नए पिक्सल स्मार्टफोन्स को लॉन्च किया है एंड उनमें क्या क्या नए फीचर्स हैं.
We got 4 new Pixel phones. Pixel 9 for the budget conscious looking to enter the Pixel ecosystem. Pixel 9 Pro थोड़ा और heavy lifting needs के लिए. In fact, the Pixel 9 and the Pixel 9 Pro इनके 6.3 इंच स्क्रीन के फुटप्रिंट में dimensions बिल्कुल सेम है. Differences start in the screen's higher resolution, better refresh rate range and higher peak brightness for the Pro. More RAM in the Pro. एक एक्स्ट्रा क्वाड टेलीफोटो कैमरा प्रो में है, सेल्फी कैमरा भी प्रो में ही बेटर है, विच मीन्स ओवरऑल एक बेटर कैमरा एक्सपीरियंस प्रो में ही है. चिप एंड बैटरी सेम. However, there is a Pixel 9 Pro XL and at 6.8 inches, it is exactly the Pixel 9 Pro but with a larger, higher resolution screen and a bigger battery. The Pixel 9 Pro Fold manages to be the show stealer. A 160mm internal screen is hiding a 204mm Super Actua Flex display on the inside. And ये सारे phones they are running on Google's freshly home-brewn Tensor G4 chipset, जिसकी डिजाइन में काफी मदद उनकी DeepMind टीम की तरफ से आई है. It is also supported by the Titan M2 security co-processor. Google ने चारों फोन्स को अच्छा कैमरा हार्डवेयर दिया है, बट व्हाट मेक्स अ पिक्सल इज द सॉफ्टवेयर. And this time, riding on the Gemini wave, the phones have gotten muscular. Gemini Nano के molecular level integration से on-board multimodality possible है. The Gemini Assistant is all the more faster. ये पहले से काफ़ी ज़्यादा powerful हो गया है, काफ़ी ज़्यादा conversational and contextual हो गया है whilst sipping less and less battery. Generative features galore as well. So you get features like Pixel Studio, which is an image generator. Magic Editor in the camera app itself lets users create what we imagined over and above जो हम अपनी limited capabilities से शायद click कर पाते. Existing features को better किया गया है, जैसे कि low light photography, low light panoramas and कुछ नए features add किए गए हैं which make a lot of practical sense. Highlight being Add Me. It onion layers and stitches different takes of photos, so ultimately you end up with a photo जिसे लेने के लिए आपको extra cameraman या tripod की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. Google also proudly claimed कि उन्होंने video capabilities में भी काफ़ी advanced strides cover किए हैं. This remains to be tested, but in any case, from a daily driver point of view with features like emergency SOS to the camera and editing suite that is always on you, the Pixel 9 series is pulling interests really hard.
So guys, there you have it. I mean, multiple Pixel smartphones with great features completing, the smartphone experience altogether, coming straight from Google with amazing hardware, a solid software coming along. ये तो हमको मिल गया है smartphones में, but we also just to complete the experience, मतलब मोबाइल फोन से अगले से कुछ काम चलता नहीं है. A smart watch is essential. So let's learn about the Pixel Watch as well.
Pixel Watch 3 दो साइज ऑप्शंस में आती है, एंड इफ यू ऑप्ट फॉर द 41mm वेरिएंट ओवर द 45mm वेरिएंट, you get an extra choice of color as well. A polished silver aluminum case जिसके साथ एक रोज क्वार्ट्ज का एक्टिव बैंड आता है. इसके अलावा दोनों वॉचेस के स्पेक्स एब्सोल्युटली सेम है. एक्चुअल डिस्प्ले प्रोटेक्टेड बाय Corning Gorilla Glass 5 customized for the watch. 2000 nits की पीक ब्राइटनेस फॉर आउटडोर लेजिबिलिटी विच कैन गो एज लो एज 1 nit. ये डिस्प्ले की रिस्पॉन्सिवनेस में भी आपको देखने के लिए मिलेगा, वो भी 1 हर्ट्ज से लेकर 60 हर्ट्ज तक की रेंज में अवेलेबल है. दोनों Qualcomm के SW5100 चिपसेट से पावर्ड है, रनिंग Wear OS 5, and they're both packed to the brim with sensors that enable features like SpO2 monitoring, ECG capabilities, heart rate sensing, skin temperature sensor, skin conductance sensing for body response tracking, and many more. ये सेंसर्स हेल्प करते हैं इन एनेबलिंग अ प्लेथोरा ऑफ फिटनेस फीचर्स. इनफैक्ट यूजर्स को 6 मंथ का Fitbit प्रीमियम सब्सक्रिप्शन मिलता है विद द वॉच. The Pixel Watch 3 can track 40+ exercises, sleep and readiness. And finally, Google claim कर रहा है up to 24 hours of battery life with always on display turned on.
Now friends, जब हम पिक्सल की बात कर ही रहे हैं, the one thing is very obvious that these Pixel phones, they are pretty famous for their Pixel camera experience. And usually in smartphones, जब हम कैमरा की बात करते हैं, for example recording videos, so we have the option of recording slow motion videos as well. But did you know how fast is world's fastest slow motion camera? Well guys, इसका नाम है SCARF, and SCARF stands for Swept Coded Aperture Real Time Femto Photography. अब बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड आपको सुनने में लग सकता है, बट द बेस्ट पार्ट इज कि ये कैप्चर करता है 156.3 ट्रिलियन फ्रेम्स पर सेकेंड. जस्ट इमेजिन दैट, 156.3 trillion frames per second. I'll try adding all the zeros next to this number so that you can understand कि ये number कितना ज़्यादा बड़ा है. And आप time को almost freeze कर सकते हैं. And the idea behind the development was because the scientists, they realized that बहुत सारे ऐसे natural phenomenon होते हैं जिनको कैमरा पे कैप्चर हम कर ही नहीं सकते because the cameras are not fast enough. So they were trying to develop a camera जो कि इतना fast action capture कर सकता हो. Basically 156.3 trillion frames per second. जो आपका और मेरा मोबाइल फोन है, it can capture slow motion maybe at 240 frames per second, maybe at 480 frames per second, or maybe at 960 frames per second. But that's the absolute limit. यहाँ पे हम बात कर रहे हैं मल्टीपल ट्रिलियन फ्रेम्स पर सेकेंड. एंड ये कैमरा ऑफ कोर्स इट्स नॉट लाइक कि जब आप एक जंप करने वाले हैं तो जैसे मोबाइल पर रिकॉर्डिंग करते हैं, किसी ने आपकी वीडियो बना ली है. नो, इट इज मेंट फॉर डिफरेंट पर्पसेस, बट दिस इज राइट नाउ द वर्ल्ड्स फास्टेस्ट स्लो मोशन कैमरा. Yes, do you know this? Yes, then amazing, because अभी ताज़ा खबर निकल के आई है. But if not, then please let me know by writing at tg@ndtv.com और हम पता लगाएंगे, देखेंगे कि what do you have to say about this new world's fastest slow motion camera. And वैसे अभी जाना मत, because ब्रेक के बाद मैं आपसे और बातें करने वाला हूँ. It's all about giving you a nice tech tip जो कि कई बार embarrassment या पुरानी यादें जो है वो आपकी अवॉइड करवा सकता है, जो बुरी वाली पुरानी यादें होती हैं. एट द सेम टाइम आई एम गोना आंसर ऑल योर क्वेश्चंस, एवरीथिंग राइट आफ्टर द शॉर्ट ब्रेक.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency,
Hello friends, welcome back after the break to your favorite show. It's Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji और मैं गौरव हमेशा आपसे गैजेट्स की बातें करता रहता हूँ. एंड बेसिकली गैजेट्स अगर हम बात करें तो स्मार्टफोन्स दे आर डोमिनेंट और स्मार्टफोन्स में देयर इज वन एप्लीकेशन व्हिच इज समटाइम्स आज के डेट में थोड़ा सा ट्रेंड कम हो रहा है बट स्टिल देयर आर मिलियंस एंड मिलियंस ऑफ पीपल हु यूज फेसबुक. और अगर हम बात करते हैं फेसबुक की तो यहाँ पे द मेमोरीज दे आर अ थिंग. मतलब कभी कभी आपको पुरानी मेमोरीज जो हैं वो याद दिला देगा फेसबुक कि 5 साल पहले इस तारीख पे आपने क्या किया था. समटाइम्स इट्स फन, समटाइम्स इट्स अ बिट एम्बैरेसिंग, बट समटाइम्स इट इज अ बिट इमोशनल. और हो सकता है आपकी कोई नेगेटिव मेमोरी अगर ट्रिगर हो जाए, यू माइट बी इन अ डिफरेंट मूड ऑल टुगेदर. तो आई विल गिव यू अ नाइस टेक टिप to basically get away with all those older memories जो शायद आपको नहीं चाहिए. So you have a setting for that. अगर आप अपना iPhone यूज कर रहे हैं या Android फोन यूज कर रहे हैं, you just need to go into the settings and then memories and यहाँ पे you can select कि आपको केवल highlights देखनी है या you want to see none of it. You can customize, and basically if you want to customize that you don't want to see memories with a certain set of people, तो आप उनको भी highlight कर सकते हैं. They won't get any notification but you can filter on your side, and basically you can also filter according to dates कि आपको किसी particular day की कोई memory नहीं देखनी है. If you don't want to see it for a certain time range, maybe पूरे साल भर की भी, you can do that as well. तो अगर आप ये सब काम कर लेंगे तो आगे चल के जब भी आपको आएगा नोटिफिकेशंस, इट वुड बी फिल्टर्ड एज पर योर रिक्वायरमेंट्स. इट्स अ नाइस टेक टिप. आप अपने लिए इसको यूज कर सकते हैं, फ्रेंड्स के साथ में शेयर भी कर सकते हैं. एंड बिकॉज गैजेट्स अगर हम घर पे सब देखें तो यूज करते ही हैं, यू वुड बी द रियल बॉस व्हेन यू शेयर दिस टिप विद योर फ्रेंड्स एंड योर फैमिली. So guys, once again, it's the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ. In this section, Ask TG. हर बार की तरह बहुत सारे सवाल होते हैं related to gadgets, related to technology. देखते हैं इस बार हमारे पास कौन से सवाल हैं.
I'm thinking of buying a new mic that connects with my phone as well as my camera. What do you think about Hollyland Lark M2 wireless mic combo? Do you have any other suggestions?
See, if you want to use a wireless mic system that works with your camera and your smartphone, the absolute best would be the DJI mic system. But Hollyland Lark M2 is a great alternative. मतलब इतना ज़्यादा महंगा नहीं है, and for the price what it offers, it's actually really good. But then there are multiple other options as well. So it depends completely on your budget and the way you would want to film videos. If you are just beginning, I would say look for even other alternatives. आपको मार्केट में बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगे. Again at a cheaper level. If you are someone who's at an intermediate level, I would say Hollyland, the Lark M2 is a good option. And if you are someone जो कि एकदम best चाहता है, then the DJI mic makes more sense.
जेमिनी का फायदा नॉर्मल लोग अपनी डेली लाइफ में कैसे उठा सकते हैं? मैं 7th स्टैंडर्ड टीचर हूँ और मेरे सारे स्टूडेंट्स मुझे जेमिनी यूज करने के लिए बोलते हैं.
मैं आपको इसका जवाब दूंगा एंड द आंसर इज प्रीटी सिंपल. सी, बहुत सारे काम ऐसे होते हैं जो हम खुद से करते हैं. आपको इंटरनेट पे कुछ सर्च करना होगा किसी चीज़ के बारे में. इफ़ यू वांट टू लर्न समथिंग न्यू, आपको कुछ एक बेसिक डेटा चाहिए, यू वांट टू राइट अ लेटर एंड ईमेल, ये सारे काम अभी तक हम खुद से करते हैं. So the way you can start using Gemini is just by doing all these tasks one by one with the help of Gemini. And then you will develop a habit जब आपको पता है कि how capable this tool is. तो eventually एक एक करके आप अपने जो basic mundane tasks हैं ये Gemini के through जो है वो develop कर सकते हैं and आपको काफ़ी आसानी हो जाएगी. For example, let's say हम बात करते हैं आज से 15 साल पहले की, and you as a teacher you would want to develop a quiz for the students and the quiz is about 7th grade physics. अब अगर आपको उस टाइम पे क्विज डेवलप करना होता तो इट वुड ऑल हैव बीन मैनुअल, जहाँ पे आपको बहुत सारी बुक्स को रेफर करना पड़ेगा. आप एक एक सवाल जो है वो क्रिएट करोगे और फिर ये क्विज पूरा बनेगा. बट टुडे विद द हेल्प ऑफ जेमिनाई you can just give it a prompt and within seconds you will have this quiz completely ready. तो ऐसे tasks जो हैं वो Gemini बहुत अच्छे से कर सकता है and you as a teacher can definitely take some amazing advantage. और जब आप इसको use करेंगे every day with your experience going up, you would definitely be able to take out all the time for other things, because ये जो सारे काम है ये Gemini बड़े आराम से कर सकता है. See, it all depends on the kind of coverage you want and आपको वो coverage कहाँ पे चाहिए. If you're talking about outdoors या multiple cameras जो आपके घर में हर कोने पे नजर रखें, in that case a proper CCTV installation is recommended because it's again for longer run and gives you even more benefits. But if you're talking about just कि आपको घर में अपने एक लिविंग रूम को कवर करना है या हो सकता है आपके पास में जस्ट इंडोर हल्की फुल्की रिक्वायरमेंट है, so for that casual usage any camera, just like you said about the Xiaomi camera or like multiple others, that is clearly enough. आप तुरंत उस कैमरा को अपने घर में जहां चाहें वहां रख सकते हैं. Easily you can configure it, you can connect with your smartphone and that way you can keep an eye while you are away कि आपको जो भी एरिया को मॉनिटर करना है. But depends on how serious is your requirement. For casual usage, these cameras are fine, but for proper professional or like एक high-end अच्छा reliable system, I would say a proper CCTV installation is much better.
प्लीज़ ऐसा कोई ऐप के बारे में बताइए जिसमें बैचेज में सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट क्रिएट कर सकूं.
Okay, so I can recommend you multiple here, but I'll just give you one answer and the answer is Canva. Just try using Canva and with the help of Canva, you can definitely create multiple posts in batches for your social media. थोड़ा सा एक्सपेरिमेंट करो, थोड़ा सा जाके देखो, बहुत मदद मिलेगी. बहुत अच्छी जो है ओवरऑल सर्विस एंड एप्लीकेशन है Canva. So friends, that's it from this week's episode of your favorite gadget show, Gadgets 360 with Technical Guruji. हम हर बार की तरह एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सा पैकेज बना के we try to deliver it to you जहाँ पे आपकी नजरों से कोई भी गैजेट छूट ना जाए. And if you have anything to write, you know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. Drop in all your emails with all your suggestions, your feedbacks, your queries, your questions, ताकि मैं आपसे better बात कर पाऊँ and आपसे मिलने वाला हूँ next week with even more amazing gadgets. Same time, same place, everything is same. You just enjoy your gadgets. Have a good day and take care.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown."
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Vinesh Fogart, who has returned to India. An emotional scene at the airport. She was greeted by her mother, her family members, Dipinder Huda, as well as members from her fraternity, including Bajrang Punia and Sakshi Malik. We'll get you all the details, but first, the headlines. More trouble for Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the MUDA case after the governor sanctioned the Chief Minister to be prosecuted over alleged irregularities in the site allocation by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. Siddaramaiah had earlier termed those charges politically motivated.
The Indian Medical Association has started its 24-hour nationwide strike that started at 6 o'clock this morning. It's up for a 24-hour window, which basically means that only emergency services will be available. Now, doctors are demanding safety and security. The OPD will not be taking place, will not be operational today. No elective surgeries will be taking place. And of course, this is on demand of security protocols of the hospital, that there should be no less than that of an airport, while seeking a central law to prevent violence against medical professions. A day-long BJP National Office Bearers meeting to be held today. The meeting to discuss the party membership drive ahead of the polls and also to elect the new party president. Do remember that JP Nadda's tenure has come to an end. Election Commission announces assembly poll dates. Jammu and Kashmir will be going to polls in 3 phases, starting from the 18th of September, then followed by the 25th and the 1st of October. 1st of October is also when Haryana will be going to polls in a single phase. And it is the National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah who has said that he'll be leading the party.
पूरे देशवासियों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ। पूरे देशवासियों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And Manish Phogat receives a hero's welcome at Delhi's airport. She was received by Bajrang Punia, Sakshi Malik, her family members, including her mother and Dipinder Hooda. Well, it is Sakshi Malik getting emotional there as she lands back after that heartbreak at the Paris Olympics. Speaking at the third Voice of the Global South Summit, the Prime Minister highlighted extremism and separatism that pose a serious threat to our society. He said that the world is living in uncertain times. A very good afternoon. Let's get to your top story, and that's Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who will be prosecuted in the land scam case. It's the governor who has sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA land scam case based on a complaint filed by 3 social activists. Now, Siddaramaiah had earlier termed the charges politically motivated. He had claimed that the land for which his wife received compensation was gifted by her brother in 1998. But the activist has gone on to allege that the brother had procured it illegally in 2004 and got it registered using forged documents with the help of government and revenue officials, and the land was shown to have been bought back in 1998. Well, it is Ms. Parvati, the wife of Siddaramaiah, who sought compensation for this land in 2014, and that's when he was the Chief Minister. Now, it is suspected that the compensatory sites were allotted to the wife of Siddaramaiah in that posh area in Mysuru, which had a higher property value compared to the location of her land, which had been acquired by MUDA, and had allotted plots to Parvati under the 50-50, this is the 50-50 ratio scheme, in which 3.16 acres of her land were MUDA developed residential layout. So this is a special cabinet that's going to be taking place, and that is going to happen at 5 o'clock in the evening. To get more on this, we have Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, a big blow, a very significant blow personally and professionally when it comes to the Chief Minister, and what kind of impact would this have as far as the Congress party is concerned? Right. So, of course, this is, a big blow when it comes to, Siddaramaiah professionally as well as personally. When it comes to, this would reignite the power struggle when it comes to the top position in the party. So, it is, spelling some sort of danger when it comes to the Siddaramaiah-led Congress government. Of course, given the fact that this will have implications as far as the top position in the party as far as Siddaramaiah is concerned. So, some allegations that were denied by Siddaramaiah, but now it is the governor that has sanctioned the prosecution. So, it is in this particular case, as far as the MUDA case is concerned, the Karnataka Chief Minister there, Siddaramaiah, of course, who will be facing prosecution in that MUDA land grab scam. What is this scam? What is this in connection with? Of course, this is a land that was gifted to the wife of Siddaramaiah by her brother. Those are the claims that are being made, that he had procured this land long back, and it was a land that was gifted by Mallikarjun, the brother of Parvati, the wife of Siddaramaiah, had got this land by her brother back in 1998. But what is being now said, there are 3 activists who have filed that complaint, and one of them has gone on to claim that the brother only procured the land illegally too in the year 2004. That's 20 years ago, and got it registered in 2014 when the Chief Minister was Siddaramaiah. So those are the claims that are being made, while the wife of Siddaramaiah is claiming that the land was bought back in 1998 and gifted to her by the brother. Now, also what is being said in another complaint that's been filed is that the value of the land is which had a higher property value compared to the location of a land which had been acquired by MUDA. MUDA had allotted plots to Parvati under the 50-50 ratio scheme in place of the 3.16 acres of a land where MUDA developed this residential layout. So, allegations that are being denied as far as the Chief Minister of the state is concerned, saying all this is politically motivated, and that is what he's been claiming. So, of course, but trouble mounts as far as Siddaramaiah is concerned in this particular case. What does this really mean for him, given the fact that the governor has gone on to sanction his prosecution in the case after receiving petitions by 3 activists. The 3 activists include Pradeep Kumar, Ibrahim as well as Krishna. Those are the 3 activists who filed cases and complaints saying as far as this particular land is concerned. So the governor, do remember, had last month issued a show cause notice to the Chief Minister directing him to reply to the allegations against him, and had also given a deadline of 7 days and state why he shouldn't be prosecuted. Now, this had completely sparked a resolution by the state cabinet asking the governor not to sanction the prosecution. And we have Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, of course, the governor has gone ahead and sanctioned that prosecution against the Chief Minister. Pratibha.
Well, yes, this comes as a big setback for the Chief Minister of Karnataka, and Mr. Siddaramaiah is now looking at exploring legal options because he'll be holding a cabinet meeting at 5 p.m. What we hear from sources is that these legal options that will be discussed would be to fight the permission for prosecution that has been given by the governor here, and it's been about a week when the complaint was filed by Mr. T.J. Abraham, a social activist. 2 other complaints that were followed by 2 other social activists as well, which were taken into account. The cabinet did oppose this by fighting it with the governor there, talking about how these claims are unjustified in nature, and also questioning the very integrity of every social activist who has filed these complaints. But however, the governor has gone ahead using his wisdom to initiate prosecution or give permission for prosecution there. The Congress's counter strategy, should be closely watched after the cabinet meeting. In fact, the Home Minister has also confirmed on record that legal options would definitely be discussed on this. In the meantime, talking about the MUDA scam, yes, this has been something that has been on for quite some time, with relentless protests that have been held by the opposition here, protest march as well as the assembly session that was rocked by these allegations there, seeking Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's resignation by the BJP there. Now, what would happen to Mr. Siddaramaiah with respect to the permission that has been given for prosecution is that 2 different sets of sections that will be discussed with respect to the BNS, and what would it hold in terms of legal action against Chief Minister is also something that needs to be closely watched. All eyes are on the cabinet meeting. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, we also have Sunil joining us. Sunil, in regard to this controversy with the land allotted to the family of Siddaramaiah, I mean, of course, it doesn't name just his wife, but also his son. It does name officials of MUDA. But it is the Karnataka government that has decided that they will be challenging this order in the High Court on Monday.
Yes, and I think I can, add a few more points. One, there is, and I've been speaking to top Congress sources and people, the legal eagles who have been working on this case, not now, for the last nearly a month, 3 to 4 weeks. This is something that they had anticipated, the governor's prosecution. 2 important points. One, there's no question of Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation. And what the governor has done is an attempt to destabilize, as they say, a democratically elected government. Secondly, there is no reason for prosecution in this case, as they say, because there is really no convincing error. Tomorrow, anybody can allege and say that there is been some sanction nepotism that has taken place
do you start granting prosecution? And it's in this context that we will get into those legal questions at a later stage. But two important points. One, that the Congress says that this is an attempt to destabilize a democratically elected government, which came to power with a huge majority, nearly 138 MLAs. Secondly, most importantly, that the governor has acted at the behest of the BJP to attempt and clear create a situation which will become untenable for Mr. Siddaramaiah. The Congress has rejected, and we will see that cabinet meeting where they are very clear that there is no question of resignation of Mr. Siddaramaiah and reposing full faith in him once again.
Right, Sunil, of course. When we talk about the danger this spells as far as a Siddaramaiah-led Congress government is concerned, would this reignite the power struggle when it comes to the top position in the party?
Well, definitely those issues still remain. But if you recall, there was a meeting between the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, the Congress President, Rahul Gandhi, the AICC Secretary in charge, no less than Mr. D.K. Shivkumar, as Deputy Chief Minister, chaired that meeting, asking the governor to reject this sanction for prosecution. It was a cabinet recommendation which was sent to the governor, which he has, of course, rejected, saying that Mr. Siddaramaiah remains in the chair. So definitely there will be those internal tensions. But at this present juncture, it is a breath in fresh air for Mr. Siddaramaiah. It makes many of the MLAs and the Congress party rally around him, because this, they say, is a BJP's ploy to unseat a democratically elected government.
Right, thank you so much, Sunil. All eyes on what's going to be unfolding, and we will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks for now, it is the Indian Medical Association's nationwide strike that started at 6 o'clock in the morning and will continue till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, which basically means that OPDs and elective treatments, those are surgeries included, are not going to be taking place over the next 24 hours. Well, it is that strike that has come about demanding justice for the 31-year-old trainee doctor who was raped and murdered in Kolkata. What is being asked is those elective surgeries and those OPDs that are right now remaining shut. Only essential services, including emergency care and critical treatments, those are operational. The IMA has put forth a list of demands ensuring that security protocols are put in place as far as hospitals are concerned and are no less than that of an airport. We have Tanish joining us from Lucknow. Tanish, the demands that are being made include safe zones with CCTVs and also higher deployment when it comes to security personnel. Are we seeing any sort of change on the ground ever since these demands are being made?
Well, yes, of course, Divya. Now, of course, the main demand of the resident doctors or the protesting doctors is high security and safety, especially for the women doctors who work in the campus premises, even during the night shifts. But the protests have been intensifying each and every day. Now today, I'm right now inside KGMU Lucknow. It's one of the most prominent medical colleges, and you might see all the resident doctors sitting, all the women doctors sitting in one row, and all the male doctors sitting in one row. So what they are doing right now is that they are marking today's day as a Black Raksha Bandhan Day. So a symbolic protest, Black Raksha Bandhan Day, where women are tying black ribbons on the wrists of all the male doctors here. So the protests, of course, have been intensifying since the very beginning. The protests, of course, have been intensifying. Yesterday we saw 4 medical colleges coming together. And protesting at the 1090 crossing in Lucknow. We'd like to speak to one of the representatives of RDA about what this actually, what is this Black Raksha Bandhan, if you could explain our viewers.
देखिए, हमारी आवाज़ जहाँ तक पहुँच रही है, हम सभी भाई बंधु सभी हर फ्रेटर्निटी से अपील करना चाहते हैं। ब्लैक रक्षा बंधन जो हम सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे, जो आरजे कार मेडिकल कॉलेज में जो अभी 4 दिन पहले एक बलात्कार और हत्या हुई है, उसका विरोध हम सिंबॉलिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन सारे हमारे भाई बंधु तक ये पहुँचाना चाहते हैं। एक सिंबॉलिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन है, और दूसरा ये कि ऐसी घटनाएं दोबारा ना हो, उसके लिए हम अपनी सभी माताओं बहनों को ये आश्वासन देना चाहते हैं कि हम सभी स्पेशली मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी में जो भी हमारे भाई बंधु हैं, उनको ये आश्वासन देना चाहते हैं कि हम अपनी तरफ से पूरी कोशिश करेंगे अपनी बहन को न्याय दिलाने के लिए और आगे ऐसी घटना ना हो उसके लिए हम एक पुख्ता कानून लाने के लिए पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हम सारे हमारे भाई बंधु माता बहनें सब यहाँ पे जो हमारे साथ एकत्रित हैं, सारे लोग लगे हैं। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि दूर दूर तक हमारी आवाज़ पहुँचे। धन्यवाद।
So you see in his wrist also he is wearing a black ribbon over here. So all of them are marking today's day as the Black Raksha Bandhan Day. You can see, of course, over there a doctor tying black ribbon on the wrist of another doctor over here. So the protest in KGMU, since the very first day, the KGMU has been protesting along with all the medical colleges in Lucknow. KGMU is of course one of the most prominent medical colleges, and all of them are sitting together to tie of course the black Rakis. This is of course a very symbolic protest. Their main demand of course includes heightened increased security and safety, especially for women doctors who work during late night shifts. Yes.
Right, from black bands that were tied on their arms yesterday that you were pointing out, Tanish, to black Rakis today, just a day, just a weekend before Rakhi. We also have Tanushka joining us from Kolkata. Tanushka, the major demand is, what is really being sought is a central law to prevent violence against the medical professionals at workplaces. So this is, covering all grounds, whether it's men or women. They're asking for safe areas. They're asking for more CCTV footage. Has anything changed on the ground?
Right, Divya, I'm currently in the city of joy that is broken out in complete anger, of course, after the gruesome rape and murder of this young trainee doctor. As of now, the latest update is that a CBI team has arrived at the hospital with digital mapping to recreate and to look into the crime scene. So that's what is currently going on, apart from, of course, the junior resident doctors and the resident doctors across board at RGCor Medical Hospital continuing with their protest and their strike. The Indian Medical Association has also called for a nationwide strike until their demands are met. The chief of the IMA has also stated that the decision of the Health Ministry to form a panel for deliberating on a central law to protect healthcare workers as too little and too late. That's what the IMA chief Dr. R.V. Ashokan has said. Let us see if we can get talking to some of the resident doctors here. Hello ma'am, if you could please tell us your name.
My name is Paridhi and we are from Guru Nanak Dental College, second year postgraduate training.
So doctor, if you could please tell us, we understand that your main concern right now is for justice. However, other than this, what are your demands? Being a doctor in this hospital itself, the security arrangements, how is that?
So we are worried about our safety. We are extremely devastated. We are disappointed with the government, what is happening, and also we want justice for the victims, for ourselves, and we want a safe workplace, a safer environment.
Thank you so much. Let's see if we can talk to someone else also here. Hello, doctor, what's your name?
My name is Dr. Devajyoti Dotto.
All right, so we understand, that the main concern right now is for justice for sure. The CBI has been going on with its investigation, and they've also taken into custody and questioning the former principal. What is your response to that, and what is your understanding of the situation right now?
Basically, see, CBI is doing its job, and we are here for the justice. Already 7 days and more is over, and we don't get any kind of criminal, and whoever there it is. We want the justice. Do we want the name of the culprits who are involved in this case? And that's why we are here. All the emergency works are done in our college also, in this college also. But we are here. Why? Because of the justice. We want the justice. We want the justice very clearly.
Thank you so much, doctor. So this is the sentiment here in Kolkata at RGCor Medical Hospital. The demand for justice definitely continues, and that's the major echo that we're getting out of the epicenter of the incident. Back to you.
Right, Tanishka, doctors who save lives are the ones who had their lives at stake. We also have our colleague Anuj getting us as to what's really happening at the JJ hospital in Mumbai, where doctors are echoing similar sentiments.
The unfortunate event that took place in Kolkata earlier this month has spiraled across the country and has turned out to be one of the major events and one of the major movements that is happening in India today. This is one of its first kind, sort of an unprecedented movement or protest which is going on as far as the healthcare professionals in India is concerned. Now we'll talk to the healthcare professionals here. These are the doctors from the JJ hospital with whom we've been interacting for last 5 or 6 days. This is the 6th day of their protest, and let us try and understand from them on what the development has been. Sir, tell me that this is the 6th day of the protest. Of course, there is something that is making you protest every other day because your demands are not getting fulfilled. You're talking to the authorities, you're holding meetings either with deans or the chief ministers. What is it that is lacking from the authorities?
As we all know that we had a few demands that are all regarding to the security of the doctors as well as to the justice to the victim. Whatever happened in Kolkata was very gruesome and very horrible, and our demands are comprising of first justice to the victim, which is yet to be served. The investigation is we feel the investigation was not up to the mark. We know that there have been attacks and there was many attempts at wiping out the evidence. So we want a very swift resolution, a very swift investigation into this, and arresting the culprits is very important in this case. Secondly, we need Central Protection Act. Central Healthcare Protection Act is important because if that act is not implemented, a draft was made in 2019. The bill it has never been implemented since then. So we want the act to be implemented so that no other doctors or any such incidents will happen ever again, or if they happen, there will be swift action taken on them. We had a few other demands regarding our security with the state government. We are thankful to the state government of Maharashtra that they have accepted a few of our demands regarding security, and they have ordered the deans. Like we had meeting with the Honorable Commissioner of Medical Education, the Director of DMR. We had meeting with the State Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and they have given us positive response to our demands, and they have ordered all the deans of the Maharashtra government colleges to amp up the security measures, and they have taken up the issues, whatever issues we had regarding the security, they had taken note of it.
And also, as the parents of that trainee doctor who was raped and murdered at Kolkata's hospital, the parents have spoken about several interns and physicians from the hospital who might be involved in the crime, and they have given the names to the CBI. We will keep tracking that story. For now, moving on to more news, and the news that's coming in is in regard to Vinesh Fogart, who has come back to India after that heartbreaking ordeal at the Paris Olympics. The wrestler has received a hero's welcome as she returns home. She was at the Delhi International Airport. She was greeted by her family members, including her mother. Dipendra Hooda was there. From her fraternity, of course, Bajrang Punia and Sakshi Malik there. And it was Vinesh Fogart who got emotional. She broke down in tears while seeing her family and close ones. She went on to say that she thanks her countrymen and that she's very fortunate. Let's listen into what Bajrang Punia had to say.
चैंपियन है इसलिए चैंपियन जैसा स्वागत हो रहा है. मेडल मिलना ना मिलना वो भाग्य की बात है. विनेश ने जो रोड से पोडियम तक सफर तय किया वो पूरे देश ने देखा, इसलिए चैंपियन की तरह स्वागत हो रहा है. पूरे देशवासियों को धन्यवाद.
The unstoppable force of Indian wrestling, Vinesh Fogart, has arrived. She is at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, and as you can see, the airport is pulsating with dhol beats as everybody is in a celebratory mood to welcome Vinesh Fogart, and we can see the curious onlookers at the airport, and Bajrang Punia and Sakshi Malik has joined her, and she's at a very emotional moment right now. We can see her tearful face, her tearful eyes with a bright smile on her face, which is reflective of her resilient spirit, her never give up attitude, which has earned the respect of millions out there. And she will be returning to her home ground, to her dear village Balali in Haryana. And right now at the Indira Gandhi Airport, her brother, her mother, other villagers have also arrived to give her a grand welcome. We all know that her journey at the Paris Olympics has been a heartbreaking one, a bittersweet and inspired millions of Indians as well as people from abroad. And right now we are heading to Balali where she will be getting a grand welcome from her villagers, and preparations are being done. And right now, but soon we'll be heading to Balali, Haryana, where she will get a grand welcome from the villagers and her residents and relatives. We have seen that she has scripted history by becoming the first. She has scripted history by becoming the first ever woman wrestler to enter the Olympics final. And yet, what a cruel fate, twist of fate. We have seen that she got disqualified at the finals because of her slight weight gain of 100 grams. And then her appeal to get the silver medal was also rejected. And yet her journey has been a superb one, the one that has inspired millions of Indians and especially women.
Right, of course, we will keep tracking that journey as Vinesh Fogart makes her way to Balali in Haryana, her hometown, and Shreya will be there with her. We will get you all the details. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Welcome to the NDTV Infrashakti campaign, where we celebrate pioneering achievements in sustainable infrastructure across India. This initiative highlights visionary individuals and organizations who are transforming urban and rural environments, advancing renewable energy, conserving resources, and promoting sustainable transport. In this episode, we feature the transport trailblazer of the Infrashakti Awards, Afcon's infrastructure, along with Sudhanshu Mani, the infra visionary behind the Vande Bharat Express. From the soaring peaks of the Himalayas to the bustling ports of Mumbai, one name stands tall in India's infrastructure revolution, Afcon's infrastructure. Witness the extraordinary journey of a company that's not just building structures but helping to shape the future of our nation.
Afcons was formed in the year 1959 as a joint venture between Rodeo Engineering of Switzerland and Hazrat and Company of India. The idea of the company at that stage was to be carrying out difficult foundation projects, including pile foundations and diaphragm walls. Over a period of time, later in the year 1963, Afcons started working in the field of marine, building ports. In 1971, we moved international by picking up our first international job. In the year 1976, it was renamed from Rodeo Hazrat as a company to Asia Foundations and Constructions Limited. Subsequently, its name was rephrased to Afcons Infrastructure, especially considering the quantum of infrastructure work that we were carrying out. In the year 2000, Afcons became a infrastructure arm of the Shapoorji Pallonji Group. This in short is the story of Afcons.
From humble beginnings to engineering marvels, Afcons has become synonymous with India's progress. But what drives this powerhouse?
We have set up our vision to be a transnational infrastructure construction company, to be known for its delivery excellence and to create satisfaction to all stakeholders. It will not be out of place here to mention the last 10 years time frame, 87% of the project has been completed on or ahead of schedule, which no other construction company can really boast of.
Afcons has been the force behind projects that have redefined India's infrastructure landscape. The Chenab Bridge, Atal Tunnel, Bharat Mumbai Container Terminals, JNPT, East-West Metro Kolkata, and Samruddhi Mahamarg. These aren't just projects, they're milestones in India's journey towards progress.
Chenab Bridge is one of the pieces in the USBRL project. It is a part which bridges the river Chenab at its highest point in the valley. The very location of the project is in such a location that I remember the earliest visitors to that project had to take a combination of walk and mules to reach the location. It is very unique in the sense it's a single arch, highest, tallest arch bridge in the world, standing nearly 359 meters above the water level, about 35 meters taller than the Eiffel Tower. It has consumed about 30,350 metric tons of steel, 300,000 bolts, and has been executed with such a high precision and quality that it has actually set a landmark as a project for the competency and the capacity of the Indian engineers to develop such challenging infrastructure projects. Once this complete bridge is completed and the USBRL line is opened up for traffic, it will improve the socio-economic status of the state. It has a number of features which will help. One is it will generate a lot of trade. Two, health and education which was not accessible to a lot of people, will become much more easier because they can travel to the towns by using the train. It also has a very strategic purpose in terms of army, where they can move their equipments as well as their manpower to the border areas.
The Chenab Bridge, the world's tallest rail bridge in one of the most isolated yet sensitive regions, is a marvel of engineering. It features pioneering construction methods, including the first ever incremental launching on a combined transition curve. Its unique arch, designed to withstand high winds and blast loads, stands on foundations 200 meters deep. This isn't just a bridge, it's a symbol of India's engineering prowess.
The location of the project itself was a challenge, basically because Himalaya is a very young mountain with a lot of unknowns. Having had all these details, a lot of night lamp was burnt to study the aspects that could go to build this project successfully. Logistics was a second nightmare, so we created a world-class laboratory at the project itself. It was an NABL approved laboratory so that all testings can be done at the project site itself. We also set up a world-class fabrication yard, considering the size of the elements that we would have to fabricate, so that a large components could be fabricated at the site itself.
In today's world, sustainable infrastructure is paramount, and AFCONS is deeply committed to this cause.
AFCONS takes great care in ensuring that we leave behind a project without damaging the environment. As a part of this, we use what is lean practices in our construction. We ensure that the minimum natural resources are consumed on the project, so that there is very limited depletion of the natural resource. We also ensure reuse of water. We also ensure that our materials that we use are eco-friendly to the extent that it is viable. We have limited now the use of diesel on our projects by trying to move into grid power to the extent that is feasible. These are some of the significant contributions that we are making towards creating a sustainable infrastructure.
AFCONS fosters a culture of excellence and teamwork through its unique leadership approach.
There are two aspects on the leadership culture I can talk about. One is we create the right environment and follow what is called an agricultural approach to the management, where we sow the seeds and seeds will grow on its own as to how they develop themselves. On the organization overall, if we look at it, we look at a collaborative culture. So in the process, we try to foster a collaborative culture instead of a one-upmanship kind of a leadership. That goes a long way in fostering the right leadership material at all points of time.
AFCON's vision for the future is to continue driving innovation in sustainable infrastructure development.
In our view, AFCONS currently plays a very significant role within the top 3 in the construction industry. We expect to continue to play that kind of a role of working with the government to help them structure the project, help them to have the right contract documentation, and to work in the overall infrastructure growth of the country.
Promoting sustainable infrastructure is vital for the future, and campaigns like InfraShakti play a crucial role in this endeavor.
Every human being or a company needs to be recognized for the good work they do. Awards are one of the main elements of such recognition. In fact, what really struck me when I went to the awards was that each and every one of the nominees and their work was showcased in great detail, and subsequently the award was announced. While we may have won the award, I believe that all the nominees were truly deserving of such awards. Going forward, these awards would definitely be a great motivational factor for companies to strive and get these awards, thereby raising the benchmark of the Indian infrastructure industry.
AFCON's message to the next generation of engineers is clear: embrace innovation with the right attitude.
AFCONS has always been known to be an innovative company. We have a very strong process called learn before, learn during, learn after. So there is a continuous process of learning as well as dissemination of the knowledge that has been gained. The message I would like to convey to the young engineers is, one is, there is nothing to replace hard and smart work. Second, they always need to carry an attitude along with them, an attitude that they can do it. It makes a lot of difference.
AFCONS, where engineering meets excellence. This is the company that's not just building structures but crafting India's story of progress. The India of tomorrow is being shaped by companies like AFCONS today. On the other side of the break, stay tuned as we showcase the remarkable journey of Sudhanshu Mani, the visionary behind the Vande Bharat Express.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
India, a land of diverse cultures and rapid progress, has always been on the move. In 2018, a new chapter in India's transportation history was written with the designing of the Vande Bharat Express. This revolutionary train is the pride and joy of the Indian Railways, conceived and brought on track by the visionary engineer from Lucknow, Sudhanshu Mani.
I liked railways. I come from a railway family. I like to travel in trains, count stations, certainly. I also looked at trains and wondered when India is going to have a faster, speedier, technologically advanced, aesthetically superior train. But those days, I'm talking of mid-70s, there were not too many career options. You either joined engineering or medical or studied further. There used to be a scheme called SCRA, where Indian Railways picked up for mechanical engineering candidates after their 12th, gave them training, engineering training, and absorbed them as assistant mechanical engineers. So the job was assured, and it was something which was at that age was very promising and very attractive. So I joined Jamalpur, this SCRS scheme. After that, I've been a railway man for life. So I landed in Integral Coach Factory, Chennai in August of 2016. And now this was the time when I realized that if I really had that angst, that dream, this was the largest factory of Indian Railways and arguably the largest in the world in terms of number of coaches turned out since inception from a single premises. And I was fortunate to have been bequeathed a great team of officers and staff, proficient in manufacturing, designing, and everything related to it, procurement, finance. I realized that if I did not do something about it now, then it was not a dream, it was perhaps a pipe dream. So getting posted there, analyzing the place, getting to know people and the place, and within a couple of months, the idea burgeoned. So now, when you talk of a modern train, it's not merely what meets the eye, which is of course an aerodynamic profile of the train, better passenger amenities for the passengers. But more important than that, to my mind, is the technology that would drive the train. It's called the three-phase AC propulsion technology. And fortunately, a couple of companies, at that stage actually only one, which had developed this technology in India. There are not many companies in the world which have done it. So indigenous availability of this technology existed. So that was one of the main driving points. There was no import involved as far as the main heart of the train was concerned. Another important thing was to treat industry partners as genuine partners. So I'm very happy to tell you that many industry, regular or non-regular vendors of India came forward, and many of the components we were able to design to our were able to manufacture to our design specification and so on. All this helped.
The Vande Bharat Express, achieving speeds up to 180 kilometers per hour, became India's fastest train, showcasing the nation's engineering prowess in its successful journey between Delhi and Varanasi. The journey was not without its challenges.
First challenge, I was told, is that although the general managers of Indian Railways have been empowered by this government in terms of whatever they can spend and so on, there is no limit, no file goes to Railway Board. That's quite a major step they have taken. But since what we were planning to do was a new type of train, it would have no locomotives. All the equipment would be placed under the board, a train set, and for powering, air conditioning, hotel load, everything under the board, and the space above the board, except 2 cabs in the end, would be used entirely for passenger amenities. And it will be tested at 180 kilometers per hour so that it is declared suitable to run at 160 kilometers per hour. A track which at that stage and even today exists only between Delhi and Agra for a short stretch. But nevertheless, we were looking at designing a train for future. And because you are planning to do a new type of train, you will need railway boards, ministries, sanction. So that proved to be a challenge. We thought as the leader, I should be able to get it easily, but we proposed, it was not finding favor. Then we started work, and another challenge, again, I'm not telling you about technical challenges at all. I told you the process of technical development. That was a wonderful team tackling it. There were many, but I'm telling you more in respect of challenges that any project would face. Basically, you see, the way we define success is you take up a project, give it your best, give your hard work. Outcome is not in your hand. You may fail, but that's how success is defined. As Shakespeare has said in Measure for Measure through Lucio, that our doubts are traitors which make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to attempt. गिरते हैं शह सवार ही मैदाने जंग में, वो तिफल क्या गिरे जो घुटनों के बल चले. I said days of your crawling on your feet are over, and we'll all be mounted soldiers together and deliver to the country what it has been waiting for a long time. And once you have a great team, all these words work like wonder, and we did. There was a certain level of acceptance that Indian engineers have also come of age. Then there was the response of the public. That was much better than expected. Media also helped, which had come to Chennai when the train was being built. Some hype, if I may call it, was created around it. So somehow public also felt that this was a product made by Indians for India. Now coming to cost, you see, since our stress was in going to Indian companies, in preference over foreign companies, that itself made the cost effectiveness possible. So we were not worried about it being cost effective. Sustainable. Now sustainable is a measure of many things. First is the product itself should be sustainable. The culture of the organization should be sustainable so that similar quality level, similar enthusiasm is sustained. And then in the larger meaning of sustainability, of course, whether the products used were environment friendly and so on. Although we were on time constraint, we were able to keep everything in mind and do our best in these directions.
Sudhanshu Mani's vision and dedication have not only transformed Indian Railways but also inspired a new generation of engineers and innovators. Now a retired railway professional, he leverages his vast experience in railway technology and project management to contribute meaningfully to new ventures. His deep understanding of the industry, coupled with his passions for art, theatre, Urdu poetry and reading, makes him a versatile and valuable asset.
First, look after your family, your friends, your health, your spirit. That's primary. Once you are able to do that, then of course, it's time for you to fulfill your dreams. Don't let your dream die. Let it not be extinguished. Let that dream linger. And second thing, again, I'll quote Shakespeare. He says, things one are done, but joy's soul lies in the doing. So whatever you do with your commitment, do it joyfully. And if you don't have that joy in doing it, don't do it.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our
very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including it is the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who will be prosecuted. It's the governor who's given its sanction as far as the prosecution of the Chief Minister is concerned, and it's Siddaramaiah who's called for a special cabinet meeting which is going to take place at 5 o'clock in the evening. Karnataka's government has now gone on to say that they'll be challenging that order in the High Court on Monday. Now, the CBI team at, well, of course, it is the Chief Minister there who will be prosecuted now, as the governor has given the sanction for prosecution. And it is the Karnataka government that is reacting there. It is Karnataka Minister Ramalinga Reddy who's gone on to slam the governor, saying that this is all being done under the pressure by the centre and the BJP leaders. CBI team at the RG Car Hospital crime scene. This is the CBI questioning the ex-principal Sanjoy Ghosh, and now the NCW inquiry, suggesting there's been incomplete questioning as far as the principal is concerned. Do remember the parents of the deceased who was raped and murdered at that medical college. They have also pointed fingers at certain interns and doctors who might be involved in the crime. The Indian Medical Association started its 24-hour nationwide strike since 6 o'clock this morning. They're asking for an overhauling as far as the working conditions and the safety of healthcare workers at large across the country is concerned. So only emergency services are functional today. OPD as well as elective services are not operational at most hospitals across the country. The IMA in a statement has gone on to say that security measures at a hospital should be no less than an airport.
पूरे देशवासियों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ।
Manish Phogat there gets a hero's welcome as she touches down into the country. She was greeted by her fans, her family, her mother was there, her brother was there. Also there you can see Bajrang Punia as well as Sakshi Malik there greeting her as she reached Delhi's international airport. And speaking at the third voice of the Global South Summit, the Prime Minister highlighted extremism and separatism posing to be a serious threat to the society. He also went on to say that the world is living in uncertain times.
Friends, 2022 में
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Let's get your top story, and that is Karnataka's Chief Minister and Senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah, who will be prosecuted over the alleged irregularities when we're talking about the site allocation by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. The governor there has sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA land scam case after petitions were filed by 3 activists. Siddaramaiah had earlier termed those charges that they were just politically motivated, while the BJP has welcomed the governor's go-ahead to prosecute Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah had claimed that the land for which his wife received compensation had been gifted to her by her brother back in 1998. But there has been claims that have been made, especially by this activist Krishna, who alleged that Mallikarjun had procured it illegally, so not in 1998 but in 2004, and then he got it registered only in the year 2014 using forged documents and the help of government and revenue officials. The land was shown to have been bought back in 1998, and that was gifted to Parvati, his sister, who is the wife of the Chief Minister of the state, Siddaramaiah, and had sought compensation for this land. Now, it is only when Siddaramaiah was the Chief Minister, and we're talking about the year 2014. Now, in the MUDA scam, it is suspected that compensatory sites were allotted to the wife of Siddaramaiah in a posh area of Mysuru, which had a higher property value compared to the location of her land, which had been acquired by MUDA. MUDA had allotted plots to Parvati under a 50-50 ratio scheme in place of her 3.16 acres of her land, where MUDA developed that residential layout. Now, the Karnataka government has gone on to say that they'll be challenging that order, and that will be coming up in the High Court on Monday. So that is what is being said, and of course a special cabinet meeting that's going to be held by Siddaramaiah, and that's going to be taking place at 5 o'clock in the evening. We're also expecting Deputy Chief Minister of the state to also react to this, and that reaction is expected to come in minutes from now. It is in fact Ramalinga Reddy who has also reacted to this, saying that the governor has cleared and has gone ahead and given permission as far as the prosecution against the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is concerned, and that is only because of the pressure that he's being faced, and that pressure is coming from the centre and the BJP leaders, and that's not really good for the post of the governor. Pointing out to there's so many other cases that are being, that are not being looked into, and he's, pointing to cases which are related to the BJP and its allies, talking about countless scandals which are related to the BJP, and the governor who has not bothered to use his magic wand in order not to embarrass them. This is an attempt to destroy a constitution and a democracy. So those are reactions coming in as far as the Karnataka government is concerned, slamming the governor there for the move that's been made. And of course, the implications this is going to have as far as the political career is concerned. This is a big blow when it comes to Siddaramaiah, whether it's personally or professionally. Of course, he's gone on to claim that all these charges are just politically motivated, that he has done nothing wrong. He's gone on to say that this was a land that was gifted by the brother of his wife, by his brother-in-law Mallikarjun, to Parvati, his wife. And, but there are three activists who had gone ahead and filed those petitions, and now it is the governor who sanctioned that prosecution against the Chief Minister. So there are a lot of reactions coming in as far as the Congress party is also concerned. My colleague Sunil Prabhu spoke with Pawan Khera of the Congress party. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
The governor of Karnataka has given the sanction of prosecution against the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, and I'm joined by Mr. Pawan Khera. How do you react to the fact that there is now an attempt to prosecute the Chief Minister of Karnataka?
The governor's offices across the country have never been as political as they've become now under the watch of Mr. Narendra Modi. For the last 10 years, we've been watching governors act as puppets of Delhi. And here again is another example of the governor of Karnataka acting like a puppet, trying to destabilize an elected government, a popularly elected government. I think Mr. Modi hates defeat so much that he would do anything, he'll go to any length to destabilize anyone who's defeated him. But we'll fight and we'll win. We are absolutely confident. There was no wrongdoing whatsoever. Our lawyers are studying the matter and we'll come out clean.
Is there any possibility of him resigning?
Why? Why should he resign? We'll fight.
There's no question of any resignation.
So why? I mean, tomorrow any governor will come and talk against any chief minister who's not a BJP chief minister, and all the chief ministers will resign. That doesn't matter. Why should we?
And about the allegation itself that you've given, illegal allotment to your own family, nepotism, is that something that the Congress...
If you go through all the details, you will realize that all this is bunkum. There's no truth in this, so which our lawyers are studying it. As I said, we'll fight it on the merits of the case.
There are also internal tensions within Karnataka. D.K. Shivkumar has always been a claimant, even though he had in the cabinet, chaired the cabinet meeting and requested the governor not to allow this sanction for prosecution. So do you feel that there is an internal turmoil?
In any healthy democracy, I mean, at least my party has a healthy democracy. We are ambitious. We do want to occupy positions of power, fair enough. But at the end of the day, we are one when it comes to fighting all these odds that are thrown in our way by Mr. Narendra Modi. We are together in it.
So there's no question of resignation of Mr. Siddaramaiah. So here you have it, very clear statement from Mr. Pawan Khera saying that this is an attempt to destabilize a democratically elected government. With camera person Sanjay Dwivedi, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
Right, Sunil Pawan Khera of the Congress party saying that governors are mere puppets and that there's no question of a resignation from the Chief Minister, and said that they will come out winning on the other side. In other news, breaking news coming in as far as a bomb threat is concerned. We're talking about Gurugram's Ambience Mall. There was a bomb threat as far as the Ambience Mall is concerned. An email was received claiming a bomb scare at the Ambience Mall, and which is why the bomb squad and the fire department vehicles have reached the spot. The information was received about an hour from now. It was about at 12 o'clock when that information was received via email regarding a bomb threat to Delhi's, this is in fact Gurugram's Ambience Mall that received that threat of a bomb scare, a bomb threat to the mall in Gurugram. We're talking about the a huge mall in Gurugram called the Ambience Mall. And we have Mukesh who's joining us to get us more on this. Mukesh, what details do we have for us? Any information regarding this bomb scare at a very big and high-profile mall of Gurugram?
देखिए बिल्कुल गुरुग्राम के जो गुरुग्राम का उसमें मॉल में जो है
So there has been information that has been received via an email regarding a bomb scare at the mall in Gurugram. We're talking about the Ambience Mall, which received that bomb scare, which is via a bomb threat via email. The bomb squad and the fire department are all present at the Ambience Mall in Gurugram. The mall has been evacuated. The mall was fully evacuated as a precautionary measure. We will keep tracking that story and getting you more details of that breaking news coming in at the moment. And in other news, the Indian Medical Association's nationwide strike has started this morning at 6. It will get over at 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Over the next 24 hours from 6 in the morning today till about 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, no services, whether it's the OPD or in regard to elective surgeries, will be performed. Only emergency services are available at hospitals across. Only essential services, which include the emergency care and the critical treatments, those remain operational. Now, in a statement that was put forward by the IMA, they have gone on to say that security measures need to be put in place. They need to ensure security protocols at hospitals across the country be no less than that what we see at airports in the country. The hospitals should be declared as safe zones with CCTVs and higher deployment of security personnel. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Tanushka, who is getting us some of the voices coming in regard to the demands that they want. She's spoken to one particular doctor asking about what are the challenges they face and what is it that they're expecting going forward from here.
I'm currently at RG Medical Hospital here, wherein I'm joined by a junior resident doctor here, Dr. Kinjal. Doctor, आप हमें ये बताइए that we understand that the major demand right now is for justice. ये छोड़ करके, other than this, administration wise also, hospital को लेकर के आपके क्या demands हैं?
Demands है जिस दिन घटना हुई है 9 तारीख तो उस दिन जो हम लोगों का जो प्रिंसिपल थे, एक्स प्रिंसिपल, MSVP, एडिशनल टर्म याद नहीं है मुझे, और चेस्ट HOD, ये जो थे उन लोगों को रेजिग्नेशन एंड फर्दर कोई एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पोस्ट में नहीं होना चाहिए.
इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर के जो
रिटन एश्योरेंस चाहिए हम लोगों को.
रिटन एश्योरेंस, ऑल राइट. विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द इन्वेस्टिगेशन और हाई कोर्ट का जो ऑर्डर है अभी, स्टेटमेंट्स जो है, उसको लेकर के आपका क्या रिस्पॉन्स है?
हाई कोर्ट जैसे काम कर रहा है ठीक है, लेकिन हम लोग बस यही चाह रहा है, we want justice, that's it.
Of course, yes. We understand that, and other than this, what we also want to understand from you is the Indian Medical Association has called for a strike. तो यहाँ पर अभी RG Kor में क्या situation है strike का?
Strike चल रहा है, जैसे चल रहा था वैसे ही चल रहा है.
कब तक strike continue करने का?
हम लोगों को justice नहीं मिल जाएगा.
All right, thank you so much for that. So that was Dr. Kinjal here joining us, and this is the current situation here at RG Kor Medical Hospital, and the students as well as the resident doctors continue to demand for justice. With camera person Ashwini Mehra, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Right, we also have Saurabh joining us in regard to where the case is. We do know, Saurabh, that the CBI has reached the scene of the crime. This is day 2 of the investigation when it comes to the CBI. Also, they have been questioning the ex-principal.
You know, yes, ex-principal Sandeep Ghosh is still in the CBI office. Also, we've been given to understand that somebody from the forensic department
And we have my colleague Ratnadeep also joining us. Of course, sort of they're pointing out that the ex-principal Sanjoy Ghosh is being questioned by the CBI. The CBI there at that hospital, the scene of the crime. And also it is the NCW inquiry that's suggesting there's been incomplete questioning as far as the principal is concerned, which is why, the CBI there questioning the former. Let's also just listen in to what Sambit Patra has to say on the case.
किया है
तो उसके एवज में जो कंपेंसेशन दिया जाएगा वो शहरी क्षेत्र में, जिसको अंग्रेजी में आप अप मार्केट एरिया कहते हैं, जहां ज्यादा लाभ होने की संभावना है, जो डेवलप्ड एरिया है, उस अप मार्केट एरिया में आपको 50% जमीन दिया जाएगा ताकि आप कंपेंसेट हो सको अपने ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के जमीन के। देखिए 2004 में सिद्धरामैया जी की धर्मपत्नी पार्वती जी, उनके भाई ने लगभग 3.16 एकड़ जमीन केशरी नामक के गांव है मैसूरू में, वहां उन्होंने खरीदा था। 2005 में इसकी जो मालकिन वो पार्वती जी बनी थी, जो धर्मपत्नी है सिद्धरामैया जी की। बाद में खैर ये मालूम पड़ा कि ये लैंड ट्रांसफर डील हो ही नहीं सकता था क्योंकि ये दलित की भूमि थी। और हाल फिलहाल में ये पूरा केस उजागर इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि जिस व्यक्ति की ये 3 एकड़ जमीन थी, उस व्यक्ति ने इसे रिक्लेम किया मुदा से कि मुझे ये जमीन वापस दिया जाए, मुझे ये जमीन नहीं बेचना था, फ्रॉडुलेंट तरीके से मुझसे ये जमीन लिया गया है। और उस समय जब पूरा का पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ तो मालूम पड़ा कि मुदा ने ऑलरेडी पार्वती जी को, जो कि धर्मपत्नी है सिद्धरामैया जी की, उनको 14 प्लॉट अप मार्केट एरिया मैसूरू में दिया जा चुका है, जो कि लगभग ये पूरा का पूरा जो स्कैम है उसमें स्पष्ट है कि जितने का कॉम्पेंसेशन होना चाहिए था उससे कई गुना अधिक अप मार्केट एरिया में 14 लैंड अलॉटमेंट्स हुए हैं। और लगभग इसका आकलन जो वर्तमान में मीडिया और जो वहां के जानने वाले लोग हैं उन्होंने किया है, द होल करप्शन इन फैक्ट गोज अप टू अबाउट 3,000 to 4,000 करोड़ रुपीस। ये 3,000 से 4,000 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला है। आप सोच के देखिए, इनका कोई 50 करोड़ 100 करोड़ का घोटाला होता नहीं है, उतनी की तो ये कॉफी पी जाते हैं। इनका घोटाला सब कुछ 4,000 5,000 करोड़ का ही होता है। एंड दे ऑल फॉलो द फुटस्टेप्स ऑफ द गांधी फैमिली। ये नेशनल हेराल्ड केस जो था, जिसमें भी ये जमीन गबन घोटाला, जमीन हड़प लेना, ये अभी 5,000 करोड़ का केस था जिसमें मां बेटे बेल पे बाहर है। बेल पे बाहर है ना, दोनों बेल पे बाहर है। एक्यूज नंबर 1 और एक्यूज नंबर 2, सोनिया जी एक्यूज नंबर 1 है और राहुल जी एक्यूज नंबर 2 है। उसमें 5,000 करोड़ का ये घोटाला था और अभी ये जो घोटाला हुआ है ये 4,000 करोड़ का घोटाला है। आप सोच के देखिए, तू डाल डाल में पात पात। मतलब इनके बड़े नेता 5,000 करोड़, तो छोटे नेता बोल रहे अरे अच्छा हम भी कंपटीशन में छोड़ेंगे नहीं, हम भी 5,000 करोड़ करके दिखाएंगे। तो 4,000 करोड़ की लूट ये सिद्धरामैया जी ने किया है, उनके परिवार ने किया है। और आज ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी या कांग्रेस का विषय नहीं है, मैं एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में धन्यवाद देता हूं। पहले गवर्नर इस प्रकार के केसेस पे बैठ जाते थे, पहले इस प्रकार के केसेस पे पॉलिटिकल कंपल्शन, कोट अनकोट, इफ यू वुड रिमेंबर मनमोहन सिंह जी, देयर वाज अ टर्म इन दोज डेज ऑफ यूपीए, पॉलिटिकल कंपल्शन। पॉलिटिकल कंपल्शन होता था कि इस पे सैंक्शन नहीं देना है। आज मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं इस प्रणाली को, इस प्रक्रिया को, कि जिसने घोटाला किया है उसे आज प्रोसिक्यूट किया जाएगा, उसके खिलाफ आज केस चलेगा। और केवल यही नहीं, आप सबने देखा होगा, वैसे तो ये केस मुदा घोटाले पर है, फ्रॉडुलेंट लैंड अलॉटमेंट पर है, बाकी विषय जो घोटाले के कर्नाटक पर हैं उस पर भी अभी तेजस्वी जी आपकी नजर आकर्षित करेंगे। मगर जो महर्षि वाल्मीकि डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन स्कैम एसटी समाज के लिए था, जो पैसा महर्षि वाल्मीकि जी के नाम पे एसटी समाज के डेवलपमेंट के लिए रखा गया था, उससे लैम्बोर्गिनी गाड़ी खरीदी गई थी, लैम्बोर्गिनी गाड़ी। आप सोच के देखिए। और सिद्धरामैया साहब ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ असेंबली ही अग्रीड दैट वेल यस, इतना बड़ा नहीं, थोड़ा सा और कम कर दीजिए, वो तो ट्रांसफर हुआ है पैसा। आप सोच के देखिए, इस निर्लजता के साथ कर्नाटक में घोटाला हुआ है और आज पूरी देश इस बात का गवाह देगा कि हां, मोदी जी के इस राज में जो भ्रष्ट होते हैं उन्हें छोड़ा नहीं जाता है। और अभी मैं टीवी में देख रहा था कि कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे वो बेंगलुरु पहुंचे हैं और वहां नारे लग रहे हैं, गवर्नर हाय हाय के नारे लग रहे हैं। मैं तो मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी से पूछना चाहूंगा। वैसे आप देख सकते हैं मैं काला बैंड भी पहन के आया हूं क्योंकि मैं डॉक्टर फेटर्निटी का हूं और आज देश के तमाम डॉक्टर्स काला बैंड पहने हुए हैं, मैंने भी काला बैंड पहना हुआ है। तो मैं मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी से पूछूंगा, घोटालेबाजों को बचाने के लिए तो आप बेंगलुरु चले गए, मगर कलकत्ता जाएंगे क्या? लड़की हूं, लड़ सकती हूं, प्रियंका वाड्रा ने कहा था। राहुल जी और प्रियंका जी कलकत्ता जाएंगे क्या, या घोटालेबाज सिद्धरामैया जी को बचाने के लिए आप सब बेंगलुरु जाएंगे? वैसे मुझे लगता है हमारे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद आप लोग डीके शिव कुमार जी से थोड़ा ज्यादा पूछताछ करिएगा तो बहुत कुछ, वैसे आप इनफॉर्मली करिएगा। डीके शिव कुमार जी से फॉर्मली कुछ मत पूछिएगा, वो तो वही बताएंगे जो कांग्रेस बता रही है, मगर थोड़ा उनके घर जाइए, थोड़ा इनफॉर्मली चाय डीके शिव कुमार जी के साथ पीजिए, शायद कुछ तथ्य हमसे छूट गए हों तो पूरा तथ्य डीके शिव कुमार जी आपको देने में सक्षम होंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मेरा
Of course, Amit Patra there talking about the situation as far as Siddaramaiah is concerned, lauding the governor for making, for granting that permission as far as the prosecution is concerned. Of course, it is Samit Patra who has gone on to say that the scam is to the tune of 3,000 to 4,000 crore rupees, and that the earlier governor would be under political compulsion in such cases, but is thankful to the governor for sanctioning permission for prosecution, accusing Siddaramaiah of corruption to the tune of close to 4,000 crore rupees. He's gone on to say that Mallikarjun Kharge of the Congress party has reached Bengaluru and is raising questions in regard to this case. But at this point, Samit Patra has gone on to say, why is he not in Kolkata instead? Why is Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi not in Bengaluru, raising that ladki ho lad sakti hu, something that Priyanka Gandhi had said earlier, quoting her, saying that why are they not in Bengaluru, why are they not in Kolkata, and would they be reaching Bengaluru instead? He's also asking, if you want to know more, he is going ahead, this is Samit Patra of the BJP saying that you can go ahead and question DK Shivkumar to know the full picture. And let's just also get you more on this in regard to, this is my colleague Sriram Ganesh, who spoke to former Indian cricketer and former BCCI selector Sabah Karim on the way forward as far as Team India is concerned. The former selector also spoke about the coach. Let's listen in.
So, as I had mentioned, Gautam Gambhir just now, you having been a selector yourself and having seen him from various different quarters, as a player, then as a mentor when he was with the Kolkata Knight Riders in the IPL, and now as the head coach of India, what do you think he brings stylistically to India? What differences will the team be going forward? And of course, the disappointing results in the one-day series just now. Do you think that's an alarming sense as of now, very early on, or do you think things will continue?
So regarding Gautam Gambhir, he'll bring to the table the same character and trait which he had shown as a cricketer. He was aggressive, he was very combative, he will give more than 100% on the field, and that is what he will bring to the Indian side, and that's what you would expect from the cricketers also, which is such a healthy sign. Gautam Gambhir is another such player or coach now who would be addressing issues if there is something that comes up. He's very opinionated, but he's also a very good listener, and I think it's imperative that Gautam Gambhir, along with the captain, they are on the same page, and I think that's what I expect from Gautam Gambhir. He's highly intelligent. He understands the game very well. He understands the changing environment of modern day cricket. I think all that will help Gautam Gambhir to bring in a vision that will suit Indian cricket going forward, because we have some important series, important tournaments coming up. Now we have the Champions Trophy. After that, hopefully we will qualify with the World Test Championship. So I think Gautam Gambhir is one such coach who will work towards forming goals for such important tournaments coming up. Getting back to whatever transpired in the one-day series, it was not alarming, but I think it's one area that needs to be addressed. And as I said earlier, Gambhir is one such cricketer who would be doing all that. I'm sure he'll have a conversation with the captain along with the batting side as to what went wrong.
on a turning track. I think Indian batting falters. So I think that's one area where Gautam Gambhir, along with the rest of his coaching staff, would be working on in future.
Right, Sriram, thank you for getting us a special interview with the BCCI select. This is the former BCCI selector, Sabah Karim, talking about the way forward as far as Team India is concerned. With that, we're taking a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स एंड वेलकम टू द फ्रेश एपिसोड ऑफ टेक विद टीजी। ये एक ऐसा शो है जहां पे हम हर एपिसोड में टेक्नोलॉजी का एक नया बीज बोने की कोशिश करते हैं अपने दिल दिमाग में। द शो वेयर वी ट्राई टू कल्टिवेट दिस कल्चर ऑफ लुकिंग एट टेक्नोलॉजी एज अ गिफ्ट। ये एक ऐसा शो है जहां पे मैं हर बार सटल हिंट्स देता हूं और आप पता लगा ही लेते हैं कि एपिसोड किस चीज के बारे में है। अगर आप अभी तक गैस नहीं कर पाए हैं तो इट्स प्रीटी बैड ऑन यू, बट द फैक्ट इज कि आज हम बात करने वाले हैं अबाउट एग्री टेक। ये एक ऐसा फील्ड है जहां पे एग्रीकल्चर एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इट कम्स टुगेदर फॉर समथिंग बेटर। और आज इस एपिसोड में लेट्स एक्सप्लोर दैट हाउ एग्री टेक is bound to change the world that we see around us. Hello everyone, मेरा नाम है गौरव aka TG. You are watching Tech with TG. जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, एक बहुत पुरानी कहावत है कि सारी लड़ाई जो है वो रोटी कपड़ा और मकान की ही है। हमने बॉलीवुड की बहुत मूवीज में सुना है कि इंसान की जो बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट है वो है रोटी कपड़ा और मकान। अब इसमें कपड़ा और मकान एसेंशियली बाद में ऐड हुए हैं। द एसेंशियल रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ अस ह्यूमंस is food, is that piece of bread, is the roti. अब यहाँ पे if you go years and years ago कि कहाँ से शुरुआत हुई, so let me tell you, इस फील्ड में भी टेक का बहुत मेजर रोल रहा है right from the beginning. फिर चाहे वो टूल्स हों जिनको यूज करके शिकार करके खाना खाया जाता था, या फिर द इन्वेंशन ऑफ फायर और आई वुड से कंट्रोल्ड फायर जिसकी मदद से खाने को पका के हम लोग खा सके, तो वो एक टेक्नोलॉजी है। जो बेसिक टूल्स को यूज किया हम लोगों ने फसलों को बोने के लिए, वो भी टेक्नोलॉजी है। इफ यू टॉक अबाउट इजिप्ट एंड मेसोपोटामिया, जहां पे दे वर यूजिंग इरिगेशन चैनल्स इन देयर फील्ड्स, पानी के कंट्रोल्ड फ्लो को अपनी फसलों तक पहुंचाने के लिए, इवन दैट इज टेक्नोलॉजी। इफ यू टॉक अबाउट चाइना, जहां पे एंशिएंट टाइम्स में राइस को एक प्रॉपर सीजनल मेथड के हिसाब से कल्टीवेट किया जाता था, इवन दैट इज टेक्नोलॉजी। या आज अगर हम बात करते हैं मॉडर्न डे टूल्स की, द काइंड ऑफ एडवांसमेंट्स जो हमें देखने को मिले हैं इन बायोलॉजी, इन केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग, इन बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, या अगर हम बात करते हैं बेटर स्टोरेज सॉल्यूशंस जहां पे हम सैटेलाइट्स को भी काम में ले रहे हैं। सो ओवर द इयर्स वी हैव डेवलप्ड मल्टीपल न्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज फॉर दिस एग्रीकल्चर अराउंड अस। लेट्स एक्सप्लोर अ फ्यू ऑफ द टेक एंड पता लगाते हैं कि आखिर आज की डेट में कौन से वो एडवांस्ड टेक सॉल्यूशंस हैं जो हम यूज करते हैं इन द फील्ड ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर।
If agri-tech doesn't advance at the rate that it is, how would we feed the approximately 9.7 billion human beings that would inhabit this earth by the year 2050? ये यूनाइटेड नेशंस का एक एस्टिमेट है एंड इवन इफ इट इज ऑफ बाय सम परसेंट, ये तब भी एक काफी बड़ा नंबर होगा। सो एंटर एग्रीटेक। टेक्नोलॉजी का यूसेज एग्रीकल्चर के फील्ड में यील्ड को बढ़ाने के लिए, एंड वाइल हर नए दिन इस फील्ड में काफी एडवांस डिस्कवरीज होती रहती हैं, वी पिक द 5 दैट वी थिंक आर लॉन्ग टर्म इम्पैक्ट लीविंग। स्टार्टिंग विद प्रिसिजन एग्रीकल्चर, जहां एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी को लेवरेज किया जाता है टू इनहैंस यील्ड and production and drastically reduce waste and save our resources. अब इस गोल को अचीव करने के लिए farmers can use a plethora of technologies, from soil composition sensors to drones to engineered fertilizers to that weather app जो उनके फोन में होता है and बारिश की वार्निंग टाइम से दे देता है। Platforms like Climate Field View help turn data about fields and farms into valuable insights, जिनकी मदद से farmers better and informed actions ले सकते हैं and measurable improvements notice करने लग जाते हैं। Next up is advanced genetics and genomic editing, जहां technologies like CRISPR and Cas9 को इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है क्रॉप्स को enhance करने में by modifying their DNA। इसके इस्तेमाल से certain beneficial crops have shown increased resilience, improved resistance to pests, less and less dependence chemical inputs पे, thereby overall productivity better हो जाती है। Next up, smart irrigation systems, जहां IoT sensors constantly काफी सारे aspects को monitor करते रहते हैं, like moisture in the soil, and they then regulate this smart watering system that they control. So imagine if the moisture level in the soil is already optimum, watering system on ही नहीं होता है, thus saving water and also the crops. This automation, it also extends to other areas of agriculture, which is also the next advancement. एडवांस्ड रोबोटिक्स एक ऐसा गेम चेंजर है जिसने एग्रीकल्चर की मैनुअल डिपेंडेंस को काफी सॉल्व कर दिया है. Harvesters that automatically separate the seed from the chaff and of course can harvest acres of field in one go without getting tired. Robots that pluck fruits only when they are just ripe. And सोचिए इन सब रीजंस के चलते आप कितना टाइम एंड रिसोर्सेज सेव कर सकते हैं. लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, इनफैक्ट एक्चुअली द लेटेस्ट, क्या आपने कभी सोचा था कि खेती बाड़ी में मशीन लर्निंग एंड आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जैसी टर्म्स काम आएंगी? बट इट इज ट्रू. ये दोनों एग्रीकल्चर में इन्वॉल्व्ड कॉम्प्लेक्स डिसीजन मेकिंग को काफी एम्पावर करते हैं. बाय फीडिंग डेटा टू दीज सिस्टम्स, वन कैन रन प्रिडिक्शन मॉडल्स जो प्रिडिक्ट कर सकते हैं क्रॉप यील्ड्स, डिजीजेस को अर्ली आइडेंटिफाई एंड डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं एंड ऑप्टिमाइज कर सकते हैं फार्मिंग प्रैक्टिसेस को. जस्ट इमेजिन AI पावर्ड इमेज रिकग्निशन जो पेस्ट्स एंड डिजीजेस को टाइमली आइडेंटिफाई करने में हेल्प करती है. द फ्यूचर ऑफ AI इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट कल्टिवेटिंग मीम कल्चर. This, in fact, is actual food for thought.
So friends, देखा आपने that how exactly the tech is used in this field just to enhance the production, just to enhance the overall experience कि हम कैसे traditional farming से आज इस modern age farming तक पहुंच पाए हैं. Well, after the break, we're going to interact with an expert from the same field और हम थोड़ा discuss करेंगे detail में about agrotech and its potential future. Right after this short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Hello friends, welcome back after the break to your favorite show Tech with TG and it's me Gaurav once again, जहां पे मैं आपसे आज बात कर रहा हूं हमारी हम्बल सी रोटी के नॉट सो हम्बल इन फैक्ट वेरी एडवांस्ड फ्यूचर के बारे में बिकॉज टुडे इट्स ऑल अबाउट एग्रोटेक। जी हाँ, ये एक ऐसा फील्ड है जहां पे हम कंबाइन कर देते हैं एग्रीकल्चर और टेक्नोलॉजी को एंड अभी हम बात करने वाले हैं एक एक्सपर्ट के साथ जस्ट टू नो what exactly is the future and potential of this particular domain और आगे हमें और क्या कुछ नया देखने को मिल सकता है and how exactly this field is progressing.
I'm Krishna Kumar, founder of Cropping Technology. So we started back in 2010 and the whole core focus was how do we improve predictability, sustainability and productivity of this whole agriculture sector. तो ये हमारा प्राइम गोल था क्रॉपिंग को स्टार्ट करने का कि कैसे हम डेटा इंटेलिजेंस को फोर फ्रंट पे रखें एग्रीकल्चर का एंड देन चेंज द ट्रेडिशनल वे एंड इम्प्रूव दिस होल पर एक वैल्यू जो एग्रीकल्चर में जनरेट करना है। मुझे लगता था एग्रीकल्चर सिंपल है राइट, बट एग्रीकल्चर सेल्फ इज अ वेरी वेरी डीप साइंस। एक सीड को आप सॉइल में डालते हैं, एक डेप्थ पे डालते हैं और फिर वो बड़ा होता है एंड देन इट प्रोड्यूसेस फूड व्हिच गिव्स एनर्जी राइट। दैट सेल्फ इज a kind of a technology which fascinates me today also, and a lot of engineering goes behind it. अगर इसको हम लोग break करें कि what could be the basics in agri-tech क्या है, तो एक तो आपके economic practices भी enhance हो रहे हैं with the changing climate, with the pressure getting built, तो varieties नए आ रहे हैं, आपके irrigation system improve हो रहा है, so now you know how much water need to be the irrigation system is designed for the crop कि कितना पानी चाहिए वो क्रॉप के हिसाब से पानी देता है। वेदर फोरकास्ट टूल्स हैं, आप एप्स बनाते हो फार्मर्स को दे देते हो जहाँ पे वो देख सकता है कि अच्छा मंडी का प्राइस क्या है, तो ये सब बेसिक्स हो गया राइट। सो यू कैन बिल्ड समथिंग लाइक दिस एंड गिव इट टू द फार्मर। अगर आप एग्रीटेक का एक्सट्रीम की बात करें तो वहाँ पे आपका नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, जैसे AI प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, जेन AI है। क्या आप फ्यूचर फोकास्ट कर सकते हैं कि अगर मैं इस प्लॉट पे पोटैटो लगाया तो अगले सीजन में ईल्ड पोटेंशियल क्या होगा, और क्लाइमेट को देखते हुए ये सही है या नहीं लगाना, कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि लेट लाइट का प्रेशर ज्यादा है या जो बीमारियां आती हैं ज्यादा होगा बिकॉज क्लाइमेट अगले 6 महीने में नॉट गोइंग टू सपोर्ट दिस क्रॉप, तो आप वो डिसीजंस ले सकते हैं। तो ये हो गया आपका एक्सट्रीम साइड हो गया। आप सैटेलाइट्स हैं, ड्रोन से प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर कर सकते हैं, स्प्रेइंग कर सकते हैं, तो ये सब ब्लॉकचेन ट्रेसेबिलिटी के लिए यूज हो रहा है। तो ये सब आपके इवॉल्विंग टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं और ऑल्सो ये इनके यूज केसेस अभी देखने को मिलते हैं। इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द technology which is unheard in this agri-tech, right, and some other things which we are working and which I can speak about. Can you look at the whole supply chain of, let's say, a price ki dekh rahe hai country scale pe and say what is going to happen next season? Can you predict that? And can you marry last 40 year of climate data, current conditions, and then next 6 months or next 1 year or 5 years, and put up a kind of a trend for the paddy, how it will behave in next 5 years, 10 years or next season. that's something everybody wants because of the climate change, the supply chain has become unpredictable, which is impacting government on their import and export bills. Food scarcity हो रही है, nutrition, feeding. How do you feed people, right? Many of the African countries are getting impacted because of this. तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी की बहुत जरूरत है और अभी ये इवॉल्विंग है, बहुत नेसेंट स्टेज पे है, and we are able to predict next season. And we are now trying to do next 1 year, 5 years, and 10 years, and 30 years कि कैसा होगा अगर conditions change होते हैं crop की potential. And you have to also marry that to the variety because every variety has a different traits, interacts very differently with the temperature and environmental condition or soil type. तो ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी पे हम लोग भी काम कर रहे हैं and we have done quite well to even predict the next season, right? So which will be a very large impact. The other problem, this technology can solve. How do you expand? कि अगर आप एक रीजन में पोटैटो कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे आपको let's say you want to do some other crop. Is it suitable to grow that crop? What will be the yield potential? What are the challenges you can face? Can you predict that with the technology, bringing all this data together? And a new supply chain can be created in that region, right? So बहुत सारे सवाल आते हैं हमारे corporate side से या development agencies के साथ कि can you help me find a grid in a new country where I can put a trial of my variety, which will support the yield potential of that particular crop, right? So those are some of the very, very advanced technology which we are working. And then the others are like, I heard about blockchain for land titles, right? So agriculture may be that will enable a lot of things from the government point of view and for reaching out to those growers very, very seamlessly and in a fast manner. Biotechnology पे काफी काम हो रहा है because AI infrastructure काफी evolve हो गया है. So how do you do genetic engineering much faster with the enhanced capabilities which has been built? और एक नया चीज आपको सुनने को मिलेगा, microbial soil health, right? Sensors. How do you improve the microbiology of the soil and microbial presence in the soil, right? And which generally supports the crop. Also, a lot of focus is on working on the superfoods, right? जैसे millet है हमारे country में, and there's a lot of focus to grow that crop and provide a lot of nutrition. It's a resilient crop, and I've seen this these kind of initiative in many other countries as well. So hardy crop, resilient crop, less investment, less resource consuming, but provides a lot of nutrition to the world population. तो ये सब सारे एडवांसमेंट हैं जो जनरली सुनने को नहीं मिलते हैं, बट बैकएंड पे काफी काम हो रहा है इसके ऊपर, एंड आई थिंक इट विल ऐड लॉट ऑफ वैल्यू टू दिस सेक्टर. वन ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम इज अ डिजिटल डिवाइड, राइट? अगर आपके पास बेसिक फोन है, कोई इंटरनेट नहीं है, फीचर फोन भी नहीं है, और आप एक फार्मर हो जिसको you want to become a better farmer for your livelihood, right? To feed your family and on livelihood. How does government or anybody reaches out to them? जब हम लोग अफ्रीका रिमोट इंडिया में काम करते हैं तो बहुत सारे solutions लेके जाते हैं कि can we reach out on WhatsApp if doesn't have a smartphone. अगर उसके पास WhatsApp भी नहीं है तो SMS से या IVR से कर सकते हैं कि अगर बेसिक फोन है. अगर बेसिक फोन नहीं है तो can we have a implementation of village resource person? तो हमने एक जीविका के साथ बिहार में किया था और MP में किया था, जहाँ पे एक फोन था एक वुमेन फार्मर के पास, एंड हर जॉब वाज टू सपोर्ट लेट्स से 30 to 40 वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, एग्रीकल्चर फार्मर्स हैं उनके फील्ड पे, एंड शी यूज्ड टू became a kind of a technology adopter. She was trained and she used to provide all the advisory to them. और गांव में एक चौपाल पे वो एडवाइजरी को लिखा भी जाता था कि अगर किसी कोई भी आके वो पढ़ सकता है कि बेस्ड ऑन दिस टेक्नोलॉजी आप अगर ये क्रॉप कर रहे हैं तो ये सब ये डिजीज आ सकती है या फ्रॉस्ट आ सकता है, या अगर डिजीज ऐसे आए तो आप उसको ऐसे सॉल्व करना है. तो बहुत सारे तरीके यूज होते हैं. वी आर गोइंग टू बी अ मल्टी प्लानेटरी humans. We are exploring outside Earth as well, and it's important for us for the human survival as well. If we look at next 500 years, 1000 years, right? And we have been seeing a lot of experiments in the space station that आप टोमेटो ग्रो कर रहे हो, आप लेटिस ग्रो कर रहे हो, आप डिफरेंट टाइप के क्रॉप्स, रेजिलिएंट क्रॉप्स ग्रो करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो. Recently I heard कि मार्स पे they have discovered water under the under the soil. And those are very, very promising things. And these experiments are already happening. And this is not happening from in the recent days, but it was also happened long back also when we started going to the space. I think the intersection of technology and agriculture represents one of the most significant opportunity of our time. It is very critical for food security for a country or for the planet, or building a national food resilient ecosystem so that your dependence goes down. I think this marriage is very, very important, and we should embrace this, right? And the government, public sector, private sector should see how it can go to the last mile. I think I'm very excited about this opportunity.
So friends, next time whenever you take bite of your favorite meal, अब चाहे आप छोले भटूरे खाएं या आप गोलगप्पे खाएं, just do a quick recap and सोचो कि वो फसल कहाँ से आई होगी, क्या क्या टेक्नोलॉजीज के थ्रू वो फसल उगी होगी, एंड फाइनली जो एंड प्रोडक्ट है वो आपके मुंह में जो टेस्ट बड्स हैं सबको ट्रिगर कर चुका है. वेल, टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे चारों तरफ फैली है, जस्ट अ मैटर ऑफ टाइम कि हम उस पर फोकस करें और थोड़ा सा डिटेल में जानने की कोशिश करें. एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई डू इन एवरी एपिसोड ऑफ योर फेवरेट शो टेक विद टीजी. मैं आपसे मिलने वाला हूं नेक्स्ट वीक किसी और एक्साइटिंग टॉपिक के ऊपर बात करता हुआ. फिलहाल के लिए इतना ही रखते हैं. दैट्स ऑल फॉर टुडे. विश यू ऑल अ गुड डे एंड टेक केयर.
Friends, 2022 में
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Let's get your top story, and that is Karnataka's Chief Minister and Senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah, who will be prosecuted over the alleged irregularities when we're talking about the site allocation by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. The governor there has sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA land scam case after petitions were filed by 3 activists. Siddaramaiah had earlier termed those charges that they were just politically motivated, while the BJP has welcomed the governor's go-ahead to prosecute Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah had claimed that the land for which his wife received compensation had been gifted to her by her brother back in 1998. But there has been claims that have been made, especially by this activist Krishna, who alleged that Mallikarjun had procured it illegally, so not in 1998 but in 2004, and then he got it registered only in the year 2014 using forged documents and the help of government and revenue officials. The land was shown to have been bought back in 1998, and that was gifted to Parvati, his sister, who is the wife of the Chief Minister of the state, Siddaramaiah, and had sought compensation for this land. Now, it is only when Siddaramaiah was the Chief Minister, and we're talking about the year 2014. Now, in the MUDA scam, it is suspected that compensatory sites were allotted to the wife of Siddaramaiah in a posh area of Mysuru, which had a higher property value compared to the location of her land, which had been acquired by MUDA. MUDA had allotted plots to Parvati under a 50-50 ratio scheme in place of a 3.16 acres of her land, where MUDA developed that residential layout. Now, the Karnataka government has gone on to say that they'll be challenging that order, and that will be coming up in the High Court on Monday. So that is what is being said, and of course a special cabinet meeting that's going to be held by Siddaramaiah, and that's going to be taking place at 5 o'clock in the evening. We're also expecting Deputy Chief Minister of the state to also react to this, and that reaction is expected to come in minutes from now. It is in fact Ramalinga Reddy, who has also reacted to this, saying that the governor has cleared and has gone ahead and given permission as far as the prosecution against the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is concerned, and that is only because of the pressure that he's being faced, and that pressure is coming from the centre and the BJP leaders, and that's not really good for the post of the governor. Pointing out to there's so many other cases that are being, that are not being looked into, and he's, pointing to cases which are related to the BJP and its allies, talking about countless scandals which are related to the BJP, and the governor who has not bothered to use his magic wand in order not to embarrass them. This is an attempt to destroy a constitution and a democracy. So those are reactions coming in as far as the Karnataka government is concerned, slamming the governor there for the move that's been made. And of course, the implications this is going to have as far as the political career is concerned. This is a big blow when it comes to Siddaramaiah, whether it's personally or professionally. Of course, he's gone on to claim that all these charges are just politically motivated, that he has done nothing wrong. He's gone on to say that this was a land that was gifted by the brother of his wife, by his brother-in-law Mallikarjun to Parvati, his wife. And but there are three activists who had gone ahead and filed those petitions, and now it is the governor who sanctioned that prosecution against the chief minister. So there are a lot of reactions coming in as far as the Congress party is also concerned. My colleague Sunil Prabhu spoke with Pawan Khera of the Congress party. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
The governor of Karnataka has given the sanction of prosecution against the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, and I'm joined by Mr. Pawan Khera. How do you react to the fact that there is now an attempt to prosecute the Chief Minister of Karnataka?
The governor's offices across the country have never been as political as they've become now under the watch of Mr. Narendra Modi. For the last 10 years, we've been watching governors act as puppets of Delhi. And here again is another example of the governor of Karnataka acting like a puppet, trying to destabilize an elected government, a popularly elected government. I think Mr. Modi hates defeat so much that he would do anything, he'll go to any length to destabilize anyone who's defeated him. But we'll fight and we'll win. We are absolutely confident. There was no wrongdoing whatsoever. Our lawyers are studying the matter and we'll come out clean.
Friends, 2022 में
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code.
Karnataka Governor sanctions CM's prosecution in the MUDA scam. Karnataka CM calls special cabinet meeting at 5 p.m. Deputy CM DKS says no question of the CM resigning. BJP slams CM Siddaramaiah, claims over 4,000 rupee crore scam. CBI team at Arjigarh Hospital crime scene. Day 2 of the investigation. CBI questions ex-principal Sanjoy Ghosh. NCW inquiry reveals incomplete questioning of the principal. IMA holds 24-hour strike over Kolkata rape and murder. Only emergency services operational. Doctors demand safety and security. Vinesh Phogat receives hero's welcome at Delhi airport, received by Bajrang Punia, Sakshi Malik and greeted by her mother, family members and Deepinder Hooda. Speaking at the third Voice of the Global South Summit, Prime Minister Modi highlighted extremism and separatism pose a serious threat to society. He said the world is living in uncertain times. The Karnataka Chief Minister and senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah will be prosecuted over the alleged irregularities in the site allocations by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority or MUDA. Governor Gehlot had sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA land scam case after petitions by 3 activists. The BJP slams the Congress and the Karnataka government over corruption, claiming over 4,000 crore rupees scam. In fact, CM Siddaramaiah is addressing the media. Let's listen in.
ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಏನ್ ನಿಮ್ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಏನ್ರಿ ಇದು ನಾವು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರು ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ ಬಂದ 26/2023 ಬಂದ ದಿನನೇ ನನಗೆ ಶೋಕಾಸ್ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ನಾನು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನವೆಂಬರ್ ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಜಾರಿ ಇದೆ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಜೊಲ್ಲೆ ಮೇಲಿದೆ ನಿರಾಣಿ ಮೇಲಿದೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಜನಾರ್ದನ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಮೇಲಿದೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೇನೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಅರ್ಥ ಈಗ ನವೆಂಬರ್ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ inquiry ಮಾಡಿ
CM Siddaramaiah, they're saying that there have been several cases against Kumaraswamy and several BJP leaders as well as Janardhan. He also says that this, of course, is vendetta politics as those cases have been ignored to then pull up the case against Siddaramaiah. My colleague Pratibha joins us on the broadcast as well. Pratibha, now CM Siddaramaiah also addressing the media, in fact saying that he has deliberated with his party leaders. He does maintain that this is vendetta politics, saying that there are several cases against Kumaraswamy, but this has been picked up and made into a major issue.
Ministers as well who have been claiming that this is nothing but political vendetta and that they would be fighting this legally. This is a deliberate attempt being done by the BJP to ensure that there would be a destabilization of the government is something that they've been maintaining it. One, they will be fighting this legally at the courts, and two, they have promised that this will definitely not lead to the resignation of Mr. Siddaramaiah. There is no question of Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation. These are the 2 points that have been consistently maintained by all the Congress ministers here. Whether or not there will be a cabinet meeting to discuss the strategy as to when they would be exercising these legal options is still not confirmed. In fact, we are trying to see if we can get a word from one of the Karnataka ministers here live on NDTV with Mr. Krishna Bairegowda, who has also been levelling allegations against the opposition, talking about how this is a political vendetta. So, if you can actually tell us, will there be a cabinet meeting this evening to discuss the strategy, the counter strategy of the Congress?
Look, primarily cabinet, we will see. We will discuss the bona fides of governor's so-called approval. Preliminary inquiry by us clearly indicates that whatever approval, so-called approval governor has given is a completely illegal. It is an illegal approval because not by my statement, it's not my allegation. Government of India dated September 3, 2021 has issued a detailed standard operating procedures for approval under 17A. And the governor, I can go into great detail, but I will spare the details. In summary, governor has not followed even one standard operating procedure prescribed by none other than Government of India. This is a SOP issued by Government of India, and governor has violated every...
You will be taking action against the governor as well?
Governor has, let us understand, governor has violated every point laid out in this standard operating procedure. Simply, I will highlight two things. Here, the request for approval against a chief minister has to be submitted by a Director General of Police or equivalent. This is what Government of India is saying. Now, I demand from the governor, where is a request from the Director General of Police? This is not my prescription. This is a law of the land as issued by Government of India. Where can the governor produce any request from any Director General of Police in Karnataka? Number two, the Director General of Police shall submit a checklist of items. Now, where is the checklist of items which establish prima facie culpability of a public servant? There is none. Hence, the approval issued by governor is not only irrelevant, null and void, it is a blatantly illegal act committed by the governor. We will question it in the law of court. We will also question it in the court of people. We will question it in the court of law, and we will also question it in people's court. And we will take the fight. This is a fight for democracy. This is a fight for federalism. This is a fight for constitutionalism. And we will fight all these battles in the courts of law and also in people's courts.
They would be taking it to the people as well as exercise all legal options is the statement that has been maintained by the Congress leaders here. All of them claiming that this is absolutely politically motivated of sorts and that the governor's office has been used as the BJP's office. These are several counter allegations that have been leveled by the Congress right now. Back to you.
Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, as my colleague was stating as well, Siddaramaiah also saying that all of the top leaders, including top Congress brass, are with him. D.K. Sivakumar, the Deputy CM, also reiterating this. Listen into these political reactions that have come in.
The entire state, the Congress party, the legislators and the cabinet stands behind Mr. Siddaramaiah. He is my Chief Minister. He will be the Chief Minister. We stand solidly behind him. The party also will have a proper program to support his case. There is no case. They have made a case without a case.
कानूनी तरीके से प्रोसिक्यूशन को आज परमिशन दिया है। सिद्धारामैया 2 केस में कल्प्रिट है, अपराधी है। एक वाल्मीकि डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन में खुद वो विधानसभा सेशन में मान लिया है ये करप्शन 187 करोड़ का नहीं है, ये केवल 89 करोड़ का है। ये पैसा तेलंगाना इलेक्शन को गया, चुनाव के लिए कांग्रेस के अकाउंट में गया। दूसरा, मूडा में मैसूर में इसका बीवी गैर कानूनी तरीके से साइट लिया है, 14 साइट लिया है।
What are your thoughts? What is Congress's strategies?
Under Section 17A, the governor has given nod to the one applicant, Mr. Abraham. It is unfortunate that governor has taken a decision which, in my view, has no much relevance. In fact, this is nothing but a step for destabilizing the government, which should not have been taken. He has not applied his mind very seriously.
So will the Congress be fighting this at the court?
We'll fight legally, we'll fight politically.
Will this also lead to Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation?
It will not. That question itself will not arise.
Thank you so much, sir. That was Mr. H.K. Patil denying the entire aspect of Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation. Sir, just a quick word from you. What are the options being exercised by the Congress now?
See, whatever it is, we have been taking the legal route. So that's the only option left. But as we had said earlier, these are on expected lines. I'm actually quite surprised that it took so long. And the Raj Bhavan is being used as a BJP office. And the constitutional head, who's supposed to preserve the constitution, is creating a constitutional crisis.
So now will this be investigated further, and how, sir?
We've already put up a commission much before the governor had given the show cause notice. We have gone and explained it to him, not once but twice. The then Chief Secretary has sat with him for an hour. It's very clear that the governor is nothing but a puppet of the central government.
My final question. So will this lead to Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation?
Why should it? Why should it? It's a politically motivated thing. Give me one reason why he should quit. Show me one document that says that he's guilty of any of the charges that is put forth by any of these activists. So the governor right now is playing to the script of Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah.
Thank you so much, sir. That was Mr. Priyank Karge talking to NDTV. We are trying to see if we can get Mr. KJ George as well here. So will this lead to Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation?
No, we will discuss. Why should he resign? I don't know. What is the this thing there?
This is a very significant development. The serious allegations, the nature of the allegations are very serious. The investigating agencies will now have to start the process of prosecution. And needless to say, one cannot expect the Chief Minister to continue in office while agencies that report to him are investigating the allegations and charges made against him. We hope that the Chief Minister will take moral responsibility and resign forthwith and make available an impartial investigation into these serious allegations.
Just two quick questions, Sir.
Yes, sir. So we have with us Karnataka DCM, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, sir. With respect to fighting this legally, what are the options being exercised?
We have already said that we never expected the governor will be, because there is no case in this. I think no wrong the Chief Minister when his office has done anything is no way connected to this. There is a law of this land. But still government has given some permission. We will fight in the court of law.
So will this lead to Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation as well?
No question of resigning.
Thank you so much, sir. That was Mr. D.K. Shivkumar talking about how there is no question of resignation.
There, D.K. Shivkumar, of course, reiterating that the cabinet is going to stand with Siddaramaiah. He also ensured to say that there is no question of Siddaramaiah resigning from his post as these allegations prop up and the prosecution procedures against Siddaramaiah begin. Now, the Union Health Ministry has formed a committee to suggest safety measures for doctors. The centre has assured safety and security of medical staff. Remember, this comes amid nationwide outrage and IMA's 24-hour strike over Kolkata rape and murder, as well as the vandalism that took place at RG Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata. We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala.
The IMA's nationwide strike began this morning. This strike is the largest in over a decade, closes more hospital departments, and the doctor's strike comes after a 31-year-old trainee doctor was raped and murdered while on duty at RG Medical College and Hospital in Kolkata. Expect most hospital departments to be closed. Routine outpatient departments and elective surgeries will remain shut. Only essential services, including emergency care and critical treatments, will remain operational. The Jammu and Kashmir Assembly election is to be held for the first time since 2014. With the former state under President's rule since 2018, it will be held in 3 phases on September 18, September 25th and the 1st of October, with results being announced on the 4th of October. The Election Commission had made these remarks yesterday. This marks a big step forward in the poll body's efforts to meet a Supreme Court order that democracy must return to Jammu and Kashmir and the valley as well by the 30th of September. In Srinagar last month, Prime Minister Modi confirmed that an election will be held soon and that statehood will be restored.
हेलो सर, मैं गौरव शिवा।
इसमें क्या आपको कोई शक है?
उमर साहब नहीं लड़ेंगे।
वो नहीं लड़ेंगे।
आप लड़ेंगे।
मैं लड़ूंगा। जब स्टेटहुड रिस्टोर होगा मैं उतर जाऊंगा और उमर साहब उस सीट से लड़ेंगे। इसमें क्या आपको कोई शक है?
उमर साहब नहीं लड़ेंगे।
वो नहीं लड़ेंगे।
आप लड़ेंगे।
मैं लड़ूंगा। जब स्टेटहुड रिस्टोर होगा मैं उतर जाऊंगा और उमर साहब उस सीट से लड़ेंगे।
लोगों की अपनी हुकूमत थी नहीं और उसका खमियाजा भी हमने भुगता है। आज चलिए देर आए दुरुस्त आए, इलेक्शन कमीशन के तरफ से 3 फेजेस में इंतखाबात के तारीख का ऐलान हो चुका है और बड़ी जल्दी से जो है ये शेड्यूल जो है समाप्त होगा।
National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah made a big announcement saying that he himself will contest the upcoming assembly elections and not his son and Vice President of the National Conference, Omar Abdullah. Farooq said that he will contest these elections. Omar Abdullah will not contest the elections, and when full statehood is restored, then he will step down and Omar Abdullah will contest from that seat. Now, at a time when the country is debating safety for women in public spaces, BRS leader K.T. Ramarao has outraged women in Telangana by mocking their free bus travel in buses. KTR, in the meanwhile, has apologized amid the outrage. Here's a report.
Effigies burnt of BRS working president K.T. Ramarao to protest his comments mocking the free bus scheme for women, saying women were free to peel onions, sew and knit, and even do a break dance in the free-to-travel state-owned buses in Telangana.
మీరు అప్పుడే చెప్తే బాగుండు. బస్సుల కుట్లు అల్లికెళ్ళితే తప్పని మేమెందుకంటాం అక్క? ఎక్కువ పెట్టు బస్సులు తన్నుకుంటాను, మంచిగా లేదు పెట్టు, మనిషికో బస్సు పెట్టు. మేమెందుకు అంతటం? మనిషికో బస్సు పెట్టు, మంచిగా అంత కుటుంబం పోయి మంచిగా కుట్లు అల్లికలు, అవసరమైతే బ్రేక్ డ్యాన్సులు, రికార్డింగ్ ఏం చెప్తారో చేయరు. మేమెందుకు అంతటం? ఏమంటారు చేయండి. కానీ ఇట్లా ఈ రకంగా బస్సులలో కొట్టుకునే పరిస్థితి ఎప్పుడైనా ఉన్నారా? కేసీఆర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు సీట్ల కోసం కొట్టుకున్నాడు, సిగలు పట్టుకున్నాడు, గుద్దుకున్నాడు, ఎన్నెన్ని చూస్తున్నాం కొత్త కొత్త బస్సు అన్నారు.
Telangana's Women and Child Welfare Minister says KTR's comments were derogatory and that it reflects a feudal mindset.
Comments is very badly. Women are very hard workers. Women are very hard workers. They don't have much time because they are doing outside duty, and after that they went to their homework also, kitchen and children's and husband, keeping house, so many works. Then they are respecting their own work, srama. You are compare dance. Dance is different. Then their own work is traditional work, daily work is different.
The Telangana Women's Commission has ordered a probe, after which the BRS leader apologized and called it a slip.
I am expressing an unconditional apology. It was a slip of tongue, and I was saying things in jest. When the government was trying to defend the free bus scheme, they kept saying that peeling onions and stitching sweaters, etc., is not such a bad thing. I said the same thing, and I said they even can break into a dance if need be. But of course, I see why there is a certain amount of
outrage. So therefore, I have apologized unconditionally earlier this morning. And if Women's Commission does, in fact, call me, I will respond.
KTR's comments were apparently meant as a political jibe at the ruling Congress's welfare schemes. But it comes at a time when women across the country are demanding safety in public spaces and also respect and dignity inside and outside their homes. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagaraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Friday heralded the achievements of his forces in the Russian Kursk area and the damage inflicted on Russian capabilities in the cross-border operation launched last week. He said the aim was about destroying the logistics of the Russian army and draining their reserves. Earlier in the day, the Ukrainian armed forces shared an aerial video showing the destruction of a key logistical bridge used by Russian forces to supply the front line.
Було вже кілька доповідей головкома Сирського про фронтову ситуацію та про нашу операцію в Курській області. Бачимо, що окупант несе втрати, і це корисно, дуже корисно для нашої оборони. Це стосується знищення логістики російської армії і витрати їхніх резервів. Ми маємо максимально завдавати ураження всім російським позиціям. І робимо це. Я дякую кожному нашому воїну за влучність. Дякую за силу та за стійкість. Головком Сирський доповів щодо наших оборонних кроків на Донбасі. Це Покровський напрямок, Торецький, а також наш рух в Курській області. Прибираємо там російську військову присутність на території наших дій та поповнюємо обмінний фонд для нашої держави.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Ascends. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. This is a show that gives you a ringside view of all that matters to India in the world of global politics and global economics. But first up, the headlines this week. India celebrates its 78th Independence Day. The Prime Minister pitches in with a continued reform agenda towards a developed country goal. Prime Minister Modi also spoke about divisive forces within the country that are derailing prospects. Secular civil code and one nation, one poll identified as key political and social reforms. Big voices this week on India Ascends. The big boss of AI, Nick Bostrom, global geopolitical expert Kishore Mehbubani, and former diplomat Vikas Swarup on India at 2030. Seventh round of talks between US and Israel spy chiefs since the Israel-Hamas war broke out on 7th of October last year. Egypt and Qatar are brokering the current peace talks, even as death toll in the ongoing war may have crossed 40,000 mark. Remains to be seen if any truce will stop the retaliation that Iran has vowed after Israel carried out twin assassinations. Ukraine's assault of Russia's Kursk region has made it the largest incursion into Russian territory since the Second World War. Ukraine claims it now is in control of 1,000 square kilometers of Russian territory. Russia has announced a state of emergency. And the World Health Organization has declared the outbreak of monkeypox or Mpox as a public health emergency of international concern, with Sweden and Pakistan reporting a case each. China has said it will monitor individuals and persons entering the country for the next 6 months. Our big story this week. India celebrated its 78th Independence Day. Prime Minister Modi spoke about a continued reform agenda. So how will India chart its next course of action in the field of economics, politics and technology and other such areas, including climate, disaster relief? That is our big story. This is a special India Ascends episode where we do a bit of crystal ball gazing into India's journey to superpowerhood. Is India at 2030 and beyond going to be completely different from how it stands right now, economically, politically, and in terms of the power projection that we've been talking about? On the economic front, India is poised to be a $7 trillion economy, the third largest in the world. On the global political stage, India will be one among the two powers in Asia and play a very active role in shaping the entire Indo-Pacific region and most certainly the Indian subcontinent, which was also going to be the epicenter of a lot of power play in the next 5 years between India, China and America. And as I see India's roadmap to 2030, I envisage 3 clear trends that will take place. First, there will be a definitive push towards building a clear grouping geared to address the China challenge in Asia and particularly in the Indo-Pacific. As India grows, its strategic and security calculus will have to be driven towards addressing the threat China poses. The grouping could be either the existing Quad with a clearly defined territory charter against China, or even a Quad Plus where ASEAN countries could formally be part of it. Remember, ASEAN actually faces a lot of the threat that China poses on waters. The second trend will be a more mature and deeper naval presence in the Indo-Pacific and a clear power projection in Asia. India does not need to build bases far away since it's not an aggressor, unlike a China, but locations like the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which are close to the Malacca Straits, will have to be developed and in fact must be developed to ensure that they are more than just existing research locations. And the third clear trend will be
a clear shift towards technology and tech-enabled economy. India's getting on the semiconductor bus late, but that doesn't mean it cannot catch up. And the way to do that is to focus on the assembly, testing and packaging part of the value chain. This is the low end of the semiconductor value chain, where China currently dominates. One where companies can be incentivized to shift operations to India, and one where every country in the world wants to ensure that they can have that shift. Assured availability and supply of semiconductor chips is a global concern, and I feel India stands to gain significantly if it provides just the right set of SOPs in the next couple of years. To talk on all that and more, let's get in the set of top voices on the show. We've got a lineup of power-packed top voices. First up on the show. Kishore Mehbubani, Distinguished Fellow at the Asia Research Institute, joins me to talk about what could India be in the next couple of years and the India-China power equation as well. Mr. Mehbubani, thanks so much for speaking to me on India Ascents. So my first question, what do you think should be India's moves going forward, directions in Asia and in its neighborhood in the next couple of years that could define its position in the Indian subcontinent?
Well, I'm extremely optimistic for India. You know, there are 193 countries in the world. It's actually quite surprising that the list of countries the number of countries out of 193 countries for which you can feel strongly optimistic for is not very great. But India is on top of the list of countries that you can feel optimistic for. And India's growth is just beginning. You know, it's like where China was in the 1980s, 1990s, and then you saw subsequently how fast China grew. So India is approaching its takeoff phase for its development. And like many people, I'm optimistic for the future of India.
Mr. Mehbubani, I am very optimistic about this, about India's prospects. And that's exactly my next question, which is that you've talked about China and the long game that it plays. How do you see the India-China equation going forward? Because we're talking about a rising India, a growing India, and a slowing China. The two trends coming together.
Well, I think the India-China relationship is one of the most important bilateral relationships in the world by far. And I think if India and China can maintain peace and keep on growing economically, both of them, then frankly, we will have the Asian century that I've spoken about. You know, my book, The Asian 21st Century, when the German publisher published it, I asked them how many downloads do you expect? They said, we'll be happy if we get 20,000 downloads. But instead of 20,000 downloads, there have been 3.6 million downloads in 160 countries. So it shows you the world is psychologically preparing for an Asian century. But for that Asian century to come about, the two Asian giants, China and India, must be able to get along. And I can tell you that many of the countries in Asia are worried about the China-India relationship, and they hope that there'll be some kind of stability. You know, that China and India will never become close friends, okay? That's not on the table. But if China and India can maintain a workable relationship and continue to have normal trade and economic relationships, then I think, frankly, both China and India can prosper without necessarily having to become close friends.
Okay, so but what about the power equation, the power dynamics in the Indian subcontinent? Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Maldives. It's the same India-China equation that's coming to play. How do you see it?
Well, I would say, next to India is a region called Southeast Asia. And out of the 10 countries in Southeast Asia, 9 have an Indic base. You know, the civilization of Southeast Asia have been influenced by India dramatically. And most Indians are not aware that the most successful regional cooperation organization in the world is in Southeast Asia. Even though Southeast Asia, with 700 million people, close to 700 million people, is the most diverse region on planet Earth. Yes, 250 million Muslims, 150 million Christians, 150 million Buddhists, Mahayana Buddhists, Hinayana Buddhists, Taoists, Confucianists, Hindus, Communists. It's a remarkably diverse region, and yet that is growing incredibly fast. Okay? And I'll give you one statistic. In the year 2000, Japan's economy was 8 times the size of ASEAN's economy, 8 times in 2000. Now it's 1.2 times bigger. By 2030, ASEAN will be bigger than Japan, which was the second largest economy in the world. So there are parts of Asia that are growing and thriving and doing very well. And there are huge economic opportunities for India in Southeast Asia.
This is also a region where there are deep American interests. How do you see America in this power dynamics in this region?
Well, I can tell you that ASEAN, when it was created in 1967, was attacked as a pro-American organization. In fact, both China and the Soviet Union condemned the creation of ASEAN in 1967. And sure enough, ASEAN has amazingly managed to maintain close ties with the United States of America and managed to maintain close ties with China also. And you know, the United States has invested more in the ASEAN region than it has in China, Japan, South Korea, and India combined. That's an amazing statistic, amazing. So it shows you, and at the same time, the China-ASEAN trading relationship is the largest trading relationship in the world. It came to almost $1 trillion in 2022. So you can see, therefore, that Southeast Asia has learned to handle the relations with both China and the US extremely well.
All right, Kishore Mehbubani, thanks so much for speaking to NDTV on what India-China dynamics is going to look like in the next couple of years. But how does India move ahead? What will India look like and its geopolitical equations look like in the next 5 to 6 years? We've got another top voice on the show. That's Vikas Swarup, former diplomat. He's former spokesperson of the External Affairs Ministry, joining me on the show. Mr. Swarup, we speak at a time when India at 2030 conversation is gathering pace. We celebrated the 78th Independence Day. How do you view India in the next 5 to 6 years from an economic as well as a geopolitical point of view?
Yes, I think, look, right now India is in a geopolitical sweet spot. If you look at our entire neighborhood, you know, there's a lot of instability. We are the only bedrock of stability in the neighborhood. And internationally also, India is now acknowledged as one of the poles of the multipolar order. You know, our HADR capabilities, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief capabilities are recognized the world over. Most importantly, earlier when India was seen as part of the problem, now India is increasingly seen as part of the solution. So I think that is the big change that has come. And come 2030, I think we would be the 3rd largest economy in the world. And that itself will add to India's heft. It would add to India's weight in world affairs. And it would further expand, I think, India's soft power as well as India's hard power.
If India is part of the solution, then tell me, sir, how is it going to now shape the future world order?
No, we are shaping the world order already. I think we will shape it even more in the years to come, because on any important conversation that involves the entire world, whether it is climate change, whether it is cybersecurity, whether it is international terrorism, whether it is global health, you cannot do without India. After all, we represent 1/6 of humanity, which means our voice has to be heard. And more importantly, the decisions that we take in all these vital matters are decisions that will impact the rest of the world. So our voice is definitely already being heard and will be heard even louder in the years to come, just because of the sheer weight that we bring to international affairs in terms of our population, in terms of our economy, and most importantly, in terms of our human resources. Because, you know, India is one of the youngest countries in the world. We will provide probably 25% of the world's labor force.
Mr. Swaroop, Kishore Mehbubani just joined me on the show, and the first thing he said was India, China don't need to be friends. They need to find some way of working together with each other. How do you view the India-China equation? Because that's really going to decide the next few years and decades for Asia and the world.
No, security is very, very important. And unfortunately, we live in a neighborhood, which is a bit volatile, which is prone to instability. And then we live next to two nuclear powers, Pakistan and China. So from that point of view, security is paramount. It's very, very important that we secure our neighborhood because, the whole purpose of India's foreign policy is to secure a favorable external environment for our domestic development. And that is why securing the neighborhood becomes very important. And that is why we have the neighborhood first policy. Because if your own neighborhood is not stable, then how will you move and how will you work towards stability in the wider world? So that's why I think neighborhood first is very important. And, we are forging partnerships with each of our partners, whether it is Nepal, whether it is Bhutan, whether it is Bangladesh, whether it is Maldives, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Myanmar. With all of them, we have ongoing dialogue, we have ongoing cooperation mechanisms. We have contributed in a major way to their progress and development. Of course, we also have to deal with challenges. And I think China is a major challenge. But I think the beauty of diplomacy lies in managing the challenges and enlarging the areas of cooperation and shrinking the areas of disagreement.
Indeed. And for the next 5, 6 years or 10 years maybe, for India to actually take leadership of Global South, how important will be areas like climate change and disaster relief where India needs to lead from the front?
Climate change is obviously, I think, the foremost challenge facing the world at the moment. Because as the UN Secretary General has warned, we are on a catastrophic path to almost 2.3 degrees centigrade warming, which would mean absolute catastrophe for, not only the human ecosystem, but also the animal ecosystem, the plant ecosystem. And that's why, agreements like we had during the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, during the Glasgow summit are important. We have to phase down our use of fossil fuels. We have to increase our use of green energy. We have to, try and make development as sustainable as possible. And I think India is taking a leading role in this. Some of the world's largest solar plants are coming up in India. We have massively upscaled our own use of renewable energy. And I think Prime Minister Modi's vision of this lifestyle for environment is very, very important. Climate change is not just an issue of global warming. It is also an issue of our lifestyle choices. If our lifestyle choices are going to be such, which are going to contribute to global emissions, then, whatever we may do, we are not going to be in a good position. And that's why it's important that we change our own lifestyle. We try to live in harmony with Mother Nature and try to adopt climate-friendly policies, programs, and of course, our own daily schedules in sync with the environment.
Ambassador Swaroop, thanks so much for speaking to me on NDTV. Well, as far as India at 2030 is concerned, it will be defined by India's economic transformation. That, I think, is the most important. 7 trillion, 10 trillion, whatever it may be, that's really going to be the big game changer. It will allow us to be a player in the global supply chain. It will allow us to attract big-ticket manufacturing. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, spoke about reforms. He said this the most in his 11th Independence Day speech, and he said it needs to follow through. Whether it is in reforms in agriculture, manufacturing or education, skilling, all that needs to follow through for us to get there to the vision of India at 2030. Add to it the port connectivity, which I feel is most important. Presently, 7 out of the top 10 ports in the world are owned by Chinese companies. That's the reason why they have the export growth that they do. By 2030, India should have at least 2 or 3 major ports in the world. The SEZs around these ports could be the catalyst to push the big-ticket exports. And this will ensure that India becomes part of the global supply chain. Plus, climbing the tech ladder to be part of the high-tech manufacturing story is really going to get us to that India at 2030 vision. Shifting focus now to the first wide-angle story on the show. Whether peace has a chance or not in the 10-month-long Israel-Hamas war, we're going to know that in the next couple of days. It started after Hamas's horrific October 7th attacks on Israel, but now all parties are desperately seeking a truce. They all need it. but it's anyone's guess if it can happen or not. People of Gaza most certainly need it. The report suggests that death toll has crossed 40,000, and in fact, some reports suggest that just clearing the debris is going to take them $700 million, if not more. Israel needs the truce as well, since there's no other way it can get those hostages back. Well, US needs this as well, since the continuation of the war is very bad optics for both the candidates in an election year. And without truce, hostilities in the region will not reduce. Iranian president also needs this truce because he is right now compelled to respond to what is a very embarrassing attack on Iranian soil against the Hezbollah and Hamas commanders. And he'll be deterred only when there is a peace deal. And the truce is also needed for US President Joe Biden. It will be his lasting legacy as he bows out of the Oval Office in a few months. Remember, he's not contesting again. What is it that he takes out from the Oval Office? He could probably take that truce. Remains to be seen whether it happens or not. The second wide-angle show on India ascends today. With 194 million followers on X, anything that Elon Musk says has the power to multiply manifold. The tech billionaire knows that, and he is now at the epicenter of a raging controversy of using his position and his social media platform X to promote what many people feel is actually half-truths, even as he is championing free speech. There lies the irony. From terming UK Prime Minister as too tired to doing a 2-hour-long, very positive, favorable interview with Donald Trump, Elon Musk is now testing the limits of his platform X. Which way this tussle will go will probably decide the fate of the platform as well as the future of free speech argument as well. Remember, UK doesn't have the First Amendment, which means that people actually get jailed. They can get arrested for what they say, and that's happening. When the protests happened in the UK, a lot of people did get jailed for just that. And the question that we're asking today at Wide Angle is that will Musk start a larger overhaul of the free speech laws in Europe, or could he be one of those who could be facing possible imprisonment for violating the existing laws? Only time will tell which way this goes. Well, this is a show where we've got another top voice. As I said, power-packed top voices on the show. And now it's Nick Bostrom, the AI guru, who's talking to me at a time when the world is witnessing conflicts from Russia, Ukraine, and the Israel-Iran one to the turmoil and flux that's happening in Bangladesh. It's the role of technology in stoking some of these fault lines that's really coming to fore. Nick Bostrom talks about that and a lot more. Thanks so much, Professor Bostrom, for speaking to me and speaking to NDTV. The first question, sir, I want to ask you is that what really does India's role is as far as the overall automation process is concerned? How do you see that unfolding, whether from a business point of view, from a social point of view, and the impact this could have for a country like India?
Well, I think maybe the next pin to fall there might be these kind of customer service call centers, where the technology, I think, already is good enough to automate a lot of those jobs. Then I think there will be a new generation of AI, maybe around next year or so, where we start to introduce more agentic capabilities. So far, the sort of leading edge large language models are basically question answering systems. And I think what we will start to have are simple agents that can execute a sequence of tasks in pursuit of some user specified goal. Maybe you can ask it to do some simple, like make a travel booking or something initially, and then it will kind of expand out from there. It will also be interesting to see whether robotics will start to advance. So far, I feel robotics has been lagging a little bit. Like the most impressive AI systems so far have been purely text-based or solving various games. But if robotics really starts to work to the point where you can sort of do a demonstration of a task, like how you fold your laundry, and then you have this kind of Optimus bot or some other bots that can learn to do that, then that would open up a much larger scope for automation of various manual tasks as well. it will be a fast-moving field over the coming decades, I'm pretty sure.
Professor Bostrom, AI also scares a lot of governments. Are there enough guardrails in place? Is enough being done about it?
There might be enough for the current generation of AI systems, but AI, as I said, is a rapidly moving target. And the guardrails and regulations will need to be able to adapt very quickly as the technical capabilities of AI systems advance. We can just look back a few years ago and see how big the difference is between what the current generation of language models can do compared to what was possible 5 years ago. And then if you extrapolate a few years into the future, we might see an equally large or even greater leap in capability. So I think regulators will need to be very fast moving and keep informed. And we shouldn't imagine that we could sort of now define the ideal regulatory solution, put that in place, and then sit back and watch things unfold. This will need to be adapted almost in real time.
Professor Bostrom, this is India Sense, and I have to ask you, how do you view India's role in shaping AI and technology tools of tomorrow?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert on India. I know it has a strength in software, and I think that could be leveraged to, I mean, ultimately AI is kind of software. You need big chips to run it, but I think there's an opportunity there to get in on this AI transition early, and then that could unlock huge opportunities for the future. And I think AI will be a central factor that determines the shape of things to come.
Professor Bostrom, many thanks for speaking to NDTV. And with that, we've come to the end of India Sense. But I leave you with this video this week, which is of the 4 air chiefs of India, Spain, France and Germany who flew in a formation as part of the multinational exercise Tarang Shakti that was held in Sulur in Tamil Nadu. Take a look. With that, it's a wrap on this very special edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code.
Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the Deputy MD of the IMF, Geeta Gopinathan, who's spoken exclusively to NDTV's Vishnu. So we'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. Geeta Gopinathan, in an interview to NDTV, says climate change is a downside risk to India's economic outlook. A lot of action needed by India in order to tackle climate change, and broad-based job creation is imperative, is what the Deputy MD of the IMF has said. And Karnataka's governor has sanctioned Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's prosecution in the MUDA scam. Karnataka's Chief Minister has called for a special cabinet meeting that's going to be taking place at 5 o'clock this evening. But it is DK Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, who's gone on to say there's no question of Siddaramaiah resigning and is standing by the Chief Minister. It is the BJP and it's Sambit Patra who's claiming that the fraud is to the tune of 3,000 to 4,000 crore rupees. The CBI team at that RG Car Hospital, where the crime scene had, this is the scene of the crime where a 31-year-old doctor was raped and murdered. On the second day of this is the CBI there questioning the ex-principal Sanjoy Ghosh, and is the NCW inquiry that has suggested incomplete questioning in regard to the principal, and it's the parents of the deceased who have pointed fingers towards certain interns and doctors who might be involved in the crime. The Indian Medical Association has on a 24-hour strike that started at 6 o'clock this morning. Only emergency services are operational. Doctors demand safety and security. They've gone on to say that security measures need to be as tight as at hospitals as they are at the airports in India. Vinesh Fogao receives hero's welcome at Delhi's airport. She was received by Bajrang Punia, Sakshi Malik, as well as Devendra Hooda and her family members, her mother and brother there. She's gone on to thank all the countrymen. And speaking at the third voice of the Global South Summit is Prime Minister Modi highlighting extremism and separatism that are posing a serious threat to the society. He's also gone on to say the world is living in uncertain times. Let's get to your top focus, and that is a very special interview with IMF Deputy MD Geeta Gopinathan, who's spoken to my colleague Vishnu Som, talking about climate change and how that's had a downside risk as far as India's economic growth is concerned. In a very exclusive interview to NDTV's Vishnu Som, she's also spoken about that there is a lot of action that's needed by India to tackle climate change. She's also spoken on job creation in India, the challenge of artificial intelligence and the global economic growth. Listen in.
As we talk about the state of the overall global economy, we really need to look at it through various prisms. One of the key prisms is, of course, the challenges which exist now. There are conflicts which are on. This has been a persistent problem. But perhaps the global economy, from a positive standpoint, has gotten out of the nightmare of COVID. There are new opportunities and perhaps new challenges when it comes to artificial intelligence. And of course, there is a factor which we can't forget about at all, which is climate change. Geeta Gopinath joins me now for a very special interview, the Deputy MD of the International Monetary Fund. Thanks very much, Geeta, for being with us. It's wonderful to speak to you once again. You know, when we talk about climate change, we actually face it right now as you and I sit here in Delhi. It just seems that the monsoon has shifted, the rain patterns are unpredictable. We've seen more rainfall here in Delhi than we have in a long period of time for this particular month, perhaps a new record. When it comes to the global economy, or perhaps even India's economy, how do you quantify the impact that climate change is having?
So hi Vishnu, it's always a pleasure to join you. Climate change is a real big risk to the global economy. And if I look specifically at India, I would say, you know, in terms of the risks to the outlook for India, which we see as fairly balanced, but one of the big downside risks is climate related and the weather shocks. And we're seeing that in terms of rainfall, the volatility of the rainfall, the difficulty of predicting that rainfall, and the implications for harvests, for rural incomes, is a huge factor. So we've looked at Asia as a region as a whole, and you see that the increase in temperatures that we're seeing in Asia is higher than the world average. For India specifically, if you look at the period from 1950 to 2018, temperatures have gone up by 0.5 degree centigrade, right? And that has real consequences. The costs of the climate disasters that we've seen starting from 1980 onwards has been around 0.5 percentage points of GDP per year. And our expectation is that over the next decade, that cost will be about 0.3 percentage points. So this is a very serious and, you know, a threat that the world faces, and a lot of action is needed on that front, including from India.
What action do you expect from India in terms?
So in the case of India, of course, you know, India is also looking to grow and raise per capita incomes and raise livelihoods. So there is an important, you know, a bunch of decisions that have to be made. But we think that a package which, for instance, one subsidizes renewable energy, has a coal excise tax, and has a carbon pricing scheme. If you do that combined package, we think would be able to deliver the transition, the energy transition that's needed without compromising growth too much. So that package would be very helpful. Now, a lot of investment is going to be needed to make the climate transition happen. We're talking in terms of trillions of dollars for the world, even for emerging and developing countries. The public sector is not going to be able to do that. Like 90% of that has to come from private investment. And therefore, having the right climate policies in place to be able to signal to the private sector that this is the direction of travel, and also the public infrastructure that goes along with it, is going to be very helpful to bring in that private sector investment.
You know, it's a time-honored question, but it really needs to be asked once again. Who pays for the technology transfers that you're talking about? When we spoke in Marrakesh, we spoke about this as well. We spoke about the restructuring of international banks, particularly when it came to giving funds to countries which needed to help move them towards climate change technologies. Are we any closer now in deciding, you know, who pays? Because a lot of this is very expensive. Green hydrogen, for example.
Yeah, now, all of this is very expensive. And again, to be super clear, countries are going to have to rely on private investments. They're also going to have to rely on their domestic resources for the vast majority of that investment. The aid or the support that's coming from international institutions will play a part. It'll play an important part, but it is not going to be the big part of the story. We are seeing more measures being taken now in terms of helping with risk sharing between the private sector and the public sector. So you have a bit of, you know, the government provides some sort of base support, some collateral support right at low levels, so that you can have more private sector investment. So anything that can be done to catalyze more private sector investment would help. The multinational development banks are certainly helping in that regard. The IMF is helping countries by providing budgetary support for investing in many aspects, including on their climate mitigation and adaptation strategies. This is a whole new facility that we created a few years ago. It's called the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Right now we are lending money to about 20 countries, a total of around close to $10 billion. We have another 30 countries that are in the pipeline. This, we hope, will catalyze other kinds of investment, but it is absolutely critical to get the private sector to invest in climate change.
Before we look at other issues, I just wanted to ask you another quick question on India. We have huge ambitions of becoming a developed nation, but it's not just GDP growth alone which is going to ensure that that happens. That GDP growth has to be fueled by jobs and job creation. How does that remain a key concern, and are there any numbers which you feel India needs to do in terms of job generation annually?
So India has done extremely well in terms of the headline growth numbers. At 7% growth that we have for this year, it makes it the fastest growing major economy in the world. And if you look at the last couple of decades of growth, the last decade of growth, I would say, growth has averaged around 6.6%. But if you look at employment growth, it's been lower than 2%, which is a bit of a different story from most other countries that you track in the G20. So certainly India's growth has been much more capital intensive. There's been improvements in productivity, but much less in terms of hiring a lot more workers and creating a lot more jobs. So the question is, what will it take to change that? There are some things that have to be done in the near term, some that will require acting on now, but will pay out later. So in terms of the near term, I think firstly, it's very helpful to improve the ease of doing business. We see that in states in India, like Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. We see that there is much more interest in investment there. That's the way you get private investment up. It's tied to the business climate. Foreign direct investment is more attracted to these states. For the labor market, implementing the labor market codes that were passed by the parliament, very helpful to get more labor market flexibility. Removing trade restrictions is going to play a very important role. Public infrastructure investment, which is already happening, more of that will absolutely help. But to make this a medium long-term growth story requires more investment in human capital and in skilling of workers. If you just look at India's workforce in terms of the number of years of education, it's much lower than compared to its peers. So investing in raising the skill level of the country is going to be absolutely critical. Also then in terms of the agricultural sector, raising productivity of the agricultural sector, very important to be able to move workers out of agriculture. So it's going to take a multi-pronged approach. The numbers are large. You're looking at the need to create between now and 2030, between 60 and 148 million jobs. You can't do that by just targeting a few areas. It's going to require broad-based job creation across manufacturing and services.
When you talk about skilling, that's obviously very important. But then there's the challenge of AI. Now, I use the word challenge, others might use the word opportunity, but in a country like ours, large agrarian population, where manual labor is so important in so many regards, if we're talking about job creation, doesn't AI represent a huge threat?
So AI has both its challenges and presents opportunities, right? From the threat perspective or from the challenge perspective, I think what is important to keep in mind is that we had this wave of automation in manufacturing that then reduced the labor intensity of manufacturing. And now generative AI, the new generation of it, is making services more automated, which then of course also has its implications for jobs. So I think that is a real risk, not just for India, for the world as a whole. Now, for India specifically, given that the vast majority of its workforce is still in agriculture, the impact in a sense is going to be lower. So our estimate is that about 24% of India's labor force is exposed to AI, of which 10 percentage points is basically, we're at risk of displacement from AI. So these are smaller numbers. I think the question is, what are we going to see globally around the world once you have AI adoption happening, and whether we are at a risk of having more polarization in the world? I think, what we have to recognize is that different countries' preparedness for adopting AI is at a very different level. So I would put India is at about an intermediate level of preparedness, and the area where it really falls short is in terms of the human skills that are required to be able to benefit from this technology.
We've spoken about the India story, which obviously is relevant for us as an Indian broadcaster, but the Indian economy falls well within the world economy, which faces so many challenges, not least of all because of the conflicts which one faces. The Russia-Ukraine war continues. We have a rail crisis in West Asia. In terms of the overall global growth story, how do those continue to remain fundamental concerns?
Yeah, they are fundamental. They are absolutely some of the biggest risks that we face to the global economy right now, which is what's going to come from escalation of conflict. An escalation of conflicts in the Middle East will raise oil prices, could raise oil prices, and that has inflationary consequences for all countries, and also in terms of the cost of living. That's very damaging. We're already seeing effects in terms of shipping costs. You know, for example, India's exports are now being rerouted away from the Red Sea to going around the Cape of Good Hope. That is raising shipping costs, and that is contained at this point. But if there's any escalation, that could be much more costly. But more generally, we are in an environment where political tensions are higher. There is a reassessment of the benefits of economic integration of the kind that we've had for the last 3 decades. There is an increase in trade protectionism, and all of that tends to increase the cost of living, reduces productivity, makes it harder for emerging and developing countries also to continue to grow and raise per capita incomes.
In fact, that was my final question, protectionism and trade protectionism. How does that, I mean, it's at one level been a fairly positive growth story globally, but then trade protectionism is something which keeps coming up as an area of concern. Where does the world stand, in that regard, and what are some of the trends and patterns that you see?
We are certainly in an environment where protectionism is growing relative to in the past. So if you look at the number of new trade restricting measures that have been put in place in 2022, that was 3,000, 2023 another 3,000, 2019 that number was 1,000. So we've seen a 3-fold increase in the number of restricted trade policies. Now, it is understandable to some extent, given the pandemic, given the wars we've seen, that countries are saying, well, we don't want to be just focused on efficiency and buying from the cheapest source, but we want to look at resilience too. And so there is some of those considerations that are playing a role in terms of trade policies in countries. But that said, the problem is this is a slippery slope. We are used to having lived in a world where countries worked together multilaterally, following a rules-based trading system, that was the WTO. And now it seems like many more countries are going on their own and coming up with their own independent approaches to trade policy. So again, I think a plea from the IMF is that we return to the table so that we can have a multilateral rules-based approach. That will require, thinking through how do we deal with national security issues, how do we deal with, uneven playing fields and the fact that some countries have provided industrial support for a longer time and so on. So there are, I think, relevant grievances, but it's best addressed in a multilateral framework.
Geeta Gopinath, wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Vishnu.
Thank you. Great.
Switching tracks now, Karnataka's Chief Minister and senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah will be prosecuted over the alleged irregularities in site allocations by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. The governor has sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA land scam case after petitions were filed by 3 activists. The BJP slams the Congress and the Karnataka government over corruption, saying this comes as the Congress, in fact, will be holding a meeting that's going to be taking place. And of course, it is the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivkumar, who's gone on to say that the cabinet stands with Siddaramaiah, that there is no question of his recognition. While it is Mr. Siddaramaiah who's gone on to say that the governor's decision is anti-constitution and against the law, and that it will be questioned in court. They are planning, the Karnataka government plans to challenge that order in the High Court on Monday. Let's get you some of the reactions coming in.
I will find it out legally in a court of law, because it is an illegal sanction given by the governor, who is a puppet of the central government.
They are constantly asking for your resignation. What is the status?
See, there is no prima facie case against me or against anybody. And the BJP has no moral right to ask my resignation. It is because the governor is biased towards me, because there is a application pending before the governor of Kumaraswamy. In fact, Lokayukta asked a sanction from the governor in Kumar Swami's case.
Right.
That sanction has not been given so far.
Right.
कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे वो बेंगलुरु पहुंचे हैं और वहां नारे लग रहे हैं, गवर्नर हाय हाय के नारे लग रहे हैं। तो मैं मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी से पूछूंगा, घोटालेबाजों को बचाने के लिए तो आप बेंगलुरु चले गए, मगर कलकत्ता जाएंगे क्या? राहुल जी और प्रियंका जी कलकत्ता जाएंगे क्या?
With respect to fighting this legally, what are the options being exercised?
We have already said that we never expected the governor will be, because there is no case in this. I think no wrong the Chief Minister when his office has done anything, he is no way connected to this. There is a law of this land. But still government has given some permission. We will fight in the court of law.
So will this lead to Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation as well?
No question of resigning.
Thank you so much, sir. That was Mr. D.K. Shivkumar talking about how there is no question of resignation and that they would be fighting this legally. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
This is a very significant development. The serious allegations, the nature of the allegations are very serious. The investigating agencies will now have to start the process of prosecution. And needless to say, one cannot expect the Chief Minister to continue in office while agencies that report to him are investigating the allegations and charges made against him. We hope that the Chief Minister will take moral responsibility and resign forthwith and make available an impartial investigation into these serious allegations.
Governor of Karnataka has given the sanction for prosecution against Mr. Siddaramaiah, and somebody who had anticipated and known about this, the Congress president, as well as Rahul Gandhi, the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, the Congress in charge, Randeep, had been discussing this issue. And I'm joined by somebody who has been consulted in the entire process. And this is something that you were expecting.
I don't think it takes much to expect this, given the inimical nature of the BJP's approach to every known constitutional norm. But let me give you 4 or 5 very interesting facets of this, which your viewers must know. This is an assault on federalism of the worst, cheapest kind. You have fought an election. You spent obscene amounts of money and you lost the election. I am elected there hardly a couple of years ago. You want to destabilize and come into power in these ways? Anybody walking on the street files a complaint. Now just consider, it is well established beyond doubt since the birth of our republic, forget now, that the governor has no powers except a few exceptions given to him specifically by the Constitution. Otherwise, if you are the governor, you are bound 100% hand and mouth with my aid and advice of the cabinet. The cabinet gives a very detailed reasoned orders.
But without Siddaramaiah...
1 minute, let me finish. Without Siddaramaiah, forget. No recusal. With Siddaramaiah not even attended the meeting. There's no recusal. It's not that he's sitting there recuses. He's not present.
कानूनी तरीके से प्रोसिक्यूशन को आज परमिशन दिया है। सिद्धारामैया 2 केस में कल्प्रिट है, अपराधी है। एक वाल्मीकि डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन में खुद वो विधानसभा सेशन में मान लिया है, ये करप्शन 187 करोड़ का नहीं है, ये केवल 89 करोड़ का है। ये पैसा तेलंगाना इलेक्शन को गया, चुनाव के लिए कांग्रेस के अकाउंट में गया। दूसरा, मूडा में, मैसूर में इसका बीवी गैर कानूनी तरीके से साइट लिया है, 14 साइट लिया है।
And switching tracks now, the BJP national office bearers are holding a meeting at the moment. That meeting, that's very important as far as the upcoming membership drive of the party is concerned. Most importantly, it comes ahead of the much-awaited appointment of the party president. Do remember that the tenure of JP Nadda has come to an end. The process of organizational elections will begin after the membership campaign is completed, and this is what we're expecting. Now, the meeting comes after leaders such as Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh have held meetings with RSS leadership on strengthening the organization. Do remember that BJP's nationwide membership campaign is from
the 1st of September. So a very crucial meeting that's taking place. This is, besides the BJP's organizational team at national level, the meeting is being attended also by state party presidents, general secretaries in charge of the party's organization, those involved in the organization polls in different, this is in regard to the different states. However, the office bearers from 3 poll-bound states, that's Maharashtra, Haryana, Jharkhand and Union Territories of Jammu and Kashmir, have been exempted from participating in this organizational polls will now going to be taking place. So the election, now let's just get you more details as far as this meeting that is underway. We have my colleague Ishika joining us. Ishika, a crucial meeting with lots on the agenda, but first and foremost is to finalize the launch of the party's membership drive.
Well, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, right now a very crucial meeting of the BJP is currently going on in the BJP office, where in fact, the office bearers and especially the state presidents, in fact, have already arrived here. Not just them, JP Nadda, who's currently the BJP national president, he is also present in the meeting, and Home Minister Amit Shah, in fact, senior leader of the BJP, has also reached. So certainly now the meeting has started, and as you mentioned, it is a very crucial meeting because it is to finalize, in fact, the details for the launch of the membership program of the BJP. Because remember, only after this, there will be, organizational polls that will be done after the membership campaign is done. And after, the organizational polls are held, only after that, a full-fledged working president will be elected for BJP. So certainly very crucial meeting that is currently underway. Over to you.
Right, all eyes, and of course, Ishika, we will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, we're taking a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. the NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Hello and welcome to a brand new but critically needed initiative, India Sustainability Mission. We're going through a severe climate crisis which is pushing the entire human race to the edge. Each year, India is losing thousands of lives due to different climate catastrophes. On the economic front, we're losing billions of rupees each year. In 2022, in just a single year, India lost a whopping 8% of its GDP to climate disasters. So what exactly is a climate disaster, or what we call natural disasters? Where do the solutions lie as part of the India Sustainability Mission? It's time we dig deep to find real workable solutions to the crisis that is upon all of humanity. I'm Gargi Rawat.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं सिकता देव। भारत एक विशाल और विविध देश आज जलवायु परिवर्तन की चुनौती का सामना कर रहा है, लेकिन ये सिर्फ एक समस्या नहीं है बल्कि एक अवसर भी है। एक अवसर हमारे देश को एक अधिक टिकाऊ, समृद्ध और स्वस्थ देश बनाने की। भारत ने सस्टेनेबिलिटी के क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए हैं। नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा जैसे सौर और पवन ऊर्जा में बड़े निवेश के साथ भारत दुनिया के अग्रणी देशों में से एक बन रहा है। जल संरक्षण के लिए जल संसाधनों के संरक्षण और कुशल उपयोग पर जोर दिया जा रहा है। वन संरक्षण में वनों के संरक्षण और वृक्षारोपण पर महत्वपूर्ण पहल हुई है। स्वच्छ भारत अभियान के तहत स्वच्छता और स्वस्थ जीवन शैली को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एक व्यापक अभियान चलाया गया। प्रदूषण कम करने के लिए इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों, ग्रीन मोबिलिटी को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं? यही है हमारी ये पहल। सस्टेनेबिलिटी एक सामूहिक प्रयास है। हम सभी अपनी भूमिका निभा सकते हैं और यही है एनडीटीवी के इंडिया सस्टेनेबिलिटी मिशन का मकसद। और हमारे साथ गार्गी एक बेहद खास पैनल।
Bilkul, joining us today on the program, we have Professor Ashok Pandey, who's Executive Director, Center for Energy and Environment Sustainability. Professor Gitanjoy Sahu, who's a professor at the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Studies, School of Habitat Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai.
और साथ ही पंकज कुमार को-फाउंडर हैं और डायरेक्टर हैं क्वांट सोलर टेक्नोलॉजीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के, और ये पायनियर्स हैं फ्लोटिंग सोलर पावर प्लांट्स के हमारे देश में। साथ ही हरजीत सिंह जो कि ग्लोबल एंगेजमेंट डायरेक्टर हैं फॉसिल फ्यूल नॉन पॉलिफरेशन ट्रीटी इनिशिएटिव के, और साथ ही एक और ख़ास मेहमान जो जुड़ रहे हैं हमारे साथ, सुदीप जैन, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ न्यू एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी। आप सभी का स्वागत है इस खास चर्चा में।
So thank you all for joining us on this program. But before we start our discussion, let's set the context for why India's sustainability mission, why this conversation is so very critical. So that gave you a sense of, the kind of calamities the country has been through. And Mr. Singh, I'd like to begin with you when we talk about just the recent Wayanad tragedy that took place just 2 weeks ago. It's the latest in this string of natural disasters that we've seen. So what is the link with climate change? Because we often say that it is because of climate change a lot of these disasters are getting exacerbated.
So Gargi, first of all, we should stop calling them natural disasters, because there is nothing natural in these disasters anymore, and there's a huge human induced factor into it, be it the way we have caused destruction to the natural habitats. And we have always known that Western Ghats are very eco-sensitive. Professor Madhav Gadgil's report in 2011 talked about how majority of this area should be declared as eco-sensitive zone, and we should stop all kind of mining and all kind of heavy construction activities, but we kept doing it.
In fact, that report was watered down, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And what climate change is doing, climate change is exacerbating the already existing problem. So we call climate change as a threat multiplier, which means that there is something massively wrong with our development and the way we have destroyed environment. And now with climate change, these disasters are increasing and we have no capacity to deal with that. So we need to look at climate change, which is increased intensity and frequency of these disasters. But we have got some massive problem with our development model itself. That's the core of the problem that we are facing when we look at disasters all around us.
That's right, and sustainability.
बिल्कुल एक बड़ा मुद्दा है और इसके लिए भारत सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है. सुदीप जी, अब भारत सरकार सस्टेनेबल देश बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है और तमाम कदम भी उठाए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन इस वक्त सरकार के लिए सबसे बड़ी चुनौती क्या है?
So thank you, Sikta. आप जो issues raise कर रहे हैं, it's very pertinent that climate change is for real, and India is committed towards its goals for net zero by 2070. India is also committed. It has its own nationally determined contributions. The first time, अगर आप देखेंगे 2015 में जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये NDCs announce किया, the target was कि renewable energy क्षेत्र में हम non-fossil fuel से 40% of our total generation capacity in the country for power generation should come from non-fossil fuel. Target was कि 2030 तक हम ये 40% achieve करेंगे. I am happy to share with you that the country surpassed those targets 9 years ahead of its commitments. So 2020 में we were able to surpass these, and 2021 then Honorable Prime Minister in the country came up with the Panch Amrit, where the new NDCs were set, a 50% target for non-fossil fuel generation capacity out of the total generation capacity of power in the country to be achieved by 2030. I am glad to share that we will surely be surpassing that much earlier. We have already reached almost 45%, and we'll soon be surpassing that 50% also.
तो बहुत काम हो रहा है अशोक जी अब सरकार के स्तर पर भी, लेकिन अगर हम देखें 10 साल पहले तक क्लाइमेट चेंज पर हम चर्चा बस करते थे, लेकिन अभी हमारे 2 स्टेप पर है. ऐसे में भारत जैसे देश के लिए इसके आर्थिक प्रभाव भी हैं और ये इस वक्त हर किसी को, हमारे दर्शकों को हमें समझना ज़रूरी है.
आज इस क्लाइमेट चेंज की हम बात कर रहे हैं, पर्यावरण परिवर्तन की बात कर रहे हैं. दैट इज़ व्हाट इज़ मेड बाय ह्यूमन मेड क्लाइमेट चेंज, नो. और उसके लिए निश्चित रूप से हम सभी जिम्मेदार हैं. जिम्मेदारी से कोई बच नहीं सकता. ये हो सकता है कि कोई देश ज़्यादा जिम्मेदार हो, कोई देश कम हो, ये एक चर्चा का विषय, बहस का विषय है, लेकिन जिम्मेदार हम सभी हैं. और उसका जो प्रभाव है निश्चित रूप से सबसे अधिक जो है आर्थिक नुकसान, और वो आर्थिक नुकसान सबके लिए हो रहा है. अब उसका प्रभाव जैसे हम बोलते हैं, चाहे गरीब हो, चाहे अमीर हो, चाहे कोई बड़ा देश हो, चाहे कोई छोटा देश हो, विकसित देश हो, विकासशील देश हो, सबके ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ रहा है. क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे हम जब बात करें तो हमें ग्लोबल कॉन्सेप्ट को मन में रखना होगा, लेकिन एक्शन हमको लोकल नीड के हिसाब से लेना होगा, जिसको हम बोलते हैं लोकली मेड क्लाइमेट एडाप्टेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स. वायनाड की रिक्वायरमेंट दूसरी है, सिक्किम की रिक्वायरमेंट दूसरी है, और उसके लिए उसी अनुसार जो स्थानीय समस्याएं हैं, स्थानीय भाषा में उनका निदान होना चाहिए, स्थानीय लोगों के साथ मिलकर उसका निदान होना चाहिए। ये सब बहुत आवश्यक चीज़ें हैं।
Right, and so within countries also solutions have to be found. Professor Sao, so what is the solution? That's the whole aim of this campaign, that we have to look at solutions, see what they are, where they are within our grasp. So and sustainability is the word that, has become quite the byword now. So if you could explain for our viewers, what do we mean when we say sustainability?
Thank you so much. The concept of sustainability has been defined and understood differently. The literal meaning emphasizes to maintain the resources for future generations without compromising their ability to use that resources. But unfortunately, the values that are attached with sustainability has not been understood by the policymakers. There are diverse ways to look at the concept of climate change, similarly the concept of sustainability. And when we say diverse ways, because in Indian political system, if you look at the policies are framed in a way which are not in a position to understand diverse contexts.
We talk about how planting trees is a way of countering climate change, etc., and saving the environment. But what about the existing forests that one already has that, we often see are getting diverted for projects? Yes, we need infrastructure, we need development and growth, but how to strike that balance between our needs for development and infrastructure, at the same time protecting these forests that do us this, we can't even value the kind of services they provide for us in terms of water and clean air.
Right. So if you look at post-liberalization period, India has massively diverted forests. On an average, we divert 20,000 hectares every year without having a mechanism to do preventive measures. For example, we have a policy, Forest Conservation Act 1980, which emphasizes that whenever we divert forests, equivalent area of afforestation programs should be undertaken. But many of these reports that we see, including the CAG report, which suggests that the afforestation programs are not effective because first, we are not able to get non-forest area whenever we divert forest area. Equivalent non-forest area should be identified for afforestation program. Second, whatever forest area is identified, the survival rate is very low. Okay? But the other problem related to afforestation program is the emphasis is given more on the centralized process of plantation and afforestation programs. We have a very progressive legislation, that is Forest Rights Act of 2006, which emphasizes the role and importance of Gram Sabha, and there are several evidences in the past that whenever community is involved in the plantation activity, survival rate is very high. But unfortunately, we continue the highly centralized process of plantation without recognizing the participation of community. The current method and process of afforestation programs need to be relooked at.
सस्टेनेबिलिटी के इन सवालों और समाधानों के बीच आप लोग वो काम कर रहे हैं जिससे हर किसी को करना चाहिए, प्रेरणा लेना चाहिए। तो आप लोगों को क्या लगा कि हम इस के लिए हम अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं और इस तरह से हम इसमें जुड़ सकते हैं इस प्रक्रिया में?
So it was the year 2015 and 16, and we got to read a lot of news that Government of India has big plans in sustainability, developing a lot of clean energy projects. But and solar was becoming more popular because of the low cost and better cost efficiency and better output. So the real challenge was implementing the big scale solar projects which the government was facing, and that was about the aggregating the agricultural lands. Suppose you are doing a 100 megawatt project, you need 400 acres of land to implement those kind of the projects. So given the commitment of Government of India in climate change conventions about 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy, we have a very big target actually, and to achieve those targets we require huge land resource. We talk about the wind energy or solar energy, we need lakhs and lakhs of acres of land to implement those kind of projects. But India being an agricultural prime economy, we don't have that kind of land actually. Then how do we generate that kind of that volume of energy, solar energy? So from there we got the idea of developing something which can rule out the requirement of land. And from there we started working on some new concepts that if we can install the solar projects on water bodies, because India is blessed with thousands of water bodies like reservoirs, dams, catchment areas, lakes. these are all remaining unutilized actually. So from there we got that concept, and then we started working on it. We got some pilot project done in extreme, in remote location of Assam, which got very successful. And then we realized that it could be implemented on a bigger way in some big scale projects. And that's how this idea moved forward. And then today we are, I'm very glad that the mission with which we started this, this company, this startup, today we are doing so many projects all across India. We are doing the projects on big dams, big reservoirs, and we are saving crores and crores of fresh water every year by containing evaporation, and we are getting, you know, the unused water surface utilized for that solar generation.
अब इंस्पायरिंग स्टोरी है आपकी और प्रेरणा सभी को देती है, लेकिन ब्रेक में जाने से पहले एक छोटा सा सवाल सुदीप जी आपसे, जब हम एनर्जी इंडिपेंडेंस की बात करते हैं जिसको हमें अचीव करना है साल 2047 तक, तो इसका क्या मतलब आम दर्शक समझे?
थैंक यू सिक्ता, नहीं बिल्कुल सही आपका क्वेश्चन है। एनर्जी आज अगर आप देखेंगे, हम ऑलमोस्ट 90% ऑयल हमारा इंपोर्ट होता है, एंड दैट इज द बिगेस्ट सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी। हम 2047 तक द टारगेट इज कि रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के थ्रू हम जहां डायरेक्ट अभी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी यूज होती है, जहां ट्रांसपोर्ट में इस समय एनर्जी यूज होती है, क्या उसको हम इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में कन्वर्ट करके एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के थ्रू वो सारा हैंडल कर सकते हैं। सिमिलरली इंडस्ट्री में बहुत सारी जगह हीट प्रोसेसेस के लिए बहुत सारा फॉसिल फ्यूल यूज होता है। ये सारी चीज़ें इंडिया इज वर्किंग ऑन अ वेरी वेरी एम्बिशियस टारगेट एंड वेरी एम्बिशियस प्रोग्राम्स विच आर ऑलरेडी देयर, वेरी लार्ज प्रोग्राम्स। हम कंप्लीटली इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पे मूव करने का प्लान पे हैं। सिमिलरली ऑन द इंडस्ट्रियल साइड, जो हीट प्रोसेसेस का, जो इंडिया हैज टेकन अ लीड इन टर्म्स ऑफ ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन generation of 5 million metric tons capacity of green hydrogen per annum is our target for 2030. So ये targets जब हम achieve करेंगे, तो हमारे majority of the energy sources हम ना केवल अपने आप generate करेंगे, but हम उनको clean and renewable energy के through ही generate करेंगे। So that is the target of energy independence by 2047, and we are right on track on those targets.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that, sir. And time for us to slip into a short break, but we're going to talk more about the solutions on the other side, and also what, you know, the common person, citizens can do when it comes to sustainability.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back to our special show on India's sustainability mission, and we're talking about solutions and the way forward. And Mr. Singh, my next question is for you. At COP26, India had set a target of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel-based energy by 2030. So how realistic is that? How close are we to that?
So as Mr. Sudeep already mentioned, we are doing pretty well when it comes to achieving that target. So we already have solar to the tune of 70 gigawatt, and we now plan to multiply it to 280 gigawatt by 2030. Similarly, on wind, we are slightly lagging behind, but we need to multiply that as well. We are about 40 gigawatt, and it should be increased to 140. That's the target government has set. And also hydro is going to be about 70 gigawatt. So we will be close to that 500 gigawatt. And in fact, as Mr. Sudeep said, we'll be achieving it much faster. But there are several challenges, particularly in terms of land, as Pankaj also mentioned, especially for solar projects, acquiring land is going to be challenging, plus also human resource capacity. How we are going to make sure that human resources are available to increase that capacity and then also maintain that. So those are some of the challenges, but overall the picture looks pretty positive when it comes to achieving targets for renewable energy.
जी अशोक जी, भारत को सस्टेनेबिलिटी की तरफ आगे बढ़ाने के लिए बायोटेक्नोलॉजी का खासा इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, और दूसरी जो ऊर्जा तकनीक है जिसका इस्तेमाल हो रहा है उसके बारे में बताइए कि किस तरह से इसमें काम हो रहा है इस दिशा में।
भारत ने अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो कमिटमेंट्स दिए हैं, अभी COP26 की बात हुई है, अकॉर्डिंग टू COP26 43% greenhouse gases should be reduced by 2030. India is one of the signatories. And 60% carbon dioxide, not carbon dioxide, greenhouse gases in total should be reduced by 2035, and that is from the level of 2019. Now that's India's signatory. That's the biggest challenge. How do you do it? So to achieve them, obviously India is such a vast country, and as I mentioned earlier, that we need to adopt different kind of strategies. There cannot be one solution for the whole country as such. So among various, renewable energy is of course taking place in a very major way. We have already 180 gigawatt renewable energy. Solar energy is the major one. But then when you talk, because you are talking here climate change along with sustainability. Now when you talk of sustainability, the challenge today, or which we are going to face in next year in a very, very major way, what we will do with the end of life solar panel, what we will do, these are millions of tons already accumulated in our country, what we are going to do with this end of life wind turbine blades, we do not have a solution.
And we've already
after
spoken
10
about
years
how we
later,
deal with garbage.
in this room, sitting, we will be discussing why this point was not taken into account when we talked about sustainable development.
जी, बिल्कुल.
So this is one point which everyone has to take into account, according policy makers, developers, and of course researchers, scientists, whatever. So when we talk of biotechnology, contribution of biotechnology, now today we are talking of not one subject, it's a cross-field research.
Yes.
Environmental biotechnology, industrial biotechnology, energy biosciences, they work in tandem along with the material scientists, because material development, when you talk of energy material, which is very important. Biohydrogen research, one of the biggest challenges, how do we store hydrogen? Storage materials is a material research. And so many, so cross-field researcher, cross-field expertise, and accordingly cross-field policies must be developed. If at all we want to attain all those ambitious targets of 2030, 2035, 2047, we want to say that we are a developed country and so on. And biofuel is one of them. The biofuel, among biofuel we have biohydrogen, biogas, and bioethanol, biodiesel. Biodiesel is not feasible for in our country, it is made from vegetable oil, so that is not sustainable. Bioethanol is there, policy is there, but then there is a one basic issue. Traditionally, bioethanol is made from molasses, and now what bioethanol we are talking is from waste material, in particularly agro-industrial residues, and a lot of work has been done. We have developed position paper for DST and so on, TIFAC, a lot of work has gone. The most important point is that when you talk again sustainability, we have first of all technological sustainability, we call it TRL, technology readiness level, and then we talk of economic readiness level, and then one thing we missed out all the time, societal readiness level, whether society is ready to accept that product or process or technology or not.
Well, that's
So
why
that
shows
is-
like this are very important and
So that has been
like
completely overlooked, completely overlooked. But then जो दूसरी बात है economic readiness level. So bioethanol की हम बात करें, पॉलिसी में बायोएथेनॉल किसी भी सोर्स से जो प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है उसकी प्राइस सबकी एक है. ये एक फ्लॉ है. एथेनॉल मोलासेस से जो बनता है वो वन स्टेप प्रोसेस है, फर्मेंटेशन एंड डिस्टिलेशन. एथेनॉल जो क्रॉप से बनता है वो पहले कलेक्शन है, फिर मिलिंग है, फिर उसका सेग्रीगेशन है, देन डिकंस्ट्रक्शन है, 3 पार्ट
उसके अपने इकोनॉमिक
बहुत
बिल्कुल चेन है जो
10
उस पर
स्टेप्स हैं
बहुत
एंड प्रोसेस इफिशिएंसी बहुत कम रहेगी.
जी. इन तमाम बहसों के बीच हरजीत जी, नेशनल ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन की भी बात होती रहती है. इस दिशा में इस वक्त हमारे देश में क्या कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी काफ़ी सारा तो ये रिसर्च के एम्बिट में आता है, क्योंकि ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी है. इसमें भी हम ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पे बात करते हैं, क्योंकि अगर हमने हाइड्रोजन को फिर फॉसिल फ्यूल से बनाया तो हम प्रॉब्लम को और बढ़ाएंगे. समझने की बात यह है कि रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी जो है वो स्टील, सीमेंट, उन सेक्टर्स में नहीं लग सकती है, तो क्योंकि वो हाईली इंटेंस एनर्जी सिस्टम्स की पे डिपेंडेंट होते हैं, वहाँ पर हाइड्रोजन का रोल है. तो एक तो हाइड्रोजन को हम कैसे बना रहे हैं, क्या वो हमारे सोर्सेज ग्रीन है कि नहीं है. दूसरा, उसको ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के इश्यूज हैं, उसके स्टोरेज के इश्यूज हैं. तो अभी बहुत सारा रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट फेज पर है, तो उस पर पूरी तरह से निर्भर होना सही नहीं होगा. और मैं जो प्रोफेसर पांडे ने कहा वो बात जरूर कहना चाहूँगा कि यहाँ तक कि जो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है उसको लेकर करके भी काफ़ी चैलेंजेस हैं, उसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी को लेकर के. तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा सवाल जो हमें पूछना चाहिए कि हमारा डेवलपमेंट पैराडाइम क्या है. अगर हम वेस्ट के मॉडल को ब्लाइंडली फॉलो कर रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से आज सारे क्राइसिस हैं, चाहे हम क्लाइमेट क्राइसिस की बात करें, चाहे हम बायोडाइवर्सिटी क्राइसिस की बात करें, तो जो हम आज 6th मास एक्सटिंक्शन से गुजर रहे हैं वो हमारा अपना बनाया हुआ है, और जिस तरह का हमारा कंजम्पशन है, जिस तरह से हमने इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन को प्रमोट किया है, तो क्या भारत भी उसी दिशा पे चलेगा जिस वजह से ये क्राइसिस आई है, या भारत का अपना मॉडल है? वो अपना मॉडल हमें नहीं दिख रहा है। और जिस तरह का हम वेस्ट जनरेट कर रहे हैं, और मैं कहना चाहूँगा, मैं गाजियाबाद में रहता हूँ, हमारे पास में गाजीपुर लैंडफिल है जो कि एक तरह का मॉन्यूमेंट है हमारे बैड डेवलपमेंट का।
We at NDTV have been reporting on for over nearly 2 decades, I think now. Every year we do a report on
हमने
it.
कूड़ा पहाड़ बनाया है, मतलब काफी शर्म की बात है। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं बताता भी है कि कितना गलत है हमारा डेवलपमेंट मॉडल।
Well, with that, we'll slip into a short break, but on the other side, we're going to look at more solutions for India's sustainability mission.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Let's go back to Mr. Jain. And sir, your comments on, what is being said, the kind of models that we're following. You've been listening to the conversation. So your comments about how perhaps India needs its own models, its own way forward for a more sustainable future.
I'll restrict my comments primarily on the energy side. So if you look at the electricity consumption, our per capita consumption is amongst the lowest. We are still, when we compare with the developed world or the Western world, we are 1/5 or 1/6 of what they have been consuming. So while our per capita is bound to increase, but we are nowhere saying that we will match the kind of consumption that those countries have been doing. So with much more efficient technologies, with much more energy efficient technologies, we will be moving towards a much developed lifestyle, completely fed with the renewable energy. Now, a few questions which had come up in last few minutes, so I would like to just focus on that. One is the concern on whether we'll be having the available land for the solar and wind that we want to pursue, and we want to achieve the 500 gigawatt. First, let me just share that we have now today already crossed 200 gigawatt when it comes to our total generation capacity from non-fossil fuel. And I'd already told that we are on track with the target of 500 gigawatt. What, apart from land, clearly we can see the contributions coming. The PM Surya Ghar program, where Honorable Prime Minister has target that we set up solar rooftops on 1 crore households. Now that itself will ensure that majority of these households are able to generate the required electricity, and at times even more than what they require, and feed it back into the grid. And this will be completely solar electricity. Similarly, under the PM Kusum program, the entire set of farmers who are currently using diesel generator sets for irrigation pumps can move to electric pumps fed with the solar energy. So that itself will contribute to almost 40 odd gigawatt in terms of the total capacity. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana will contribute another 35 to 40 gigawatt. Similarly, there are clear targets that by end of 2025, all government buildings should have rooftops. So that will contribute again in a much larger way. We also have today progressed ahead with respect to offshore wind. For the first time in the country, we'll be having the first bids coming out for 500 megawatt of offshore winds to be set up in the coast of Gujarat, and another 500 megawatt will soon come out for coast of Tamil Nadu. So our assessed potential, we expect around 35-37 gigawatt of energy electricity being generated from offshore wind over the next few years. Similarly, the question which you were asking with respect to green hydrogen, yes, it's a very nascent technology worldwide, and a lot of research is still required. However, our targets and our bids, we have already production-linked incentives already there for setting up capacities for generating green hydrogen. These bids, the first tranche has already been allotted. 412,000 metric tons of capacity has already been allotted. The second tranche is about to be allotted. So we clearly see that yes, there are technologies which are coming, not just that we'll be only generating, but even the electrolyzer manufacturing. That is also being indigenized, and plants being set up for that. On the same lines, we today have 60 gigawatt of solar module manufacturing capacity in the country. And in a couple of years, we'll reach 100 gigawatt of solar module manufacturing. And now we are going backward integration to see that it is not just module manufacturing, but the solar cell manufacturing, the ingot wafer manufacturing, and the polysilicon manufacturing. All these to be set up here itself, and already the plans have coming up. So with all these
तो आप सुदीप जी आप कह रहे हैं कि तमाम कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं और भारत सरकार इन कदमों के लिए बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स भी ले रही है, जिसमें इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस पंकज जी भी था। भारत ने आगे बढ़कर इस अलायंस को एक तरह से एक नया रोल दिया, एक नई भूमिका दी। ऐसे में हमारे जैसे देशों के लिए, डेवलपिंग नेशंस के लिए सोलर एनर्जी, सोलर पावर कितना महत्वपूर्ण है?
सोलर एनर्जी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है बिकॉज solar is very cheap actually. Today, amongst all the technologies, clean energy technologies that we have in the world, solar is the cheapest. And this is because lot of efforts have gone into the R&D and technology improvement in the past 10 years. और इसलिए solar is the most eco-friendly and the cheapest source of clean energy today. And now the bigger question is that how to implement the bigger programs in solar. Like PM Kusum Yojana is one very ambitious program in India, which is being implemented in a very big way. Ground mounted is already happening in a very big way, especially the arid lands of Gujarat, Rajasthan, they are all being utilized. Floating is now emerging fast. जितने बड़े डैम्स हैं, हाइड्रोइलेक्ट्रिक डैम्स हैं, वहाँ पे floating solar is like a plug and play because the grid facility, everything is available there, grid infrastructure is there. So it becomes like a plug and play. You install 100-200 megawatt capacity of floating solar, and the best thing is that after 25 years of its life cycle, when you take it out, you don't leave any footprint behind. It's zero footprint. And what I think that today more and more such technology should develop which can address multiple challenges at the same time, and that will be the sustainable way of technology advancement.
And how do you deal with our flooding rivers and our very angry mighty rivers that we have? Is that a challenge?
No, actually the floating solar is one concept which has not been used in the flowing water.
Yeah, it's in the dams.
It's in the dams.
But even there often we've seen the
flooding. But the good thing is that because the entire plant is positioned at one location, so even if the water level goes up and down, it just moves up and down, but it remains at the same position.
सवाल ये बनता है कि क्या पॉलिसी लेवल पर जो आम सिटीजन्स हैं वो बदलाव ला सकते हैं या उस पर प्रभाव डाल सकते हैं?
Yes, there are several examples in the country जहाँ पे लोगों ने खुद अपने सो मोटो इनिशिएटिव लेके अपने जंगल को बचाए. There are examples also, water bodies, if you look at what citizens of Bangalore have done when the lakes were polluted. So you have several examples, but also there are limitations to citizens' intervention because the expectation is state has to intervene and discharge its duties, and more importantly the statutory authorities which we have. As I said, there is no dearth of authorities, but unfortunately there is no coordination happening because when we look at the mining industries, there is a different process for clearance for mining industry. You have a different process for settling rights of people, and there is no coordination happening, and that's why judiciary comes into picture. But at the same time, judiciary cannot resolve these environmental problems because it has its own limitations. So we need to look for a strong regulatory framework with a better resources.
आपने एक समाधान सुझाया है, बिल्कुल, और यही है हमारा मकसद कि हम कैसे इंडिया सस्टेनेबल मिशन के जरिए जो हमारी ये पहल है, हमारी ये इनिशिएटिव है, उसमें समाधानों की बात करें, हमारे भविष्य की बात करें. हम ले रहे हैं एक छोटा सा ब्रेक के बाद हमारे पैनलिस्ट इस बात पर चर्चा करेंगे कि हम और आप यानी कि आम जनता क्या कर सकती है सस्टेनेबिलिटी के लिए.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.